going to be a wacky Wednesday in Portugal as we head into day 9 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. I know that Warish, the host, they're going to go toe-to-toe with Punjab CC first thing this morning. Top of the table clash. Going to be some mouthwatering cricket coming your way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 9 of the FanCode ECS Portugal, and Group B in full swing. It certainly has been a very entertaining group, and we have 4 T10 matches today coming your way. And we're starting with the top of the table clash between Punjab CC and Warish. I tell you what, these two teams, they both look very at home in the T10 format. Match 33 is on the way. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads is called. Stairs. We like to ball first. We like to ball first.
So it is Punjab CC. Their captain Imran Rao has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. Seems a bit of a trend first game of the day, but I don't see a lot of dew around. I think that might be a bit more strategic because both these teams, they've batted first pretty much exclusively in this tournament so far. So it means that Punjab CC will get the chance to chase. And look, I don't think the Comrade Greenshields and Warish will mind too much batting first. They have put some big scores on the board, particularly yesterday. We saw 150 plus. Comrade Greenshields himself has been in really good form. I think that Faf Stoneman at the top of the order, though, he showed that he's got another gear to his game, and that was great to see. But Punjab CC, I like their team. I think they have a long, strong batting order. I do like Ranasawa in there as well. And Imran Rao hasn't really clicked yet with the bat, but his 40 yesterday was important in getting them over the line. They're 3-1, and they will be hoping to maybe knock off Warish and join them on 4 wins. So Warish, they're undefeated at this stage. Well, news update with the weather, and I can tell you plenty of sunshine today, which is great news after we had a bit of an overcast and slightly moist start to the morning yesterday. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 19. Currently it's a little bit chilly, about 10 degrees, but I think it'll warm up as the day goes on. Well, Corey Ruckers, he's a man who is coming in really hot every morning. Let's get over to you now, Corey. The news from the toss is that Warish, they'll be batting first because they've been sent in by Punjab CC here in match 33.
Good morning, everybody. What a sunny, beautiful day here in Portugal. Cartacho, more T10 action coming your way. And thankfully, the weather gods are finally shining down upon us after a couple of attritional days with the wind and the rain. And an absolutely gorgeous day today. Looking forward to it, and I hope you're all looking forward to it too. And in this morning game, Punjab CC versing the Warish? I always get that one wrong. Swans. I'm just going to keep calling them Swans. 4-0. Punjab 3-1. And, well, definitely a couple of names to look out for. You can see there in the middle for Punjab CC, Umar Mohammed, his strike rate is absolutely rocking, above 200. Parveen Singh as well. He's got fantasy score of 383. And on the other side, well, Conrad Greenshields, he's almost at the half thousand, sorry. And, yeah, he's been good with bat and bowl. And, well, this should be a good contest. Both teams seem to have a winning formula in this Group B. And as you can see on your screens there, perfect conditions for cricket, thankfully. And looking forward to seeing who wins this one. Should be a good game of cricket. And welcome back all our viewers around the world. It's been special interacting with everybody on the YouTube chat. And please get your questions and queries in as always. And everyone in India. And I hope everyone's doing well out there on FanCode. And hope you've all got your Dream 11 teams in. And you're excited for this match. So past score's been lifting the last couple of days after the Group A. It was around that sort of 75 to 90 mark. It's now gone up to, I reckon, around about that 110. Seems like a minimum needed for the team batting first. Ranasawa, he's got the new ball in hand. Not too much pace about him, but what he does well, he's done move it around corners. He's at the top of his mark. He'll be bowling to Brendan Badenhorst, the new man in Portugal. He'll be looking for a few more runs today. We're almost ready. Here we go. Ball 1. Oh, dead ball. Well, if you had that in your bingo card, that's a great start. Dead ball to start the day. We've seen that a few times. And that was in my bingo card. And, well, hello to everybody out there. Hope you're ready. We're going to try this again. Ball 1 coming. And it's a big wide outside the off stump. And we will start with the wide. So 1 run. And as you can see there, there's just a little bit of swing. Again, short, wide, bit of swing, and it's 1 run off the bat. So we get the day started with the first run off the bat. Badenhorst, he's off the mark, brings on the young man Stoneman to the strike. And Stoneman showed us yesterday that he can definitely explode with the bat late in his innings. He was going at a run a ball, and my co-commentator said maybe they could retire him. He then ended up hitting 5, 6 in and over. And I know he went home last night, watched the footage, and he wasn't too pleased to hear that. And I'll welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Good morning.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, isn't it? And yeah, Stoneman went absolutely ballistic. I think it's good. I just hope he backs himself to go maybe a little bit earlier as well, because once he got going, it was really good. Here's Sawa. Bowls wide. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're well. And thanks for joining us, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company, as always. And plenty of sunshine. That's what we like to see. And no real wind to speak of. I know the wind's been a real factor in the last couple of days, especially for the right-handers. It's been favouring their leg side shots that they elevate. So, yeah, a bit of value all around the wicket today. Still a good in-swing up from runner Sawa.
He can take it both ways, Vinny. He's like a miniature Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah. I don't know about miniature, but runner, yeah, he can get the ball to wobble. So, I mean, Irish, they are the only undefeated team left in Group B. They're 4-0 against Punjab CC, who are 3-1 from Amadora, which is part of Lisbon, the capital. Yeah, 3-1. That one game they lost, so they got bowled out for 60. So they're exciting but combustible. Yeah, this one just shapes away. Quarter wide. That's a pretty harsh call.
Well, the weather has improved, but it is a little bit cool out there, and Sawa's taking some time to warm up, Vin.
You be the umpire here. Does this grab any of the line as it goes past?
Absolutely.
It does. Just probably 10% of the ball. That's the problem, I suppose, with the swing. As it's not super easy to control as well.
So it's about 60% of the ball for me, Vinny.
Won't call a recount this early. Oh, this one sneaks down leg side. It will be a wide by the barest of margins, and they'll sneak through for a second as well. So it'll be 2 wides. That will bring Badenhorst back on strike. A man who's recently moved to Portugal from South Africa.
Quite a lot of South Africans move over, don't they?
Yeah, they're spread out all around the world. A bit like Australians, I suppose. We're kind of spread far and wide these days. Bit of a South African flavour to this team with Butchimatsa obviously growing up there. Of the Stomans, of course. Conrad Greenshields, Badenhorst now. Yeah, it's another Induka. And Badenhorst just pushes away for a single. And how was your night last night? I know that you were talking about going into Lisbon to watch the Liverpool-Benfica game.
Yeah, I was there.
Were you really?
Yeah, it was good. I was in the nosebleed section, but the boys got up 3-1. Pretty exciting.
Yeah? So what was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, loud. Unbelievable stadium. Very loud indeed.
What about when Benfica scored their goal? Must have been going right off.
Oh, I had earplugs in, Vinny. Sensational. Yeah, you know when you're in one of those away ends, you can't celebrate the goal for the team you support. Obviously, I'm a Liverpool supporter. I went I almost got up there.
Better be careful.
Yeah, had to be
careful. You want to get out in one piece.
Yep, and then I mosey on back to the hotel, had a good night's rest, and pretty fizzed up for today.
Europeans are pretty friendly everywhere I go, but then you put them in a football stadium, and different.
Violent. Violent to say the least.
Can be.
Millwall, Chelsea. Oh, listen, that's a bit of James Anderson about that. He's just bringing it back in. No.
He obviously knows what he's doing, but he's very hard to play because you don't know what it is. One thing you would say about Sawa is it bends from the hand, right? So you should be able to pick up which way it's going pretty early. Not many are going straight at the moment.
Have you noticed there's a bit of cricket royalties joined our staff today as well?
Yes, I have noticed that. And, he's foolishly gone for the shorts as well because he obviously wasn't watching when you struggle.
I don't know if it's too foolish, Vinny. It's turned out to be a fantastic day.
I mean, Yeah, still, I wouldn't say it's boiling. Maybe for English weather. It's currently 9 degrees, which is about 48 Fahrenheit. Yeah, Toby Marriott is with us from Cricket District, and he's a social media Jedi. That's what we called him. And yeah, he's going to be doing a bit of content for us. That sounds great.
Yeah. Did you see his reverse sweep off Rashid Khan, the little amateur versus pro?
Yeah, well, if I didn't know about it, I'd know it after speaking to Toby about it. He does bring it up every minute or two.
My ears in the car this morning were bleeding. Unbelievable.
Last ball of a pretty long over from Sawa. And this is driven down too long on, which is one of the outfielders. And there's our first Tortuga of the day. Well, I don't know if this is a Tortuga or a fake Tortuga, but I can tell you it blasts through Saeed Ali Naki. And, well, this you think it's one, but heads up. Somehow it goes off maybe the second or the third toe and bounces over the line. So an undeserved boundary to end the first over. It's 13 for no loss.
Yeah, well, those extras put them behind the 8 ball and then an easy 4 given. So poor start from Punjab CC. They take a breath here and get their head into the game. I know it's early, but you've got to be switched on once you take the field. And they'll be disappointed with that start.
Yeah, they will, just with the nature of the last ball of the over. So, second over coming up. We have seen a lot of swing. I mean, sometimes we talk about cloud cover and swing, but there's no clouds in the sky today. So
no one truly knows what swing is.
You could probably study it for years and years and years and still don't understand it. I don't get how, if it's cloudy, it swings more. It's just something that we all accept and think about. Maybe there's a bit of confirmation bias in that. Here's Osama Ali, who's into the lineup, and he's going to start with a big filthy wide outside the off stump.
Well, they can't control the swing. That's one thing I've noticed this morning, Vinny. It's going all sorts everywhere, and that's 15 off the first, theoretically.
I'm going to give you a wides count because there haven't been too many off the bat so far. And so, yeah, we have 6 to Badenhorst. We have 1 to Faf Stoneman, and we have 8 in wides so far, as it's 15 love. Misama Ali just needs to also watch out for the time, because I think that could be a factor so far.
That's an early call from you.
Because essentially, we've only bowled 1 over, and it's already 7 minutes in. All right, so you pretty much need to be going at 4.5 minutes and over. That's kind of what...
That's probably bang on average, though, isn't it? Like, 1 over takes around 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But taking 7, essentially, we'll start at the second. But just an early call with the amount of wides. And there's another one. So another outswinger. It's almost like these openers. Traditionally, you have to just kind of knock the shine off the ball. Well, then Greenshields can come in and whack them.
Well, it is early, isn't it? We don't know what the boys got up to last night. And maybe still a little bit tired. You see that, Vin? He's just under-armed. He's missed that by a mile. They're a little bit sleepy, Vin. Let's be honest.
Can happen. I mean, these tournaments are a war of attrition. And this is the Suns a factor. And I think he elbows himself in the ribs as he tries to get them as well. This one. He knocks into Faf, and he's going to have to run. So a spine tingler for Stoneman, but Badenhorst does get a single.
Yeah, nice running between the wickets.
I hope he's got better reflexes than this when he's down the other end, because that was coming pretty slow and he still couldn't get out of the way.
He can use his hand there to deflect it away from himself. You can see he was nervous to use his hand, but he actually can to protect himself.
Yeah, you can.
But then you can't run.
Yeah, probably not.
Frowned upon.
Technically you could. But
yep. That's going to be another wide, Vincenzo.
Rack them up.
Well, what did we put in the coffees this morning? Because they're a bit all over the shop at the moment.
It's like they're using one of those balls that's taped up one side at the moment.
How good
they're
was
really
that?
going.
That was always the best. Bit of backyard cricket. Do you ever dip it in water as well and then it would skid off?
Let us know your backyard cricket rules, like specific to
stock standard.
Specific to your. Some have funny ones though.
Yeah, the most common rule. I'll get into this, and this should be everywhere.
Okay. Yeah, this one's on target. This will be one to Stoneman.
I'd say the most common backyard rule, and of all backyard rules, if there was the almanac of it all, would be automatic wiki.
Yeah.
Everywhere had an auto wiki.
Yeah,
you never had a standing wiki. It was always auto wiki.
See, we would do that, but if we had enough people, we would have a wiki. But you need a lot of people, and also I would normally try and steal it. Well, there's Marzi. He's come out of the blocks pretty hard. Marzi scoring for us. This is just clipped away over the leg side and it's dropped. Punjab CC been disappointing in the field so far, to say the least. This one was pretty much straight down the sweeper's throat, but he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, just all over the shop at the moment, Punjab CC. They need to take a breath and compose themselves. That was a sitter, let's be honest, and a couple of wides, an opportunity gone. And there's our lovely scorers and everyone down there in the second cube. Hope they're enjoying
I
themselves.
was reminiscent of some of your efforts during the ECL, actually.
Yep, 1 from 1.
This is that's going to go straight through the man at square leg. Well, luckily he's got a bit of extra cover as this throw goes well over the keeper. Well, how many fielding errors can you get in one delivery? I can count 2 there as it nutmegs the square leg. And then, I mean, it's well done by the outfielder to back it up, but then he airmailed it over the keeper.
They're going to have to, they're going to have to maybe talk to the fixture list writer-upper, whatever you want to call it. Who creates all our fixtures, Vinny?
Yeah, well, it's done in the office by...
I don't think they can handle the early game.
Well, perfect conditions. There's another wide. I'm going to make an early call, and I'm going to say it's going to be penalty runs. I'm going to make an early call because the other thing is they don't really have a genuine spinner either. So, yeah, at the moment, taking a long time. I mean, remember Brothers 11 Portugal with all the overthrows last week?
Yep.
It seemed like every ball would have overthrows.
There we go.
Better ball. So this will just be one. Let us know where you're watching from around the world as well, and give us your backyard or your kind of improvised cricket rules.
Yeah, I got another one for you. That takes us to the end of the second, 24 for none. I think the other one that we played was 1 hand, 1 bounce, always.
Yeah.
Had to do that. Otherwise,
I don't know about... I was kind of... Sometimes we do that, sometimes we wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it can be too easy to get people out. Depends on your dynamic. See, we used a bat that wasn't a bat because the bat was too easy. We would use the top half of a hockey stick that we sawed in half.
Yeah, nice.
Just because Darius found it a bit easy.
Did you ever...
Or a broomstick handle we would use and saw it off.
Yeah, that's not bad either.
Did you a bit of Don Bradman about it.
Did you ever play mini cricket? Do you know the mini bats and then you had the mini cricket ball? It was like this big and it had a little seam on it.
Yeah, we had a few improvised ones. We had a kind of ping pong ball and a tiny bat that somebody fashioned in woodwork. There's a very quick look at the table as we head into over number 3. And here's Ranasawa. I can tell you the table. Wearash there, top of the table, 4-0. The only undefeated team in Group B. Punjab CC, they're 3-1. But the game they lost, they were bundled out for just 60. They were bowled out halfway through the 10th over. And so, yeah, a few people talking about underarm cricket as well. Obviously, another kind of version. Got Bajendra Yadav watching from Nepal. Hello. And so, everybody else, thank you for your thoughts. And a few people, I think, are just chipping in with their rules. I'll give you another one. When we're on tour with cricket, we play with a kind of a stress ball. You know what I mean? Those kind of spongy balls. And you'd have to bat with either a shoe or like a flip-flop. And you could get caught off the roof of the hotel, but whoever's catching you couldn't use their hands. We used to call it a funny catch. So you'd have to try and catch it, not in your hands, to make it harder. Well, this is pretty straight, and it's going to be good enough. And there is Barry. He's out of the blocks pretty quickly this morning as well. Maximo, first one of the day. And you won't get a straighter shot than this.
Yeah, nice shot. Bit of Chippingtons about that, and he gets enough wood on it to take it for 6. And well, the first big one of the day on this Wicked Wednesday. And is it Wednesday? Yep, it is Wicked Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
And what a shot that was.
Set your watches. This is going to be just one. Well, I'm infuriated Neville because I called it a flip-flop, which is what they'd call it probably around here. He would call it a thong. But there's a reason I didn't use the word thong, because if you ask some of our other viewers what a thong is, it's something very different, and it would be difficult to bat with.
Maybe not. I think they're called pluggers.
Oh, yeah?
A plugger.
You can call it a plugger as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say taking a funny catch is a skill. You could either go crook your elbow or you could try and get it in your shirt. We even experimented for a while with 2 fingers, 2 bounces in games that were very bowling heavy.
Did you always tape up the ball? Was one side taped?
We weren't big tapers of the ball, to be honest, because we lost so many of them.
Okay.
So I think it just got a bit impractical.
Yep.
But we had a driveway that had lots of bricks that were a bit not straight. So you get that natural movement. Last ball of the over coming up. Last ball of the power play for Sawa. And knocked away for a dot. So, look, pretty good power play, but not many off the stick, to be honest. 11 wides in this total at the moment. After 3 overs, it's 33 for no loss.
Yeah, 11 wides in the power play. Don't see that every day. And Sawa was bowling the slowest I've ever seen him bowl there, but sort of got his line and length right at the very end. But yeah, tell us about your backyard cricket stories. Looks like Maya's got one for us, Vinny.
She said she's playing cricket with her nephew and niece using a plush animal, or better than real animal, I guess, and a large plastic bottle. They had a major blast at this. She's watching from Germany, in the south of Germany. Hello, Maya. Great to have you with us. Well, that's nice. Yeah, improvisational cricket. That's one thing.
What, you didn't use the family cat?
We once used just kind of a rock and a stick that we found after a pretty big awards night in Adelaide. And that was still one of the best shots I've ever seen played because my friend hit this rock and it just went miles, and then we just heard a ping as it hit the warehouse roof of this place across the road. So these are the moments that you don't get on the cricket field, but they're still cricket moments.
That's good running between the wickets. There's the double back for 2. Good running from young Faf Stoneman.
He gets a couple here. Yeah, so, yeah, other rules. I mean, some places will be obviously 6 and out. That's one, which is pretty standard.
Yeah, 6
and
and out.
who is responsible for getting the ball if you hit it over the fence?
The batsman.
Is it the batter's got to get it?
Absolutely.
I remember once just escaping a fairly large and angry dog. It was kind of something out of Mission Impossible. You know, when you lose... Oh, just slips as he takes off here, but that'll just be one. You know, when you lose your last ball, that's the biggest thing. And that's, you know, when it's end of the game or being able to continue, that's when you will take some risks. Jumping fences with large dogs, things like that. We tried to distract the dog with something else and get it to the other corner of the yard. Then it was just, you could see it was just the other thing of the fence, and to go get it and get back, it was snapping at my heels. Anyway, give us your stories. As we see another misfield, we'll put it with the rest. Oh, this will be a good race. And I think he's done it. I mean, we'll have to check this one. Does that go into the rope? Maybe it was 4 in the end.
Yeah, I think so, Vinny. He's not
Just,
really running. Well, if it's not 4, they're still running.
They might run. Oh. Well, here we go. I think that's gone. I mean, we were obscured there by the little box. As I think, I'll have a look at it here. And I said it would be a good race. He just never gained. And there we go. Yeah, it does go into the
Look
rope.
at the double rope there.
Yeah, double plugger. Samarali bowling his second over. Yeah, I suppose they're bowling swing bowlers out in the first 4 overs here, but yeah, they've just had trouble controlling it, haven't they?
What's the stop clock on, Vinny? Because you are right. I reckon they're miles behind. Those winds have really hurt them.
Especially because after that ball went for 4, it took about 3 minutes to get it. So I'll tell you at the end of this over. Well, right now, it's been 17 minutes and a bit. So maybe they're slightly back on track. Full toss, whipped away, and yeah, good stop. Mazamal Abbas will cut that one off. Yeah, it's nice to see a stop finally. Punjab CC have been pretty wasteful so far.
Yeah, they've been a little bit wasteful. They're just trying to get themselves into this game. They started the slower of the 2 sides. Opening partnership of 42 now. Both batsmen are set. Expect one of them to expand their game shortly.
Last ball the over. And this is a little bit short. It's turned away, but it's a bit of a leaning edge. Fielder goes back and drops it. That wasn't an easy one. Now he's going to try and stop it. Oh. And there's 3 of them that will converge. And they're going to miss out in the end. And, well, this kind of sums up the first 4 overs for Punjab CC. What might have been a wicket turns out to be a 4. Too many cooks spoil the broth. This one gets away. And, well, at the end of 4 overs, it's 46 for no loss. Very good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximum. Alongside me is Corey Ruckers. And it's great to have your company once again on the European Cricket Network. And, yeah, Corey, we're excited for this clash because these are the top 2 teams at the moment in Group B, but still 2 days to play. Remember, one team will drop out after tomorrow night's matches.
Yeah, it'll be sad to lose one team, and it's going to be pretty close between the Kumbra Knights and maybe Friendship CC. But Group B's been a good standard, and I'm looking forward to when the groups converge and we have finals. Yeah, well, I think so. Of course, we will have quarterfinals on Friday. We'll have finals day on Saturday. So plenty to watch out for over the next few days in Portugal. And look, next week as well, I know we're going to Netherlands, and you must be pretty excited about getting back home and sleep in your own bed. Would have been a little while. Oh,
I suppose now.
I'll miss the hotel with you guys, that's for sure.
The hotel won't miss you. It's a bit harsh, actually. I know you've been enjoying the hotel. And what's the room service bill last night? Did you...
Oh, no, I was at the football, Vinny, so no room service bill.
Okay, for once.
But no, I'm a little bit worried about when we check out and they go, so Mr. Ruckers from 307, 7,623.
I think it's crazy you've given your actual room number as well. But
Santorum Hotel.
I don't know who's going to be turning up. I want that floor as well. Form an orderly queue if you're in the area. Anyway, time to get a move on here. We haven't had a lot going on so far. This is a better delivery. This is Said Ali Naki. He gets one past the outside edge. Stoneman hasn't hit a boundary yet in, well, now 14 deliveries. He's 11. And so, yeah, I mean, I had actually had a bottle of Australian wine last night, which is not often you see that on the menu. So
Little Chardonnay number?
It was Merlot.
Ooh.
It was a nice way to spend an evening. I think I'm getting old because I'll tell you what I did with it. This is just worked away for one. He went after dinner and sat in those really plush leather chairs and, you know, just...
Oh, you fell asleep, didn't you?
A lot of mahogany wood. I just meant like kind of this is what
You fell
I
asleep.
imagine an older gentleman would, how he would spend his evening. You know, he didn't quite have the pipe and
Did you
little
fall asleep?
glasses. No, I didn't. Like, that is my trademark at team dinners, isn't it? I do, because I do get up early. I do tend to crash sometimes at the table. Here's Nucky.
Oh.
Nice shot. That's going to absolutely explode off the bat of Button Horse. Out, that one's going to roll halfway up the hill. It's an Easter egg hunt on the cards for the fielding side. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Werrash. They're 51 for no loss in the fifth over.
Yep, short, wide. You've got to put it away still. He absolutely laced that, Vinny. Good shot. And Button Horse, 28 off 13, playing good innings. Stoneman, he's in test match mode, 12 off 15.
He's a slow starter, isn't he? Sometimes faff, but
Well, it runs.
when I was calling to retire him yesterday, and then he went absolutely nuts.
Well, the thing is, if he gets out now, then it's a... Yeah, he runs the gauntlet, doesn't he? There's a lot of risk playing that way.
There's a certain C. Greenshield's waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah.
As this next ball's worked away for a single. Said Ali Naki has had an interesting time with the ball so far. Struggled a bit with some high full deliveries, but today, no problems so far, apart from that 4, which is just a really good shot. He's bowled a very good over here. But yeah, say hello to us in the live chat. Hello to Sam Nick as well. This is work down the ground. And so this will just be a single. It's the end of the over at the halfway point. It's 53 for no loss. Pretty good over by Said Ali Naki. He only concedes 7 in the 5th.
Yep, only 7th in the 5th. So that's pretty good bowling. They're just starting to get themselves back into this game with their lines and lengths. They started a little bit slow this morning, a little bit weary-eyed, but they seem to be back on the job now.
Yeah, just looking at the first 2 overs, the Punjab CC, they conceded 24, but there was only 1 boundary in there. So that shows you that they're pretty loose. The 11 wide's a factor. Button Horse 29 not out of 14. He's looked better and better the more he's batted as well in this series. And you see the batting line up there, fairly long one. You know, someone like Janjat who likes to whack the ball, he's listed at 5 normally. As we see Umar Muhammad coming into the attack.
Oh.
This is not a good one. That's going to be a no ball. And it's going to travel as well. Maximo! This one is a batter's heaven. They get 7. Have a look at this. Pretty good shot, actually. And yeah, good early call. TP all over it. And that's a disastrous start to the over. And the next ball coming up will be a free hit.
Well, we just said they're getting themselves slowly back into this game and with a bit of line bowling, length bowling, but that's a shocker. First up, 7 runs without bowling a ball. Not easy.
Well, now free hit. That was the excuse for Stoneman to kind of release the shackles. This one bounces a bit more, and then he thought, and so it goes over the bat. Free hit not cashed in.
No, definitely missed out there, Vin. He had the immunity cloak on, couldn't capitalise.
Shot, well timed, and this is going to be 4. This is clever batting because he just lets it get a little bit later on him, or a little bit to him, which means that he gets it behind point. That's where the gap was, and smart batting. So Stoneman, he's heating up. He gets another boundary.
Yep, that's a nice cricket shot. Just playing the ball on its merit. Short, wide, you still got to put it away. That's exactly what he does. He's now got himself to 23 off 19. And he's starting to get himself ticking as well.
Bed delivery driven away, just a single. This is a pretty good start. They're going at pretty much 120 pace and without green shields actually being sighted. That's one thing that we identified, I think, with Werash, is they've been heavily reliant on green shields so far in building their scores. They did get away with it yesterday, but when he went for just 10, it was a much closer game. He walks at this full toss and gets one. But want to Luke Belgium as well, who's in the chat, and everyone else, if you'd like to say hello. I'm just popping my head into the chat right now to Shrub on as well. And, I'll do my daily lurker call out as well a bit later. Not just yet. You can lurk in peace. As this one's worked away. Nice bit of fielding that time. Haven't seen too many clean pickups, but that was pretty well done by Arslan Ahmed.
Yeah, good pick up by the keeper there as well in the half volley throw. Yeah, you're right. Without green shields coming in to open, there's a bit of pressure on these two to always be going at the rate because we know how explosive he can be.
Yeah. I mean, it should be less pressure, really, with such a key batter to come. This is another low full toss. This one is cut off once again. This is Imran Rao, the captain. We haven't seen bowling too much in this series. This will be the end of the over at 68 for no loss. Hello to Ivor Hammond in the chat, and he was asking, are there any provisional dates for Malta this year? Well, at the moment, in the draft schedule, it looks like Malta will be starting on the 31st of October. Pardon me, the 24th of October. So it goes for 2 weeks, 24th and 31st of October. But again, that's all subject to change at this stage. But yeah, last week of October, first week of November will be the plan for Malta. A place that we always love going. And who knows, we may get there a couple of times depending on how the schedule changes during the year.
Are we going to Croatia at any stage, Vinny?
I know you've asked me this every day, but I'll even give you the date that we're planning to be in Croatia. It's exactly 1 week before, on the 17th. And we should be going to Zadar for the first time, so that'll be a new location.
Very exciting.
All right, here's Parveen Singh. He gets one hit straight back at him. Okay, I'm going to throw one at you then. I talked about tactical retirements yesterday. Even though these guys are going good guns, if you've got someone like Greenshields in the shed, do you get him out? At what point do you say, look, it's 8 overs down or 9 overs down, let's get him in there? Or you think you just stick with the guys that are doing the job?
I don't think they will. I just can't see that happening. I get your thinking and I get the theory behind it, but I don't think captains are brave enough to do it yet.
And the thing is, there's a downside as well, that if it doesn't come off, say he gets out early or gets out first ball and skies one, then you can't bring the retired batter back in that situation. So it's not just a one-sided equation. Oh, geez, he missed out on the gift there, didn't he?
Yeah, that had some wrapping paper on it, Vinny. That should have gone miles.
That's so annoying as a batter as well. And you'll see often a batter will play a really loose stroke next because he's trying to catch up with that one, which was annoying as well because it misses the pad. It's a dead leg as well for Badenhorst. Look at this. Bang. Oh, that'll hurt. That would hurt. He's got the thigh pad on, but I just have a feeling that one missed it. So
Pavane starts with 3 dot balls, though.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one. And there we go. It goes straight and goes pretty well. This will be 4. Well, no one straight down the ground. Cuatro Carreras. Good batting by Badenhorst as he moves to 35.
Yeah, it's good batting. And just lobs it beautifully straight over the umpire's head. Not many people put fielders there. So 4 runs, much needed boundary after the 3 dot balls.
I know you're a big fan of that position.
It's not only just for that position, though. It's for actually where it moves everybody else. It's just changing the angles on the field and the pockets on the field.
Badenhorst, this is his highest score now in ECS cricket, beating his 29 against the Wild Panthers. Yeah, it's a lucky fumble, really, for Umar Mohammed. He had no idea when that had bounced off him. And luckily it stayed in front of him, so just a single.
Yeah, good running. I like that Stoneman was looking for 2, at least attempting. Last ball of the 7th.
He's been good, hasn't he? Parveen here. ... 4-1. He's got 1 ball at Stoneman. I think he's got to go at this. He's just happy to play it away for a single.
So that's a shot there that at this time with 19 balls left and 10 wickets in hand, you've got to be power hitting that.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that. But anyway, it's the end of the 7th over. The score 74 for no loss. This is where we're heading on the FanCode European Cricket Series Roadshow as we head around Europe. Being Capella, the Netherlands next week. That's Corey's hometown. And then we'll be in Sofia, Bulgaria for a week. That'll be great. We're going to see a new team in Bulgaria. The Blacksmiths will be playing.
Wow.
So watch out for them.
Yep.
You've got the services of Mohammed Fayaz, who played for Barbarians last year. Bucharest in Romania. Well, we know some of the characters we might run into there. And they're a pretty popular side as well. Taranjit Singh, I'm sure, will be pretty keen on that series. And then Malmö and Stockholm, 2 weeks each in those locations in Sweden. So we'll pretty much spend the whole month of May in Sweden. Here's Imran Mohammed coming back for his second over. And so now Stoneman's had enough. He gets deep in his crease, but he should be out here, and it's taken. So Parveen takes the catch, and he set that up with some good bowling as well. But it will be cashed in. And so finally, this opening partnership is broken at 74. Imran Mohammed gets the wicket. Stoneman goes for 26. It's 74 for 1.
Well, this is the risk you run when you don't go too hard early. So 26 off 23 and then you get out. It doesn't pay off this time because yesterday he did that and then he exploded. But if you don't explode, I mean, you faced more than 33% of the deliveries and you've only made 26. I don't know if that's a good T10 innings.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I think at the other end, Badenhorst, who's been going at a decent clip, but his strike rate of 171 is, I suppose, average.
What's Laurie Evans look like?
Laurie Evans.
Yeah. I've just been told I look like his brother.
He plays for Perth Scorchers.
Yeah, is he
Yeah, I mean,
good-looking man?
I'm not going to say he's not. You know.
You take a
could be
compliment when it comes.
Look like
Good.
Laurie Evans. I wasn't expecting that one.
No, either. I've never heard that one. I got told I look like the dad vampire of Twilight a few times.
Can't say I've seen that one.
Yeah, love that series.
You like it?
Nah, I was more a Harry Potter fan, to be fair.
Yeah, I can see that. All right, here we go. Here's C. Greenshields.
6.
All right. First thing in the morning, though. Gets a full delivery that he just drives away. Should just be 1, and it is. So does this put more pressure on Greenshields coming in with only less than 3 overs to go? Or
No, because you're only thinking one way or the highway. You're not complicated in your brain and in your mind. You're just thinking, let's get on with it. Let's get as many boundaries as possible.
See, I think that Punjab CC, they'll have a very different approach with their innings. They will throw the bat from ball 1. It's a high variance strategy, but can pay off well in this format where normally someone will get away. This one's just a single to Badenhorst. So the 2 South African-born players are out there now for Werush. Slightly new-looking Werush side. And the Swans have had a bit of player movements both ways. Last quarter of the innings. This one grabs a bit of thigh pad. It'll just be a leg by. And Punjab CC, if they can keep it to around the 100, 110, I think they'll be pretty satisfied.
Absolutely, especially with the start they had. And I've got good news coming through, Vinny. The weather in Rotterdam next week for Capella has improved.
That's good.
Yep.
Good to hear.
Bit of sunshine over there in the Netherlands, so we should be able to get lots of cricket in. Shot. Hits that one hard down the ground. Will he get there? Oh, it skids off the turf, and it's 4 bonus runs. He could have stopped it, but pretty difficult on the half volley.
Yeah, well, I suppose it gains speed, and you just never know how this first bounce is going to react. Badenhorst, he elevates straight. Yeah, did actually shoot through a bit. So not an easy one to get behind because you could find yourself kind of lights out if it goes wrong. Anyway, Badenhorst moves into the 40s with that shot. He goes over the offside this time, picks another gap and gets 4 more. That's good batting. That's good placement as well. As Badenhorst sends another one up the hill. So 4 quedadas más, and it's the end of the 8th over. It's 85 for 1.
Yeah, good shot, good batting, back-to-back boundaries, and Badenhorst, he's playing a good little innings here. We look at the run rates, and yeah, I told you, Vinny, they have improved drastically.
Yeah, so 11.3 yesterday. We did expect slightly higher scores in Group B, which is the orange, compared to the yellow, which was Group A. And kind of seeing now it's more like what we saw back in 2021 when we had the shorter boundaries. Overall in this ground, 9.9, but I think, yeah, 11.1 is the average so far in this group. I think that's, I think you killed the worm with the other
Finally.
graph. Yeah, 110, I think, this par, based on what we're seeing there. Corey Fangirl in the chat. Hello to Corey Fangirl. It's great to have you in the chat. And just an observation. I'll come to in a second as we see Said Alinaki with the ball. It's just worked away.
Shot.
And Conrad, this is going to be 4. Well, that shows you how quick this outfield is, despite being first thing in the morning. Not too much of a dew factor with the sun out. And this is just caressed away past the fielder as he threads the needle for 4 more.
Yep, just put into the gap, and this outfield is absolutely rapid. He's sort of got to go left there and just dive and hope you stop it, because once you turn and run with the ball, you just can't get there.
Yeah, just because there was no swing on the shot, he thought maybe that ball's going to pull up, but he used the pace very, very well.
This has to be the quickest outfield in ECS, surely.
Wait for Bulgaria. This is up there, but Bulgaria is
look at that.
grave. It's a step over for 2. Well, talk me through this one, Corey.
Oh, I'd rather not, Vinny. I'd really rather not. All he had to do was get down, but the big man, Ranasawa, well, obviously didn't want to get to the bottom of the cupboard and pick one out. Oh, it's just lazy.
I actually think he's done well not to kick that. How did he get both feet out the way? Because he could have easily booted that.
He might have been watching Benfica in the football last night.
Maybe he knew it was just going to be 1, but then turned into 2. Sid Villas Digna talking about the time factor. It looks like they've got about 4 minutes to bowl 4 balls, so I think they'll be all right. Well, this is in the air. It's uncontrolled by Green Shields. Should be gone. No, it goes over the fence in the end. Maximo 6 to Green Shields. Well, I thought off the bat that it wasn't travelling that far, but it just kept going. Of course, we don't have the wind blowing it back into play today, so that's why this one carries all the way for 6.
Altitude, Vinny. We're high up in the altitude, just like in Joburg, and it just gets that little bit of extra distance it needed. 6 runs.
That was the kind of shot that was a catching opportunity in the last couple of days when the wind was heavily behind the bowler, but no real wind to speak of today. Halfway through this 9th over.
Shot.
He works this away. It's all about the placement. This time he finds the fielder. Green Shields moves to 14 off 6. Yeah, so I'm going to say Corey Fangirl in chat saying, hey, Corey, how you feeling today? The energy seems to be a bit low.
No, my energy's there. I slept pretty well last night. It's a bit low because it's early.
Is it?
I build.
You normally, yeah, you
I'm a builder.
often say game 1, yeah, probably not your best game.
That's
the kind of self-analysis that I like.
There hasn't been too many huge events for me to get around yet. It's been a pretty attritional.
We're spoiled because, I mean, this is actually pretty entertaining innings, but it seems average for us. Here's Buttonhorse, who's on 45. And he wants this one, but it skews off the outside edge. It could be caught.
No chance.
And it won't be caught. In fact, I don't even think it was touched by Ranasawa in the end. He takes a seat on the grass as this one goes begging. Buttonhorse gets away with it.
Honestly, some mornings it feels like we're playing with a bar of soap because they just can't pick the ball up and he doesn't read it there, and then the fumble from the fielder coming in. And, yeah, Punjab CC, they'll look back at these 10 overs and go, we could have kept them to 90 with our better fielding standard.
It brings up the 100 now. 7 balls still left on the table. This is a pretty good Yorker. Said Alinaki, not the worst 2 overs he'll ever bowl, but he does go for 23. It's the end of 9, and it's 101 for 1.
Yeah, 101 for 1 after 9 with 6 remaining. I still think they'll get to that 115 mark, especially if Green Shields gets a bit of the strike. But yeah, Punjab CC, a little bit sloppy this morning, but it is early. 8:30 starts here in Portugal.
Ninj saying, Corey, did you see the Benfica fan throw that metal pole at Diaz when he scored at the game last night? Did you see that? What were your seats like at the game last night?
I could see him from the back corner, and I saw the pole fly, and it's disappointing to see that. But emotions were running high in the stadiums. Benfica played a better second half.
Yeah.
And when we scored that, it was all over. All she wrote.
So there's the worm. I know that you might have missed it last time, but you see the worm is going up. 10th over, and pretty good first ball from Parveen Singh, who bowled a good over back in the 7th. He only conceded 6, including 3 dot balls. This one is right on target. Buttonhorst. He will be at the other end now. He moves to 49, within range of his first ECN cricket half century. Yeah, nice looking cover drive. It's hit well, and it's going to be 4. So Green Shields, he just caresses the ball, doesn't he? He's such a good timer of cricket ball, has such a good technique. This is just slightly over pitched, not quite that Yorker length. He basically shows his stumps and backs himself to hit through that offside. 4 runs, good batting.
Good shot, good hand speed through the shot, and good flick of the wrist at the point of contact.
Sam Houghton saying the teams like these need to introduce a fine system. There'll be less drops. Well, I don't know about less drops, but they certainly would make a bit of extra cash.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be less drops.
Might be a few second mortgages going out. 4 to come now. Greenshields wants the offside again. He backs away and he gets it behind point. 4 more. Now, this is all going according to plan. Now, as Greenshields, this is the thing. He's batting so well. You think maybe he hasn't had enough balls to face potentially in this innings, but
well, this is
still a very good score on the board. They reach 110 now.
Well, when you've got a player like him sitting at 3 and he's only going to face maybe maximum 11 balls in the innings, that's wrong. That's just wrong. You can't have someone this destructive hiding at 3. He needs to be out there at the start for me. 3
to come. Parveen. Same plan. Goes over the offside, and this one might be the best of the lot. Maximo! Greenshields elevates. He's going outside the leg stump, and he's playing these straight bat shots. Good cricketing shape. And Werash accelerating here in the last.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. He gets the half volley that he wanted, that he's been waiting on, and he feasts on it. Straight over deep mid-off for 6, and yeah, just adds to the point that when you've got someone like this in the locker, obviously the star batsman in this side, he can't come out at 3. I mean, he's 28 off 9.
Do you reckon he's going to strand Badenhorst here?
Yep.
I think he is. I mean, I suppose, team point of view, you might need all these runs against Punjab CC as well. You've got a pretty good batting lineup, long batting lineup. So, yeah, Badenhorst, I suppose, maybe is a bit fortunate to get 49 anyway, because he had a pretty close call on a skied ball last over. But anyway, 2 to come. Greenshields looks like he wants to go the other way. Might be a fake out. It is, and so he just goes one hand for this time. And this one, this is just showing how well he's batting. And he needs the one hand on the bat. He still gets 4. He moves to 32 off just 10 balls.
Yep, striking above 300 now. This one more spliced away off the bat, but gets into a region of space for another 4. And, well, he's batting beautifully here. And not much that Punjab CC can do. I think Punjab CC are just happy he's come out so late.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, he's got the backing away and then the fake to off stump and then backing away. That's kind of all he's done so far. Because I think he knows he's hitting that shot so well. He wants to play it.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to he was trying to mentally fake out the bowler. Look, now he might be batting outside leg stump again. Next time he wants to go. In fact, he won't hit the last ball. Parveen digs it in. And Conrad said, that was well bowled. And this will take us to the end of the 10 overs. And Werash, after being sent in by Punjab CC here in match number 33, they're going to finish on 120. 121 will be the chase for Punjab CC and Medora when they return. It's still all up. I mean, probably slightly over par, but certainly not out of reach for Punjab, which have a lot of exciting, dynamic players. Having said that, Werash, we know that they've got a pretty good defending bowling attack. And they did defend a lower score last night as we head into day 9 action. Well, Marzi was there. He certainly got out the right side of the bed. And, well, we could see the Blue Crew having such a great time. But wasn't such a great time for the fielders early, as they looked a little bit snoozy here on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, they looked a little bit sloppy and just weren't with it in the first 3 overs especially. Plenty of wides and plenty of missed fields and a couple of missed catching opportunities, and that will be pretty upsetting for Punjab CC, because when you're versing a good team like the Swans, you have to be really, really careful about letting players off the hook, and that's what happened until there was the wicket of the young Francois Stoneman. But that only brought Conrad Greenshields to the wicket, which in the end, it does make the difference, because the score ended up getting into that 120 region. There was a little bit more of foot fumbles around the field, and Punjab CC didn't do themselves any help. But credit to the Swans batsmen. They had the right intent. They batted well in partnerships, and, well, they rode their luck, but you also make your own luck in this game. Conrad Greenshields came out for a really late cameo, 32 not out off 11 balls. He hit the ball to all parts, especially in this last over, with a couple of 6s and a couple of 4s. And Badenhorst, well, he ends on 49 not out, 1 away from a personal milestone. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards now, and, well, only 3 men required in the batting lineup, and pretty surprising, I think, that Conrad Greenshields is at 3, because look at that, 32 off 11. That's a brilliant T10 innings. Badenhorst, 49 off 27. Just struggled a little bit to get it away in the late overs, otherwise he would have made 50. And Francois Stoneman, 26 off 23. it's handy, but I think he needs to step it up a little bit. If he's going to bat in the power play, you might as well use it. Otherwise, I'd be swapping him and Greenshields in the lineup. 11 wides, and amazingly, all 11 wides came in the first 3 overs. You don't see that every day, so after that ball stopped swinging, they found their control. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard here, and two overs apiece for everybody, and almost identical figures for everyone. You don't see that every day. The only person with the wicket, Umar Mohammed, he picked up 1, so a partnership of 74 to start, and then a partnership of 46 for the second wicket. But yeah, you don't see that too often. Nearly every bowler had identical figures, just showing how hard it was for them to contain the Swans' batting lineup. So that takes us to the halfway stage. 120 for 1's the score, 121 required for Punjab CC. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Katacha in Portugal. Well, that's pretty as the picture. It's a wonderful cricket ground here. You see the house in the background belongs to Paolo Bucciamazza, who is from the Awarish Club, who are on the park this morning, led by Conrad Greenshields this year. And at the moment, they are halfway through the first match of the day. It's Awarish versus Punjab CC. The first match of the double header. And in the first half, it was Awarish that was sent in by Punjab CC after Punjab captain Imran Rao won the toss. Awarish have put on 120 for 1 off their 10 overs. And so now we're going to see the reply. And that looks like Junaid Khan, who's going to be opening up. And he has been getting the ball to swing around corners so far in this series. Doesn't really have the breeze assisting him today. So let's see if he still gets that movement. We have seen some swing this morning, despite the fact that there's no real clouds in the sky at all. He'll be bowling first up to Abdul Qazi, the keeper and opening batter for Punjab CC. It's 121 to win in match 33. And here's the first ball. This one does shape in a bit. Grabs the thigh of Qazi. That'll be the first run of the innings. It won't be off the bat. There's Carlo Bucciamazza, who we've seen come into this Awarish lineup as well. He chipped in with a wicket yesterday. And, Diogo Martins, the native Portuguese player, is 12th man in this game. I wonder if we'll see him at some point on the field, but he did take 1 wicket yesterday, had 3 opportunities when we did see Diogo with the ball. Right now, it's Junaid Khan. This is very high from Ahmed. It's skewed up. It should be caught. And it is dropped by Mubin Tariq. Oh, this one hung up there a long time. Had some hang time. And really no wind to speak of today. He got in a good position, but just bounced out of the palms of Tariq. He's normally a pretty good fielder. Russell Ahmed hit this up and just clangs off the palms. That's the margin of error. It's probably only about half an inch or 1 centimetre from the middle of his hands, but it bounces out. And now Qazi gets a thick edge down to 3rd man. Miguel Stoneman's only pretty solid down there.
Well, we know half an inch or a centimetre can make a big difference, Vinny.
It can. Talk about millimetres. Game of millimetres. It's, welcome back, Corey Ruckers. And Corey, once again, we've seen the drop catch disease striking Portugal. There's Junaid. This one swings the other way. In fact, it gets through the keeper. Well, this is wasteful. Oh, well, there's a bit of imitation, the greatest form of flattery about this start. As Junaid gets one to shape away and just second bounce, takes it straight through the pegs of the keeper, Janjat. So that's 5 wides. And, yeah, not the greatest start in the first over for Awarish.
Yeah, it's been one of those mornings, just a little bit of rustiness slipping into these 2 lineups, especially in the power plays. Junaid, he's not often bowling it that wide of off stump. Can he get his rhythm up here, Vinny? No.
Yeah, down the leg side, call to White's another one. Question from Cricket Lover in the chat.
Hello, Cricket Lover.
Do we have any ECS dates for Italy? Well, their plan is in Italy to start on the 27th of June and run for 5 weeks.
Buongiorno.
To go, yeah, buongiorno to you.
Ciao, Bella.
Yeah. You just going to spout random Italian words? What else?
Actually, no, I did Italian in high school.
Bellissimo.
Oh, well, that's pretty high. Is it going to be called a no ball? I don't think so. Might have just crept under waist height.
I think it does by the time it reaches the batter, but it certainly was over pitched. He's trying to get that swing.
Get out of the way, Brendan.
Yeah, that was lower, but good view of Brendan there. Batted well. Yeah, so 27th of June, we should have 4 locations, then a Super Series.
Okay.
So
wow,
it should run for 5 weeks.
That's big, isn't it?
So it should run pretty much through July.
Yep.
But starting just at the end of June. Looking forward to that. And this is down the ground. And will be 4. So over pitch again from Junaid. And Ahmed, he had a bit of a life at the start of this innings, but he does get a boundary here as they move up to 13. Good straight hitting.
Yeah, you got to take your luck, and should have been caught earlier in the over, but he's still there, and that's his first boundary.
Yeah, so there is some talk, and it will be kind of confirmed by the Town Cricket Federation, that whoever wins that Super Series will be the ECL qualifier. Not confirmed yet.
Wow.
But that would be huge.
Groundbreaking news, that.
Last ball of the over coming up. And this one is sliced away over the offside. There's nobody home. And this one will get to the boundary as well. So, 4 carreras más. Ahmed cashes in on a life with a couple of 4s. And in the end, it's a pretty expensive start for Werash. Junaid goes for 17 in his first over, 17 for no loss.
Is there anywhere that you would like to see us go more with the ECS? I think I might have posed it to like a new country, but there is anywhere that you truly love going to, and it's just a great ground, or...
I think I said that I love going everywhere. If you're talking about Italy, I think the ground in Bologna is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's the one where we were feeding the crocodiles right next to the ground.
Yeah.
So that's probably one that I really like in Italy. That's a developing ground. I still think I'd like to get to England at some point.
Yeah, that would be
nice.
nice.
Just to give more people a look and expose more people to it there. And I think we might get some crowds there, for example. But at the moment, particularly Brexit, is making it a bit complicated. Here's Green Shields with over number 2. Gets this one hit on the foot, but I think it's probably still going down the leg side.
Yeah, it's definitely made contact with him outside the line of the leg stump. Are we back at Greece this year? Are we going back to Corfu?
At the moment, it's not the draft schedule, but I know we do have plans to get back to Greece at some point.
Do love that place.
Let's have a look at this one. This is going to be an outswing kind of a
it's
day for Green Shields, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like that. Because it doesn't have that big breeze left to right. Can swing it both ways, but I think his go-to is the outswing, and that was a pretty good one there first up.
Yeah, you've just got to play the ball a lot later when it's swinging, and he was very, very, very early on that stroke.
So here's Conrad. Oh, this one.
Yeah, outside the leg stump and pretty high as well. Couple things wrong with that
I think
one.
it's the height. I mean, let's see where it pitches. I'm not so sure it pitches outside the leg stump. For me, it maybe pitches on, but yeah, I think it's climbing. Umpire, quick to indicate. It was off the leg. Just seemed a bit late on that one, didn't he? Good morning to Rico Fool, who's in the chat. Hello, Rico. Hope you're well. Saying good morning, everyone. The sun is also finally back in Spain. Well, that's good to hear. A walking waft from Ahmad. And he said, let's see if the Punjabi boys have also had their aloo parathas this morning. Yeah, well, we'll have to see what kind of Punjab CC batting performance we get. We know that they're exciting. Now, Rico was showing me they had flooding in like Valencia where he is. They had proper rain,
really,
flooding, everything. They were swimming down the street. It was crazy, but it's good to hear the sun's back out for you, Rico. Hope you're enjoying your time off. And this one could be out, and it will be. This is the one that goes the other way or just holds its line. It catches Ahmed on the full. Dead in front. It's the first wicket, and Green Shields. The captain does it again. He hasn't been scored off yet. He does take a wicket, and Ahmed, his lives have run out. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, that's cannoning into leg stump. And Ahmed, I don't think he's ever seen a swing bowler before because he didn't look like he was going to hit any of those deliveries. And Green Shields gets the wicket. You can see this one just going in with the arm.
Yeah.
And that is cannoning into leg stump.
Yeah, I mean, it's touch and go. I mean, it did actually shape in the other way a little bit, but it was hard to imagine that missing. Umpire's call, I think, for me on that one. And so Arslan Ahmed is going to have to go. It was done like a dinner by the sideways movement of Conrad Green Shields. He's not only swinging it, but he's also controlling it so far. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, well, I've just seen something on the screen there, Vinny, that's definitely made it pretty interesting for me this morning. And it's this man coming to the crease. It's Rana Sawa. And I really like the cut of this man's jib.
Yeah, well,
Sawa,
he's certainly the kind of player that I always get excited watching.
You don't want to say anything we don't mean, Vinny. Oh, you make me laugh.
Loves a big hit, does Sawa. This will be a good contest. Let's see how long this ball keeps swinging for. When they go back to Junaid Khan and get the ball swinging again. He had a few problems trying to control it, so I'm not sure they will.
Shot.
This is cut away. Yeah. Sawa just gets a bit of length that time. He'll be off the mark. It's the end of the second over, and he'll retain the strike as well. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, nice fielding from Nepo there, diving hard down to his left, and he saves a certain boundary. So 19 for 1 after 1, and
fielding's important, isn't it?
What an interesting morning, Vinny Sandhu. I don't know if I can discuss that on the air. I've just seen something out the corner of my eye, and you're off to Prague soon as well.
Yeah, we're planning to get there at the end of May. So let's have a look at the table. And Werash, they are undefeated. Will be under attack, though, in this game from Punjab CC. And if Punjab CC can win this one, they'll be dead even on 8 points with Werash. Here is the start of the third over. And they have gone back to Junaid, who puts his hand up, apologising for the wide.
That's one of the biggest wide signals I've ever seen by big man Tyrone Peters there. Bit of stretching involved as well. I'm a big fan of the zinc on the face as well. It's a little bit of Chaminda Vass about that.
Yeah. He does get the ball to swing a bit like Chaminda Vass as well at times. This is driven, but won't beat the field, so a dot ball. I think the fielding could be the difference in this game. Really, when I think about how many were wasted early, probably would say that Punjab CC should be chasing more than 100. And they're chasing 121 here, so basically 2-ball pace. They'd want to be 36 to be on track after this over.
Yeah, they shot themselves in the foot a little bit, didn't they?
And once again, just struggling to control Junaid. I mean, Conrad Greenshield's over, only conceding 2. One of those was a leg bite and picking up a wicket. That was really important because they were well ahead of the rate after 1, after 2. They were marginally behind, and now that makes it even more important in this third over. And they are sticking with Junaid with a new ball, even though he is struggling to locate them at the moment. This is driven, but well, they get it. Oh, this would have been out, and this is an absolute wipeout. Well, check this out.
Oh, he's taken out Tyrone Peters as well. Oh, I hope everyone's okay. And look at the bat flick at the end here from Hafiz.
I've never seen a bat go further. Look at this. He plugs. He would have been gone. And then he uses Tyrone as a kind of, as a human collateral damage here. Have a look at this. Down he goes. And Tyrone saying, well, hold on a second. I'm not the one meant to be taking any catches. Abdul Qazi. In the end, what was that? It was a dot.
Yep, it was a dot.
It wasn't also an opportunity to run out, Qazi, wasn't it?
Well, if there's anyone you don't want to run into, it's Tyrone Peters. He's a big, big man. Thankfully, he's okay and back on his feet, and everyone's getting on with the match.
Rico saying he would like to go to the beautiful ground in Luxembourg and go putting with Harpal, Dan Singh.
The Pierre Werner ground in Luxembourg. I've been there, actually.
Yeah.
Quite nice.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Oh, missed out the full toss. This is one that doesn't swing. I think that Junaid's come back to holding it across the seam here and not trying to swing it because just can't get a handle on it so far. Yeah, dancing Harpal is pretty impressive. People asking about locations in Italy. Where will we be first? I mean, nothing is confirmed yet. Probably starting in the north somewhere, perhaps Milan. This is driven away, and this one does get through the field. It's going to be 4, and that is a bit wasteful. So this field's a bit contagious. Whereas I'll be a bit disappointed with this, and Junaid will finally gets one on target, and this one just goes straight through Nippo, who can't take a trick at the moment. And so that'll be 4 runs that weren't really earned by Qazi, but he'll take them.
Yeah, you got to take it when you can, and should have been stopped by Nippo there. He's had a bit of a mixed bag in the field this tournament. They needed that boundary desperately.
Last ball, the power play coming up. Junaid hasn't had a very happy time in this game. This one's cut away, and this will test Miguel down there. He does make the stop. He's pretty reliable. Third man, he's not being hidden there. I think they know a lot of balls go down there. So he cleans this up. It'll just be a single at the end of 3. 27 for 1. Just want to say a quick hello to Andrew Batchelder, who is saying good morning to us in the chat, as well as Reynold Pillay. And anyone else, if you'd like to say good morning, we'll try and get back to you. I know that there's a few lurkers as well. And I know that Luke Belgium's probably watching maybe with the sound down. His new office is not so easy to have the sound up. But anyway, it's great that you're all with us. To Maya as well, to Shrub on. And everyone else, Motia Rahman as well. I'll say hello to you. Just the 1 wicket in the first half, and you can see they did climb at the end. And Greatshield's got there. Ended up stranding Bradenhorst on 49, but I don't think they're too worried about that. I think they're pretty happy that they do have a decent score on the board, 120. So spin coming into the game pretty much for the first time this morning. Mohamed Siraj Nippo is bowling over number 4 with his left arm around. This is off the edge and well fielded by Stoneman. Doesn't allow a run. It's Miguel Stoneman. Yeah, Nippo will just try and hit that line just inside the tram line, won't he? Doesn't really bowl too many at the stumps. That's his go-to in this form of the game. Let's see what Qazi's approach is. So it's a bit slower and actually turns a bit from Nippo. Does find Faf Stoneman out there. So Stoneman's getting plenty of the ball. And Nippo, well, we haven't quite seen the best of him yet, but he is a very talented cricketer. And, you know, he's played a lot of high-level cricket.
Yeah, watch what he does with the crease as well. He bowled that one from basically in line with the stump, so he's using the crease quite a lot. There again, he's bowling that miles behind the tram line. Run out chance if he hits it, doesn't hit.
Yeah.
So another opportunity gone.
That's well backed up. He threw that so hard it got to the man on the boundary.
Did you see that though?
Yeah. His front foot in line with the stumps.
He's almost bowling that in line with the umpire.
He doesn't seem to vary it except for the extremes. He either bowls it from the front line or the back line. He rarely kind of goes in between, right? I think if he had that one as well, that might be even more variation, as this one should be caught, and it's dropped by Alex Macy. I always like his attack at the ball, but he was still moving, and unfortunately, that's another catch that's gone down.
Alex Macy reminds me when you get a puppy and it's about 6 to 8 weeks old. It's super excited. It dives everywhere, it jumps everywhere, but the coordination skills just aren't there.
Yeah, that's probably fair. And this is another edge, and this one, I'm not sure if Miguel's going to catch up with it. It does go for 4. So Punjab CC well on track in this chase. And they're making the most of the missed opportunities. This one just skews off the outside edge. Cuatro, quedadas más.
Yeah, well, both batsmen should have been dismissed, but they're still there. They're riding their luck. They haven't really got their mojo going just yet. Their mojo. But if they can stay there and get a couple of boundaries away, you never know.
Nippo. He has one more ball on this over. Wants to go leg side this time, and should be stopped. It is. So good defensive stop there. As they think about an overthrow and decide against it.
Oh,
and
wow.
now an airmail. What have we seen
what
it now?
is going on?
This is almost the biggest game of tennis you've ever seen. And Carlo saying, look, I'm not even throwing this. Everyone relax. So they do get 2 in the end. After 4 overs, it'll be 36 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers. Hope you're having a great morning. Hello to Rico. I know who's watching right now. I know you're enjoying your holidays, and I know he'll be back with us from Bulgaria. But before that, we do have the rest of this week, as we will have a winner here in Portugal, and then a 5-team series in Rotterdam next week, in Capella in the Netherlands. So, I mean, that's one I'm sure you're looking forward to as well.
Yeah, it's always good to get back home, and obviously some new teams there. Punjab CC, VCC, Sunderland from the Deventer, which is the east of Holland, so that's exciting. And then with Kampong and Sparta, it'll be a good competition.
Yeah, I think so. We certainly saw some highly entertaining cricket there last year. I think we'll have a bit more of an even standard this year, I think, in this series.
Do you have squad lists for that yet?
Yeah, I do.
Show me, because I'll be able to tell you a little bit about them. Oh, it's the puppy. Oh, don't hurt the pup, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, puppy does get a lesson here. It wasn't a terrible ball, maybe slightly over-pitched, but have a look at that. Down on the one knee, and Sawa gets 4 here. I mean, yeah, here's the thing. It's
Show me the list, Vinny. Show me.
I'll show you in a second. But what I was going to say is that they should have had the other batter on strike. Apparently that was Kazi, of course, who's on strike, and he'll be facing it again. Yeah, so they should have had the other batter on strike because there was an overthrow. All right, I'll show you some lists for.
Yeah, just curious if any of the international players from Holland who have just gone back home, if they're going to be representing their club teams.
No, coming up shortly. First is Macy searching for his wicket, and this one's straight, but just worked off the pads for 1. So here we go. Who do you want to look at? There's your 5 teams.
Punjab CT from
Punjab.
Rotterdam.
Yep. There you go. Tell me. You see there.
Oh yeah, there's some real good players there.
There's
Teja Nidamanuru, he's one to look at. And Myberg, Stefan Myberg's on the list. Lovely.
He's recently retired from international action, is it?
So that's pretty exciting. You just had Stefan Myberg just
Yep.
made 60-odd against New Zealand. Absolutely thumped them. Retires, and we'll probably see him in the T10 next week.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it?
They've got 4 national players there with the Zulfikar brothers. Ashikullah Saeed, okay, he's at Punjab now. That's a really good lineup. They're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, there's the early tips from Corey for the Dutch series next week. This goes leg side, and this one's going to be out of here. Maximo! Kazi breaking out. Punjab CC trying to get up with the rate. I mean, maybe a little bit behind, but they do have the firepower. They do have the wickets in hand. And this 6 helps their cause. Nice batting.
Helps their cause a lot, Vinny, and they're still in this game. Go and show me VCC while you're there, Volberg.
Yep, Warburg Cricket Club.
Yeah, Buster Later's on the list. He's just come back from New Zealand as well. Very good player. Philip Bossavine, the leg spinner, very exciting. So you're going to see a few of the players that were just in New Zealand for the national tour, representing the European Cricket Network.
Viv Kingma as well.
Never heard of him.
Viv Kingma's in there. And here's a player I really like, Shariz Ahmed, young leg spinner, and Musa Ahmed as well.
So they've just moved from clubs in Holland. So Musa was at HCC, so this is his first year at Volberg. Same with Shariz.
Yeah, so that'll be good to see. VCC.
Hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a really good series. And who else want to look at Sparta?
Yep.
Let's have a look at Sparta as we get to the end of the 5th over here. And Punjab CC just probably around 10 behind where they'd want to be at the moment. 49 for 1 off 5. But like I say, they're very capable of scoring at a higher rate.
Well, yeah, Sparta next week will have Bakari. Obviously, we know they're going to have Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin.
Yeah.
He bowls rapid. Yeah, some good players. A few Belgian nationals in the Sparta team. Yeah, that'll be a good team as well. It's going to be a hot contest.
Yeah. Yeah, Bakari is always an exciting player to watch.
And Salond? Nepo, he's back. Oh, hit hard, Vinny.
Slightly mishit, though. Finds the gap, but that's really good coverage from Greenshields to keep that to 1.
Yeah, Solon will have Victor Lubbers at the top, played for the Netherlands 11 at the previous ECC.
Yep.
National player.
We've got Hamid Wardak as well, who we saw playing for SG Findorf back at ECL 19. He's a pretty good player.
Yeah, interesting lineup, that.
Bowled. This one just flicks the outside of the off stump, and so it will be the first wicket. And so it'll be disappointment for the batter. But Nippo, he's happy as he rattles the timber. And the 50 is up at the cost of the first wicket. It's 50 for 1.
Yep, he gets the wicket eventually, Nepo. And he hasn't had too much luck or success in this tournament just yet with the ball, but we know how talented he is, and that's a big, big wicket.
So 50 for 2 now. As it's the end of Kazi. He had a few close calls while he was there. In the end, he's dismissed for 19 off 15. 2 4s and a 6 in his innings. That brings the captain to the crease. Imran Rao. He's coming off a 40 not out, as he engineered a successful chase the other day. But let's see if he can keep up the good form. Let's have a look at Kampong now, the only team we haven't mentioned for next week.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the Kampong list. Yeah, pretty well spread out. I mean, Usman Malik, we know how good he is. Looks like they've got their overseas players in Gert Pertrus Swampole. He's definitely an overseas player. And Alexander Roy, so they're going to be high quality. I like Ratha Alphonse as well, behind the stumps. Brings a lot of energy to the table. No, stay with us next week. It'll be very, very exciting indeed.
It's good to see some familiar names there. And a fair few of the Kampong players that actually won the title last year in Capella in the Netherlands ECS, which I know was first series we did together properly. Happy memories to be back there.
It's always good spending time with you, Vinny.
I'm going to see if the club rooms need another coat of paint, or the shed needs another coat of paint. If the painter will come back.
Painter story that will live long in the memory. That's good bowling from Nippo. Every now and then he gets this extra bounce, and you just saw it there.
People wondering what we're talking about. There was a 4 that was hit down, and somebody was painting the shed and wasn't watching the game, and the ball kicked up off the rope and hit him in the backside. Yep. No other way to say it.
Tush.
In the tush. Which certainly set you off, and well, this is in the air, but he hasn't quite got this. It is a chance, and it's taken, and so it will be taken by Mubin Tariq, who gets redemption because he did drop one in the first over. This time he takes it in the 6th, and Nippo has a second. It's the end of Rana Sawa, who's got to go for 11, and the wicket's tumbling in the 6th. It's 51 for 3.
Yeah, and it's that ball from well behind the line again, and the batsman can't get the distance of that. There was enough elevation, but just the bat turned in his hands at the wrong time. Goes high in the air, safe catch by Mubin Tariq, and Nippo, he's having one of his better games with the ball. He's got 2.
I think one of the things that Nippo's trying to do by bowling it that far behind the line is get the batter thinking it's fuller than it is. So especially when he tosses it up, he wants the batter coming forward thinking that it's going to be an over-pitch delivery, something they can drive, but it's basically a metre shorter than they think when they read it out of the hand. So it doesn't quite get there. I think it probably works on that occasion. And Sawa holds out to Mubin Tariq at long off. And so I mean, at this stage, they want to be 72 after 6. So, yeah, they're almost 20 behind where they need to be now. They need something to happen pretty quickly. And Parveen Singh will be the man that'll be trying to do it. Nippo 2 for 11 off his spell with the ball to go. Pretty good contribution from the left-arm tweaker.
Yeah, good bowling from him today. They're in a lot of strife now, Vinny. Minor miracle needed to get themselves back in this game.
They do have some explosive players. Muzal Abbas, remember he scored 34 off 8 the other day. Don't think we've seen him since.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not batting a little bit higher, but maybe they think get the lefty-righty combination.
Do you think you go for this? I mean, it's your one ball to try and hit with a spin for Nippo.
Yeah.
Against left-hander. He tries, but he goes offside, and it will be stopped, I think, by Francois Stoneman in the end. And yeah, pretty good throw in as well. I think he does well to stop this. I don't see any evidence that he's touching the rope and the ball at the same time. So it will be the end of the over. I believe if it goes down as 1, it'll be 2, I think, not 1. See here, it's no problem, and then gets away. Still inside the rope, hasn't touched the rope.
No, that's good work.
Yeah, I think for sure you'd have to give that one to the fielder. So it will be 2 to finish the over, in fact, and it is 53 for 3 after 6.
Yep, saves 2 extra runs for his team. You see the shake of the head there by Tyrone Peters. Maybe just wanted to confirm a little bit, but definitely not out. And still haven't used the 5th bowler just yet. Might be Mabeen Tariq, I think.
Look at that over from Greenshields, 1 for 1.
Off
There was 2 off it because of a leg bye, but still, that is, one big reason they're behind. The other is the bowling of Nippo, who only went at run a ball pace, essentially, of his 2 overs. So they need a big over now. I'm just looking at the run rate required is up to 17. So they really need something magical. I thought maybe this is the one that they would fancy with the ball turning in. Mabeen Tariq with his off spin. So they try and go with the spin, but it hasn't got the carry, and it's taken by Faf Stoneman. So immediate success for the off spinner, Tariq, who gets it outside the off stump. He makes Rao Gold fetch it, and in the end it falls safely into the hands of the deep mid wicket. It's another wicket, and it's 53 for 4.
Oh, he's such a tall off spinner, and he gets over the top of the ball, so he gets this extra bounce, and it's worked a treat for him there. A lot of bounce on that delivery, and he can't get the distance on it. Safe catch, and well, the Swans, they're going to continue their merry way. It
yeah,
feels.
Mabeen Tariq could take a bag here because they've got to attack him, and I still think, that if it comes off for them, because they are hitting with the spin, essentially the right-handers.
Yep.
If they're going for those leg side shots, that it's going to be 6s or outs. I think we won't see too much else, and so yeah, Rao will be happy to go just second ball. Umar Muhammad comes to the crease at number 6. So yeah, they've got to go after him. No reason not to. And so
Yeah, well,
good hands by Faf Stoneman, who remember he dropped 2 catches off Diogo Martins, the Portuguese
tactical.
born and bred player. This one sneaks inside. Yes, it's just a line ball call. Give us your call on this one.
Dot ball. That's well inside, Vinny.
Think so? When
Yeah.
passes the popping crease.
Absolutely.
Lift away, and this one does have the journey. Maximo! Umar Muhammad off the mark with a 6. This is what I thought we were going to see. They get it. They're going to hit 6s or die trying, I think, Punjab CC, and they do get half a dozen here.
Yeah, so that was just a little bit too short and straight this time, and just goes with the swivel pull. 6 runs, and well, he's their last hope. He has to play an absolute blinder,
Say
Vinny.
that, I think Muzam Abbas will come in next. I think he's also one that is capable. This one, more of the arm ball, but it will go for 4 more. This is good batting. He doesn't get too leg side conscious. This one doesn't really turn back. And it's timed well by Umar Muhammad. Bit of fancy footwork, but he gets a good result. 4 carreras más.
Just a little bit too short again, so even though it was outside off stump, he makes a good adjustment. And more back-to-back boundaries. Keeps them with a slimmer of hope at best.
How much? Say that again?
Slither?
Okay, slither.
Yeah,
You said slimmer of hope.
No.
It's halfway between a slither and a glimmer.
No, I said slither.
Okay.
No, it's early for
We
you.
will go to the 3rd umpire. I think we have to go to a limited review system to get the audio of that back.
Oh, we can get the audio back.
You did get a B in English, you told me.
Yeah, B minor.
B minor. I think you got music in English mixed up. Oh, this will be stumped off a wide. Now, he's done this a couple of times, Mabeen Tariq. He concedes the run, but he takes the wicket. I think he might see Umar Mohammed coming, and he just pushes it a little bit wider. Pretty good trade-off for the Warash team. You see here, it was wide. It was taken easily by Janjat, and so it will be the 5th wicket to fall. It's 64 for 5.
Well, it's good bowling because you get another chance of another wicket. If you get stumped off a wide, Vin, and then you pick up a wicket the next ball, are you on a hat-trick?
You're not, because the hat-trick can't contain any wides or no balls.
So really?
That's
It's a bit rogue. Well, it looks like a slight delay here. They're going to have a look if he got back, but I'm pretty sure the limited review system...
definitely doesn't get back.
Oh, no, I agree.
Didn't even need to slow it down that much. And the gloves are fine.
But this is what the limited review system's for, Vinny.
Yeah, he's gone easily.
Oh, he's safe.
Controversial. Fake news. He's gone. He's gone easily. And so, yep, there we go. Hold on. There's the signal. There, Corey. I know you turned away at the last minute. This is Malik getting in. This might be the best L yet. Just have a look at the umpire. And he's pretty sure.
Oh.
But it's a big karate chop L.
Yeah, the limited review system. Now, I remember Toby this morning talking to us about what we should talk about. The limited review system we offer is sensational.
LRS works again. And Mabeen, he's a specialist taking 2 wickets in 1 ball. But this time he won't be able to do it because it will be down to long off. And that's the end of the 7th over, 65 for 5. But I tell you what, you're talking of last hopes, Muslim Abbas is at the crease, and he can go 400 plus. We saw that the other day. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day, starting in around about 35 minutes. We have match number 34, and it's Punjab CC against Warash. This time, Warash have won the toss. They've elected to bowl first, and I think that's more about wanting to have the experience of chasing, because they've batted first every time so far in the series in their 5 matches. So it will give them that opportunity. And let's just have a look at some of the fantasy points. And Conrad Greenshields, no surprises there. He is far and away running away with it, with the bat and the ball. Also, his economy rate's very good.
Here's a fan favourite, Vinny, a real fan favourite. It's the number 1 Bukamatsa, Carlo.
Carlo is here. It's the older Butchimatsa brother, actually.
Yeah, interesting hair option, more on the chin than the head.
I like it. Certainly aerodynamic option with the cranium. And he's been pretty good, and he might have one here as this one hangs in there a long time, but just not gathered in by Krup Patel, who is patrolling the fine leg region. In the end, it'll just be a long single.
Yeah, Krup Patel, once that fridge and bus starts moving, you can't stop it, so there was no way he was getting down to that. Good backing up, though.
Felt like he needed one of those scoops to pick up the ball, like, you know, when people walk their dogs, they pick up the ball with that kind of ball thrower. All right, left-hander on strike now to Butchie.
There's a lot to like about his action, Vinny.
Yeah, this one's going to go the journey, though. He pushes it wide. He just gets a little bit short of the block hole. So Parveen goes maximal as the rate of no return has been exceeded. But this one, and maybe a couple more like it, might pull it back.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Just a little bit over the pitch and a little bit too much width. Lets him free his hands, and 6 runs. I mean, look at the comparative scores. They're only 3 runs behind. This is when Greenshields came in.
Yeah, exactly right. This one's hit pretty hard, but doesn't elevate it.
There's the puppy.
Have a look at this fielding. I said he spends more time on the floor than a cheap rug yesterday. Just have a look at Alex Macy here.
Overly energetic puppies.
His immediate thing is to just get on the ground and then work out what to do next. And he cops this pretty much in the collarbone.
What's he doing?
He says, if the ball's hit anywhere...
Look at him. Look at him. Just if we kept a camera on him.
He's hilarious. He goes after this, but does it have what it takes? It's going, and it's going to be 4. Well, have a look at this. This is a classic case of fielders getting in each other's way. 2 very good fielders, and Conrad doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. This will be 4 runs.
No, I think all you can do is cry. They just no communication between these two. Meant to be senior members of this team, and well, they just let it roll for 4 casually.
Look at this, and Conrad wants it, but he can't get around Faf. He just kind of got done by the bounce there. And now this one's hit harder and has hit better, and it's going to be 4 more.
Was that the puppy flying?
The flying attempt. Let's have a look. I think actually...
You could see the puppy ears going through the wind. There he goes. Let's just pretend it was him.
Yeah, well, I think it was. It actually might be. It might be, actually. It was down to the boundary. So, yeah, I mean, look, this is the over they needed at the moment. There's been 16 off it with the ball to go. But the thing is, even if they get...
They're not doing it, Vinny.
I mean, they're still, if this is a dot, it's less than what they need an over. So they do need one more. And remember, Abbas, though, he did make 32 off 8 the other day.
They need a no ball 6 or something like that.
That boundary here makes it pretty interesting.
Well, Conrad's still got an over as well.
True. Swing and a miss. Good keeping by Jaunjat. But batter stays at home this time. So it's the end of the 8th, and it's 81 for 5. So essentially, 20 and over is what's required off the last 2. They need something magical. But I think you called it as well. They didn't bowl Conrad Greenshields out. I was a bit surprised, actually, at the time, because he was getting it to hoop. But they've got that insurance up their sleeve. And so we'll head into the 9th over with 40 still required. 81 for 5. Good last 2 overs of the first innings when Greenshields really put the foot down. They scored 35 off the last 2, which is a pretty good finish. Well, Punjab CC need an even better finish. They need 40 off the last 2.
Do you reckon we could get a camera on Alex Macy and just follow him around for maybe 30 to 40 minutes next game?
Yeah, well, we'll have a bit of time because Tariq's going to get this one sneaking through. And unfortunately, the left-hander Parveen swings all around this one. It's a 3rd wicket for Mubin Tariq. He just is taking wickets for fun in this series, and that leaves Punjab CC a long way behind now. It's 81 for 6. Have a look here. Run the keeper gets in a bit of a tangle with the stumps. Jaunjat then has to try and step over them. But over goes the timber. It's good bowling. This one doesn't really spin. It just kind of slides into the left-hander.
Yeah, it's good bowling. He's just keeping it straight, and well, he picks up another wicket, and he's taken quite a few in this tournament, that's for sure.
So,
Vinny.
Tariq is back. This is actually hit pretty well, and it'll test the fielder, but he does well. Doesn't know where it is, Junaid, but does make the stop and keeps it to 1. Yeah, go ahead.
Who is your favourite actress in Greece?
Olivia Newton-John, of course.
Michelle Pfeiffer?
You talking about Greece 2?
Well, I don't know. I just know he's got a chance of a Michelle Pfeiffer here.
What?
I don't know.
What are you talking?
Greece. Google told me.
What are you talking about? You call this. What have you got?
Well, that's 6 runs over wide extra cover. I've typed in movie she was in.
I don't remember Michelle Pfeiffer being in Greece at all. You've completely thrown me.
You've got to be better than that, Vinny.
I don't think Michelle Pfeiffer was in Greece. Changed my mind. You're on Google Patrol for the rest of this over. Well,
you call the game then.
Somebody's got to watch.
Well, this is going to help for the Pfeiffer, Vinny. He needs to be catching this. No.
Just gets over. And this is once again the sort of shot that probably holds up in the breeze and gets caught yesterday. But today, it's Maximo time. And so, 6 more to Punjab CC.
Who are the main characters, Vinny? Olivia
I
Newton-John.
want to know who she played.
All right, give me a moment.
Because the ones that you showed had the character name under them. Maybe Grease 2. Well, this could be out. In fact, what's happened here? Yeah, well, the stumps have been broken. And, well, I'm not sure exactly what happens here. It actually bowls him, I think. I think it flicks the stumps. It flicks the off stump, but the leg bail comes off. So this will actually be bowled. Yep, you see there? It was given LBW, but if this happens and the ball actually then goes onto the stumps, even if you give an LBW, it'll be changed to bowled. So it's weird because the opposite bail comes off. So Tyrone is giving out bowls now. And it will be another wicket. It'll be 94 for 7.
Yeah, Hawkmoon's confirmed. Michelle was in Greece too, and he's on for 1 here. And yeah, thank you to our faithful viewers for clearing that one up. So if he fights this one up, he's got every chance of a Pfeiffer here. And just confirming with the limited review system that it was bowled.
Yeah, well, I think it will be bowled. And so, yeah, well, Tyrone was pretty quick to give it, which is fair enough because it was a good decision.
Yep, they're going to fall short here, you feel, unless this ball goes 6 and then a bit of a miracle of Conrad Greenshield's last over. There he goes.
Yeah, you can have a look at it again. You can actually see that the off-time has a little wobble, but what's weird is it kind of pushes one bail into the other bail, and it's the other bail that falls down. So I wasn't sure immediately whether maybe the batter stepped on his stumps, but you can see from that angle he certainly didn't. But yeah.
Would have been LBW anyway. It was absolutely
he was plump.
Thank you, Hawkman. I did enjoy the atmosphere last night. Very good, thanks. Here's the replay again. This was the LBW shout. That's plumb. So it doesn't matter.
So he's out twice. We talked about Mabeen Tariq taking 2 wickets in a ball. That's another way he's taking 2 wickets in a ball.
Here's his chance, Vinny. Catch.
That one is going to be drilled down to Nippo. It will clean up, but still very, very good finish from Mabeen Tariq. And so it will be 4 for 26. Another 4 for him. Great performance as we head into the last over. The score is 95 for 7.
What can we call a 4-for? Because I think in a T10 game, Vinny, a 4-for should be rewarded more than the 5-for. 5-fors are pretty rare. What could we call a 4-for?
A 4-for? You can think of it. Maybe our people can name it.
Yeah, possibly. Tell us what you think in the chat as we get into the last 6 balls of this game on the early Wednesday morning. First match of 4. These two teams going back to head-to-head in 26 minutes as well. So make sure you stay tuned. Conrad Greenshields will bowl the last. There's Barry Eden just letting the players know that the next game's in 26 minutes, so be ready. And always good to see our ground staff enjoying themselves out in the sun.
The Greenshields, as long as he avoids getting hit for 26, they're going to win this game.
Yeah, it would be a minor miracle. We'd have to witness something pretty special. I don't think we will. What can they do? Well, that's going to help a little bit for a leg by. Probably missed out on that one. It's down the leg side. Just couldn't help it on its way.
This is going to effectively kill the game as long as he doesn't get whacked this time. Geez, Conrad's controlled pretty well.
Yeah, he swings the ball. He puts it in good areas. And can they get this boundary just to keep a little bit of life in this game? No. So that's the slower ball. And, well, it doesn't look like he was anywhere close to hitting that. Conrad might be on for another 1 run over or something here. See there, it's the off cutter. Slow, real slow. And the batsman's all at sea.
Here's Conrad. So in the end, I mean, we talked about whether 120 would be enough.
Stay with me here, Vinny. I know you're looking at laws of cricket in the background about bowled and not bowled, but it was definitely bowled the previous decision. And, well, this just proves to me men can't do 2 things at one time.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
This will be down leg side, and it's going to be called a wide.
And they decide not to run. So he wants to enjoy himself for the last few balls. That's KP out there at fine leg. Good fielding from him. He's a dynamo player and an even better fielder. Conrad Greenshield still trying to bowl those off cutters. There's the outswinger now. And yeah, this game coming to an end here. They're going to fall probably around 20 runs short. And I think if Punjab CC were honest with themselves, they'll look back at that morning session with the 11 wides in the power play and the missed opportunities in the field. That's cost them massively. Penny Sandhu still trying to figure out if the last dismissal was LBW or bowled.
I'm sure it's bowled. All right, this one will be worked away. Just one. So it's kind of petering out. They're going to come back for 2, but it could be in trouble, and there will be a run out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So easy run out right at the death here. And good throw from Nepo, deciding to go to the keeper's end. It was the right option. There was never 2 there, and he was well short. You can see Usama Ali pretty slow out the blocks, to say the least. And he'll lose his wicket. I always wonder why these guys don't enjoy a cheeky nod out. Bit of a stats patter. That's the decision from Tyrone Peters, the square leg umpire. So not much longer left in this game. Just remind you, stay with us though. 3 more matches live today.
32.2. The striker is out bowled. If his or her wicket is put down, even though a decision against him or her for any other method of dismissal would be justified.
I don't think anyone was asking.
Yeah, people are asking.
Not on the
people all around the world are asking.
Not on the viewer chat or next to you. Your co-commentator, no one was asking, Vinny. You just went off on a bit of a tangent.
Well, these are the things that matter to some of us. This one's in the air. It'll be the last ball of the game, and it'll be 6 Maximal. As Conrad gets hit for a rare one. He only went for 4 off the first 11 balls of his spell, but then the last one does go for 6, does bring some respectability to the scoreline, because Punjab CC will reach the triple figures, and they're going to go down by 15 runs here, 120 to 105.
Yeah, and I think that the fielding has cost them a potential chance of this game. Punjab just had a bit of a mare early, and to only end 15 odd runs short, well, they'll feel a little bit disappointed that they couldn't get closer. Conrad Greenshields on your screen there had another good game. Same with Mubin Tariq. He picked up 4 wickets, and good to see the sportsmanship there between the players and the umpires. So the Swans, they march on. Another victory. I think they're the team to beat with Marlow from Group A. I'm looking forward to when those two teams go up against each other.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here's the thing, though. It'll be Punjab CC batting first in the next game. So they're going to put the score on the board without that kind of scoreboard pressure. And so, yeah, it will be. Whereas chasing for the first time in the series, they're 5-0. They're flying at the moment. It's the Swans who are out to defend their score. Not the best start for Mubin Tariq, but his day will get a little bit better. And yeah, it was a pretty wasteful start really from both teams. That's something they can work on, I think, in the power play. The fielding has been pretty poor, but can't fault the effort from some of these guys. Greenshields eventually got this one. Good follow-up for some of his hoopers. This one just kind of holds its line. If anything, comes back a bit at the batter. Junaid struggled to control things, and well, the batter was struggling to control his movements here as Kazi almost took out Tyrone Peters, almost down to one umpire there at one point. And Miguel Stolman is pretty good, isn't he, on that third man boundary. And then Macy, the puppy, you mentioned he was bounding around. He had a pretty interesting 10 overs as well. Nippo, he came into the attack, and let's just say this one was a rare chance of double overthrows. As there were plenty of people around. Eventually they said, you didn't take the overthrow here. Here, we'll give you another shot. Carlo eventually saying, everyone just settle down. I'm going to hold on to the ball. Then Nippo, he was a bit of a factor here with his spin. The only genuine spinner we saw in the game. That one just flicking the outside of the off stump. That was another wicket that went down. This is a good catch by Tariq. Just had enough real estate to hold on to this one. And Faf, once again, he's scrambling. The fielding certainly did improve, I think, as it went through the innings. But yeah, Punjab CC just not able to get away. We know they're an exciting, aggressive unit, but they just weren't able to get enough oxygen to really put together any momentum in this chase.
Yeah, they just couldn't get it going at the right times. And even though they tried to stay with the required rate, they kept losing wickets at intervals. And that was a good stumping there by Junjat. And Mubin Tariq, he's taken back-to-back fourthers, and he's bowled really, really well. And that was a nice shot over wide, extra cover for 6. Little puppy, well, he's so energetic. You got to love him, Alex Macy. And he tries his best out there.
I do love Macy. His strategy is like what they teach you in a fire. Stop, drop, and roll. Where he just wants to get down and then worry about it. As Greenshields and Faf got in a bit of a tangle there. And no social distancing whatsoever. We saw some more flying attempts. And I just saw the wickets tumbling, didn't we, towards the end of the innings. 8 wickets fell in total. And Tariq, he just keeps on keeping on. This one was out for 2 different reasons. And in the end, we saw a run out there. No need for the LRS on that occasion. There was a consolation 6, which brought up Punjab CC. The 6 off the last ball, and then 15 runs in the game in the end. Coming up next, we have the second part of the double header. As you see that Werash, they will get to chase this time after they won the toss. They elected to field. I think that's a bit strategic. Punjab CC, though, they will get the chance to bat first this time. And let's just see who steps up. That's one of the problems sometimes when you've got so many good batters is that, they don't take enough responsibility. That's one argument, but that one will be starting in around about 15 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And in the end, 121 was the target, but it was... No one really was able to get going. Muzammil Alba sends up top scoring again from number 7, 22 off 8. We saw double figures from Kazi, Sawa and Umar Mohammed. And 14 extras, that's probably something that both teams could work out in this chase, as Punjab CC just weren't able to chase down this target.
Yeah, they weren't able to chase it down, Vinny.
So let's have a look at the bowling and take us through it. Take us through it, Corey.
Yeah, look, everyone chipped in, especially Mabeen Tariq, 4 for, and Mr. Nepo, one of his better spells, 2 for 13, Green Shields 1 for 10, and 14 extras. Wickets falling at 18, 50, 51, 53, 64, 81, 94, 99. They never really got
They
going.
sound like the winning lottery numbers, but Tariq, 4 wickets, impresses me a lot with his bowling, and I like the way he actually can turn the ball. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes for the second match of the day. It'll be Punjab CC batting first in match 34. See you shortly on ECN. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. You are watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Beautiful sunny skies today as we head into the second match of the day, and it's the second leg of the double header between Werash and Punjab CC. It is match 34 on the calendar, and now it's time to go for the coin toss. And Sir Rob Kemming is with the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Okay. Head's called. It's tails. We're both.
So Werash have won the toss here in the second match of the day. Conrad Greenshield saying that he wants to chase. So it will be Werash bowling first. And I think that's a little bit about the fact that they haven't chased yet. And of course, in a tournament like this, when we get to the business end, it's going to be knockout from Friday. I think it helps have the experience of doing both. They have batted well when they've batted first, but we haven't seen them kind of batting with the pressure of the chase. And we know that both of these teams, both Werash and Punjab CC, they have a batting lineup that I would handle with care. I'd have the safety gloves on because they are explosive. They do love the T10 format. I'll be interested to see if there's any changes in the batting order at this game as well, because there's a few players I think are perhaps in the wrong position, but I guess we'll have to see as we head for the first ball. Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the start of match 34. It's Werash who won the toss and they're bowling first.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Just messing around with my headset there as it got a little bit complicated, but nothing complicated about this. The Swans, they're going up against Punjab CC again in this double header. The Swans haven't lost a game, 4-0. Sensational team led by Conrad Greenshields, a really good all-round player. And for Punjab CC, look at that top 7. They're all chipping in that fantasy score, but they need someone just to go a little bit bigger. And bless you, Vinny, to my right. And yeah, they just need someone to lift it up just a little bit and maybe get a man of the match performance, which will help take them over the line. It's the 6th of April 2022, Wednesday, and it's a nice sunny day here in Cartacho, Portugal. Junaid Khan, he's getting to the top of his mark, getting ready to bowl another fiery spell with this new ball, and a great opportunity to welcome back everybody around the world, especially those in India, via FanCode. Hope you're all doing well out there, and welcome back everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. So we're almost ready to go. Nice sunnier day here today. Still a cool breeze going over the ground, but not as strong as the last few days. First ball of the match. He's in the back left corner. You see the puppy dog at deep mid-wicket revving himself up. Here we go. Oh, it's a vicious delivery and a lot of luck for the batsman, and Miguel Stoneman, the specialist third man, can't stop it. 4 runs, and well, that really shot through the wicket. Look at it tail into him. Hits high on the bat, edged away, and it flies for 4. It's a good delivery. Bit of hard luck for the bowler, Junaid, and yeah, Miguel, specialist third man, couldn't stop that one. 4 runs to start this match. Kazi up at the top now. Abdul Kazi, the wicketkeeper batsman. Arslan Ahmed, his partner, they'll be looking to get off to a bit of a flyer. Well, you can tell they're trying. Oh, it's a ball back of a length and tried to absolutely mow that through mid-wicket. And hoping that Punjab can get themselves into this game here. If they can score around 110 or more, that will set it up for a pretty spicy contest in the second half. And another shortish delivery. So Junaid this over, really digging it into the wicket, getting some extreme bounce, that's for sure. He's got his pace up and his tail up, and you see the Swans, they're pretty pumped up out there. Good start to this game from Junaid. Oh, and again, another short ball hitting me high on the bat, and this time it's stopped there by Nepo, who has a bit of a chuckle to himself because he cannot pick up the ball cleanly in this tournament. You can see him there with the big smile on his face. Good to see him still smiling. But yeah, another short ball reared in at the body, and this time defended for 1. Gets us to have a look at Arslan Ahmed for the first time in this game. He doesn't hold back either, loves to try and get on with it. You can see shortish delivery. This one must have been close to a wide. The first bouncer for the over signalled there. The other ones are at about chest height. Yeah, Junaid really digging it in this over, not giving anything full. Oh, that one a little bit fuller on a good length. Sails over the middle stump. That's a sensational over from Junaid Khan. Didn't give anything with width. Really threading the batsman's safety. And a good first over because it only goes for 5 and the score after 1 is 5 for none. So expect to see Conrad Greenshields come into the attack now with his right arm swing, out swing and in swing. Just depends on the day what he bowls more. Usually predominantly a little bit more of an outswing bowler. Has the ability to bring it back in also. Yeah, there's that outswing. And what a lovely straight drive that is. Oh, well fielded there. That's the puppy. And that's Alex Macy. He loves spending time on the ground. He's got so much energy. And look at this. That's a lovely on drive. Conrad Greenshields, well, the old man, dives down to his right. Just couldn't rake that one back in. Good running. Nice shot. You've got to play him very straight. And there's that Alex. A lot of energy, that man. He loses his line this time. And, oh, pretty friendly. Says sorry. It's not too often you see Greenshields lose his line and length like that. Very consistent bowler, asks the right questions and really hones in on those stumps at the start of a game, trying to get plenty of bowls and LBW dismissals. Well, that's a slog. He's come down the wicket. It's gone high. Half a chance. Oh, one bounce. Well, I'm pretty sure that's one bounce 4. Have a look at this. This is the pup. If he's pulled this back in, this might be one of the better bits of fielding I've ever seen. I don't think so, though. Surely his foot was over the line. I thought this was easily one bounce 4, but the puppy, well, he's that energetic. He hadn't stopped. No, his foot was on the ground beforehand, so that's going to be given 4. But he tricked everyone there, including myself. Had to make ourselves have a double look of it. 4 runs. And you got to love his energy, Alex Macy. He doesn't give up on anything. Oh, that's a big pull shot. Gets a lot of bat on it. KP out there's got to get down. He does. And saves a couple of runs. So it's deep third man and deep fine leg. It's the 2 boundary riders. And like he had the deep fine leg in operation then, or that would have been another boundary. Good to see Punjab CC still showing intent to Conrad. Look like they're trying to play him a little bit straighter, which is good. Oh, that's another short ball. This time not so well timed, and they'll still get through for a single. So a decent enough start. I think if they can keep these wickets in hand, especially against Conrad and Junaid Khan, then they can maybe take down the spinners of Tariq and Nepo in the middle. And you've got the 5th bowler. Maybe it's going to be Lucas Mount or Pukamatsa. That's going to be a wide. So Conrad just struggling to get his line and length here. That's a better ball. Good bowling. That's what he does best. Big away swing. Gets his line and length correct there. There's the full straight one. Absolutely clobbered. Well, it's not too often Greenshields goes for 10 plus. He ends up going for 15 in the over. And what a great start this is from Punjab CC. That one was too full. And you can see they're trying to hit him a lot straighter. And that's what you've got to do. 15 off the over. And that takes the score to 20 for none. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, red suit wearing, Vinny Sandu. How are you?
It's good to be back. Hey, Corey. A lot of people saying your energy is very good this morning. So,
Really?
is there a secret? What's the coffee count this morning for you?
2.5 coffees. I threw one out because someone put milk in it, and an espresso.
I see. Well, that's good. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the table as well. Where actually they're running away with this group now. They put some distance between themselves and Punjab CC. And if they can win this, they'll be 6 from 6 with 2 games against the Knights to go tomorrow. Here's Junaid Khan.
Oh, that's going to be difficult to catch. It's miles in the air. Oh, that was so close to a collision. Well, the specialist third man was running straight towards the ball. The keeper there, Path Junjat, was running back with the flight on another day.
Well, I hope Miguel Soma's never been hit by a truck. Well, that's probably as close as he's ever got.
Yeah, you'd assume Miguel wouldn't be the winner of that contest.
Ooh, so I think sometimes you're just happy there's no injuries.
Where were you when Steve Waugh and Gillespie collided?
I didn't see it live, but I remember, yeah, the result was awful. Not often you see McGrath batting number 9, though.
Top ball. Yeah, that was bad. That was one of the worst on-field collisions there's been. Has there been any others?
Steve Waugh was maybe going to field the next game in a helmet because his nose was pretty much wiped off his face, and poor Gillespie as well with a broken leg. Well, I've seen a couple close that haven't been good. You know when you hear the sound, you know it's awful. It's one of those things that's it's just part and parcel of the game. Occasionally you'll get those miscommunications.
I don't know if Junaid's taken his angry pills after this first game because he's bowling viciously, short and at the body. And Diesel, can I get another coffee? A little espresso?
You're right there. So
you're
enjoying.
Well, the fans
want.
want.
We've got almost a waiter. Yeah.
Well, the fans are saying they want to know the coffee count. I thought I'd bring them into the experience.
Right.
Well, we're going to see Diesel on the commentary box a little bit later.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe get Bruno Cavalieri in there. He's in the chat sometimes. Always nice to get our chatters on the mic when they're around.
High. Keeper's catch. It's a sitter. He doesn't have to move much. Catches it. Yeah, that's as easy as it comes. And Junjat, he's not going to drop that. And Junaid, he really deserved this wicket. He's bowled well this morning.
Yeah, and so, he struggled with controlling the swing earlier, but he's been much better here in the second game of the day. And Junjat, well, he had time to take a small nap, really, while this was in the air. It came straight to him, and he took it very well. Look at the little fingers together. That's the key to this technique. Keep it in front of you. And so that's the first wicket to fall, and it is Arslan Ahmed that has to go for 11. It's 21 for 1.
Look what I've got here, Vin. That's service with a smile. A little espresso.
And a little cookie as well? Or is that your sugar?
No cookie. Cookie.
So, certainly appreciate that. No matter where you're watching around the world, you can interact with us. And I know that the Hawk Moon was asking, I was looking at the chat today, I've just been busy with a few things that have kept me out of the chat. But, yeah, fingers crossed I'll be able to get in there a little bit more. I said sometimes the chatters have to amuse themselves, though. They got a lot of good characters in there.
When you consider how many games of cricket there's been, it's amazing there hasn't been more collisions, like serious ones like Waugh and Gillespie.
Yeah, I reckon I've seen, let's say, 2 or 3.
Yep.
2 or 3 or maybe 4 or 5. But, yeah, never want to see injuries.
No, absolutely not. Looks like they're going to try and get a single. It's a miscalculation. Oh, and he had 2.5 stumps to aim at. And Junaid, good backing up off his own bowling. He misses the stumps.
Yeah, this really should have been another one, though. This would have been both set batters gone. Junaid gets there quickly. And Kazi knows he's in trouble here. He just has to be a spectator, but he watches it miss the timber. And a life for Abdul Kazi.
There's a little bit more width on offer. Misses out. Takes us to the end of the third. It's 21 for 1.
So Junaid Khan only conceded 6 off his 2 overs. Really good comeback from him after being a little bit wayward this morning. Got Holtman in the chat saying good energy indeed. Corey, what time did you get back to your hotel last night?
Obviously,
Were you able to share? Is it a reasonable hour?
Yeah, it was okay. There was a little bit of traffic, obviously, and everyone leaving the stadium group by group. Got home about 4:30.
And only one. 4:30. Hold on a second. Only one off the third over.
No.
What time did you really get back?
About 11:30.
And you must have met some characters in there at the game. Did you meet anyone memorable?
Tim Franco.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, nice guy. And,
where's he from?
He was from England and with Portuguese descent. Anyway.
Okay, did he travel or he lives here?
No, he was travelling also Nepo into the attack and worked into mid-wicket. But no, it's always nice to see some local sport, and one of the nicest stadiums around is up there.
Yeah, tell me about the stadium as well. I mean, anything surprise you?
Not really. I mean, just the atmosphere was great. Obviously, it's a quarter-final, so people were pretty revved up and yeah, just good attitudes and not too much carry-on. I liked it.
Nice to see crowds coming back to sport, isn't it?
It is. It's important. I mean, there's some pretty magnificent stadiums around the world I still want to try and get myself to.
Yeah, well, you can tick that one off the list. Is Mohammad Siraj Nippo, who's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, a little outside edge, and they'll scamper through for a single. Is there any cricket stadiums around the world you haven't been that you would like?
I've never actually seen a game at Lord's, or I have been to Lord's.
Okay.
I think I mentioned some of the Indian ones. Like, I think I mentioned Eden Gardens and the new one. The new one looks really good.
I've got a little bit of a Lord's story, actually.
Okay. Story time with Corey coming up
Yeah.
after this cut, which I think will just be a single. Go ahead.
Hashtag Corey story. I was at Lord's.
Corey story rhymes. I can't believe we haven't thought of that hashtag before.
We should do hashtag Corey story
Give
each
us a
day.
story then.
I was lucky enough to be the analyst for the Netherlands at this time.
Yeah.
And yeah, we played Nepal at Lord's, and they gave me the lunch menu.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
I've heard it's very, very good.
well, first of all, they start the day off. Well, that's cut away. That shot would be 4. Nice batting, short, wide, and what a shot from Singh.
Yeah, Parveen gets 4 here. It's probably just a rare loose delivery from Nippo, although it's not that short, but it's just wide enough as well for Parveen to free his arms. That's the first boundary that we've seen for 10 deliveries. So
Yes.
it just breaks the shackle slightly.
So back to hashtag Corey story.
Go
So they do a lovely bacon sandwich to warm you up in the mornings.
Okay.
And I thought that was pretty good. And then we get to the main room, lunchroom, and it's a 3-course menu, and you've got 2 options. So I'm looking down at it, and I'm thinking, this is a tough decision. I've only got one shot at this. As Nippo continues playing me. So I go lunch option A. I got my entree, my main. I think it was like a miniature steak. I'm talking this is gourmet and a dessert. 40 minutes later, I walk back in, and I actually decide to a little bit of a fib to the new lady behind the...
Here we go.
Yeah, so that's full, straight, hit hard down to mid-on, and a little bit of a fib, and I... oh, that's gone for 4.
That just
I'm
keeps
thinking
going.
about food, Vinny.
Hold on, you need to focus now. This Corey story is off the rails. I will tell you, this is a really good strike straight down the ground from Parveen Singh. It does get to the boundary, and at the end of the 4th over, it's 32 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with the Corey story master here. He's on another coffee. So let me so are you saying that you double dipped lunch at Lord's?
Yeah, I lied.
You had one.
I lied.
You've
and said
come back. And you've said, I haven't had one. So you tried the other one, or you
Yeah, I
went the
tried
same
the other
one
one,
again?
so I had A and B, so I had 6 meals at Lord's, and that was my one time. Claim to fame, absolutely loved it.
6 courses. How about
6
that?
courses, yeah.
And what, I mean, you see a lot of pictures of the
It's
of
gourmet.
Lord's, but like behind the scenes, inside, does it have a feel about it?
When you walk up the stairs and up to the long room and into the players area, the memorabilia on the walls and some of the players there, it's proper. And the doorman and the people that greet you, it is different level. So that's swept away into the leg side and just a 1. But yeah, there's a couple other grounds around the world I wouldn't mind getting
I would have
to.
loved if security came up as you're eating your second lunch and said, I'm sorry, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Well, there's a reason I haven't been back.
Notice that. Yeah. Right, Hawk Moon wants us to play 2 truths and a lie. That's very dangerous with Corey here.
Okay, 1 run into the offside. No, let's not play that.
We'll think about that because it's hard to do on the fly.
Yeah, it is difficult to do on the fly. What's not flying here is Punjab's got to get it going just a little bit more, Vinny.
Yeah, they do. Haven't quite been their swashbuckling selves today. But I think it's all to do with the higher quality of the bowling that we've seen from Werash.
Absolutely, especially this man. Mabeen Tariq's taking wickets for fun. Doesn't get one this time. Nice sweep shot into the hole on the leg side, 4 runs.
Yeah, just goes with the spin. Mabeen has this radical tactic that he uses as a spinner of actually spinning the ball, which we haven't seen so much of in the short form of the game, but it's pretty effective.
Oh, Toby Marriott's gotten into the chat, Vinny. Shouldn't he be working?
He is working. He's creating interaction socially. That is his job.
I don't think anyone's told him he's actually on the lunch table, which will be getting used pretty soon. And that's a sweep shot for 1.
Yeah, so he wants to know, Lord's long room, did you see a painting of Lord Harris?
Am I going to pretend I know who Lord Harris is?
Yeah.
That's my lie. The other ones are truths.
Tariq's round the wicket. This will be down to T square leg. Miguel Stoneman, pretty solid in the field.
Yeah, so tell me what other grounds around the world you'd like to go to that you haven't had a chance.
I think I wouldn't mind watching some cricket in Dubai at that stadium.
Yeah.
That looks pretty big.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to Kathmandu in Nepal.
Oh, yeah, I
And
really want to go there.
There's another one.
Everest Premier League.
Yeah, and there's another one in India. Starts with D. Dharmas. That's hooked away, and that's a nice looking shot, but should be mopped up just for one.
Dharmasala.
Yep, that's the one. I think that would be beautiful to go to in India.
I almost went to a test there in 2017. As we get to the end of the fifth over, and the score is 41 for 1. So a little bit lackluster so far as the pace has gone, but the top three have all reached double figures, just the two wide. So they've cleaned up their act a bit with those.
What's regarded as the best stadium in the world? Is it Lord's, or what do you think?
Depends. There's no one simple answer. I mean, Lord's is called the home of cricket for a reason.
Yep.
If you ask a lot of people, they'll say maybe Eden Gardens in Calcutta. They might say MCG, Boxing Day Test. I just think it's good that there's a debate about it. Here's Nippo for over number 6.
Oh, that's hoiked away onto the leg side, and he's gone. He didn't get enough elevation. Well, when it was first off the bat, I thought, is this going to land in a pocket of space? He didn't get enough on it. A nice catch by Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, he's been pretty good, as long as your name is not Diogo Martins. And we'll stop reminding him about that at some point. But the Swans hold on to this one as it's across the line from Kazi. Gets to 17. Just the 2 boundaries, though, in 14 deliveries. So not really his swashbuckling self so far. And Faf takes the catch. That's the second wicket down, 41 for 2.
Yeah, 41 for 2, Vinny. Big wicket. 6 are out.
Helix thinks there's a wanted poster on the kitchen wall at Lord's with your face on it. Well, that'd be nice to think your name could be up on the wall at Lord's.
Well,
that's everyone's dream.
They're never getting that food back, that's for sure.
So this will bring the captain. In fact, that's not the captain of the crease. Rana Sawa's coming out number 4. So this is where Rao has been batting, but they've decided to go for Rana, who's probably in slightly better touch.
Short again, pulled away. It should just be 1. And yeah, definitely no 2 to Green Shields.
We've got Chatudan Gurung in the chat saying he'd love to see us in Nepal. We're most welcome with massive crowds. Well, that'd be great.
Yeah, they do get massive, massive crowds out there.
I know that Andrew Leonard, who was our guest commentator, he's from Ireland.
Voldemort.
He was he's an EPL commentator there, so he might be doing it this year as well.
It's a big appeal, but that's a little bit too high.
Maybe you can get a guest spot with him at the EPL.
A name that we shall not speak.
It's all right, we don't mind talking about cricket around the world.
Guest speakers, I don't know. Anyway, have a look at the LBW appeal. Yeah, a bit high on that.
Hit him above the pad, so that was going to be out. Yeah, hello to all our viewers from Nepal, if you're watching.
There's quite a few of them. They might be wide outside off, and it is wide outside off. You've got to love the Asian cricket community. Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan. Yeah. They are so fanatical. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So cricket's a religion to those countries, isn't it?
I think cricket in the subcontinent is bigger than any sport is anywhere else in the world. I know it's a big call.
Oh, that's a huge call, Vinny. That's pulled away into the leg side. Are you sure on that?
I think that cricket
no way.
in India is bigger than football in Argentina.
What about table tennis to the Chinese?
Yeah, it's on a par at least, I think, with anything. Okay, football in some countries, yeah, it's a religion. But I think cricket India is...
You're trying to say Argentinian football fans aren't... You ever seen River Plate play Boca Juniors?
Yeah, I was going to say, okay, maybe it's as passionate as you can get.
Oh, that's a stumping chance, and he's gone. Well, Nipo's having a much better day. We're going to go to the limited review system.
They want to see if he's taken this behind the stumps. So I think there was the L signal there.
Let's see if we can find the L signal from the umpire.
There's no doubt to me he's out here, because he is. But let's have a look about the gloves. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, well, hold on.
Or does he have
Where's
the ball?
the ball? Where's the ball there? Is it in his wrong hand and he takes the gloves? I don't think that's in his left hand. I can't see a ball there. The ball's in his belly. So the ball's...
Yeah, so where does it go? It goes up high.
And he grabs it with his right hand and he takes the stumps with his...
No, he does take it with the right glove. I think that's out.
I don't know.
No, I think he's fine.
No, and then he releases the ball from his right hand. I think he takes the stumps with his left hand, Vinny.
Yeah, we'll slow this down as well. I think he takes it with both. Because his hands are together, right?
They're not together.
His
Vinny.
hands are together.
I don't know. That's
That's
marginal. This one for me. This is.
Look.
Let me talk you through it slowly. Look, ball gets lodged in his belly. He stops the ball now with his right hand, and watch his left hand lead forward. Left hand's forward now. Look at that.
Are they touching, right?
No, not at all.
There, see there. It's actually the right hand that knocks the stumps over, I think.
I don't know about that.
That's
I'm
out.
actually in the more side. That's long out for me.
No, that's out.
Agree to disagree. I don't think that should be given.
No, I disagree with you there. I think that's out. I think it's actually his right hand. Although his left hand probably like gets really close to stumps, I think the kind of impact is more with his right hand. So I think that's fine.
But if the bails are dislodged earlier, then the right hand makes
I
connection.
don't think that the bails are dislodged before the right hand takes out the stumps.
Marginal.
Good. It's good that you know these things though, Corey. It's good to get a bit of cricket input from you.
I'd actually say my cricket IQ is bigger than anyone in the company.
Is certainly an opinion that you'd agree with.
More than Toby Marriott, that's for sure, as he sits in the background. But given out in the end,
That's out.
I think it's a little bit harsh.
I disagree. Anyway, I'm a hard marker at the keepers, you know that. 44 for 3 now. So anyway, at the end of that, Sawa is stumped for just 1. And this will be a second wicket for Nepo, who will finish with 2 for 15 at the 6 over mark. It's 45 for 3.
Yeah, well, let's go back to what we were talking about. Yeah, you think that cricket in Asia is the most supported fanatical sport?
Yeah. Yeah. They're...
More than the South Americans to the football? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I think it's the equal. I think it's the equal. I don't want to say it's more.
Well, you
on
did
reflection.
say that.
I did say it originally. But that's because probably I hear from plenty of them every day. So I would say it's equal. Just think about how... Okay, you made one fairly mild comment the other day, right, about comparing one league to another. And what did you get from people that...
A little bit of abuse, Vinny.
Yeah, you got plenty, so you should know.
Oh, here's our favourite player with the energy, young puppy dog Macy, and he is hit high. This is a chance. This is a catch. Green Shields holds most things. He holds that one. It's a nice, safe catch. Alex Macy, good reward for a lot of energy.
Yeah, and so it's one captain catching another, and it's a wicket for the pup first up. As he just rolls in, bowls on a land. This one's pretty high. Greenshield's had some work to do, but he takes the catch. So Macy chips in with a wicket here. And Punjab CC, this innings cannot get out of second gear. Now it's 45 for 4.
Yeah, nice safe catch there, and good landing. Good little dive to take the catch, and Punjab CC just struggling here. And, well done to Alex Macy. He deserves that.
Yeah, I have liked his energy. It hasn't always worked out for him, but it's been great to watch. And so Ranasawa only making 1 at number 4, and Imran Rao only making 1 at number 5. 2 players which they'd expect a bit more production out of. Umar Mohammed is going to come out at number 6. I'm still a bit surprised that they haven't batted Muzammil Abbas higher. They've been pretty set in their order, Punjab CC. Abbas is a player that consistently comes out and whacks runs in the second half of innings.
Yeah, well, they've got their roles, don't they? And they're definitely trying to make the best of them.
So Macy, 1 for none off 1. Perfect start for him. Umar Mohammed can hit a long ball as well, though.
He's going to have to, Vin. They're miles behind
You'd
where
say
they want
these
to be.
are much better batting conditions than yesterday as well. Maybe they just don't have the assistance of the breeze. That's the only thing.
Oh, it's a good full delivery on middle and leg and jammed out for a 1.
So I think, okay, you don't have that breeze if you're right-hander to the leg side.
Yeah.
So you don't have that. But I think it also means you can play shots around the wicket equally. So
Yep.
I think for me, it's perfect batting conditions. But we've seen some teams just struggle to get going. I don't know what's quite behind it today.
Yeah, no, you're right, Vinny. I just think maybe that breeze actually makes it more difficult for the bowlers and fielders, and now they're coming equally back into the game as Alex Macy. Well, he gets that one all wrong, and he jogs away with all that energy inside him.
Left-hand, right-hand combination. Just throwing Macy there. So Helix is asking, is it a panda day today?
Hope not.
Well, the bad news is, for all our panda fans, it's the panda's day off. They've closed the enclosure.
Oh,
They will be back tomorrow, Coimbra Knights.
what a start.
Hopefully will be Panda. And Werash will be who they're playing in a pretty tough double-header. Knights are 1 and 5. And depending on how things go today, will be a real tough task, I think, tomorrow for the Knights to qualify.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
If not impossible.
Yeah?
We'll have to see at the end of the day.
They've been okay, which is a...
Yeah, I know. They haven't won the close ones. And when you got 8 games, If it's 3-4 close games you go down, not going to have a good time.
Oh, that's pulled massively. That's going to be 6 runs. What a nice shot that is from Mr. Singh. And a little bit short that time, but he puts it away lovely.
Yeah, pump and goes bang. And yeah, gets most of this. He doesn't have to worry about hitting into that stiff breeze today either. So this one does carry fairly comfortably. Maximo 6 to Punjab CC, as this one brings up the 50 for the men in red. Macy got to pitch it up now.
Yeah, he does, Vinny. It's a good comeback. Was there a slight inside edge on that? It's the only thing that maybe might have saved him. Maybe a little bit of height as well. Let's have a look.
Here's a good comeback ball, I think. I don't know whether it's height or pitches in line. He's climbing, I think.
Yeah.
He's kind of on his tiptoes as well. That hits him above the pad.
Yeah, probably height. The only thing there that...
From side on.
Yeah,
It
fair enough.
wasn't really high, but I think that was the element of doubt for the umpire.
Yeah.
Last ball, the over.
Oh, he gets a big toe end on that. The old Q end. He'll be feeling like he missed out. Good fielding from Junaid Khan. And well, I'll tell you what, Macy, talk me through his energy, Vinny.
Macy has so much energy about him. So, you just watch him sprint back to the stumps, and now he'll run to wherever he's going next. That's 54 for 4 after 7. And, well, do mention that Corey is here with me today. And you can follow us on social media. I know that you've been getting a lot of messages of varying tones on your social media. See Rutgers_28 on Instagram. And, of course, we're on Twitter and Facebook as well. You can also message me at Mr. Maximo. Thanks to everyone that messages me every day. I actually can't get back to everyone. Otherwise, I literally wouldn't have time to sleep. But you can also follow us at European Cricket and on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, you can like and subscribe. And I know that our community is growing all the time. We're also on TikTok now at European Cricket Network. Here's Miguel Stoneman with the ball.
Full, straight, high in the air. This is going to be half an opportunity. No, just falls short. 1 run. Are you on TikTok?
I'm not on TikTok.
I haven't jumped into the TikTok stuff lately, but it feels like that's the next big platform, doesn't it?
I don't get much time probably to get on the socials as much as some people do.
Yeah. Okay.
I do try and check messages from time to time.
Oh, that's high as well. He lofts this over wide, extra cover. 2 men converge, lands in a pocket of space. 1 run.
I get a lot of messages saying that I should start my own YouTube channel.
Really?
Do you know what I say to them?
No.
Right now, I'd say you're watching it.
Yeah, this is basically, you don't need any more YouTube time.
I'm getting my YouTube fill every day.
How do people feel? They get like 8 hours of us a day. It's a bit much.
Sometimes more.
So that is hit hard down to mid-off. Another one, and oh no. Well, he's been really good all tournament, has Mr. Green Shields, and unfortunately this time he misses it.
Yeah, I mean, this was drilled hard and low. Not an easy one at all.
He got there.
Yeah, it does carry, but it is motoring. Guess what he does do is keeps in front of him. Oh, it's just a single.
Yeah, he has high standards of himself, does Conrad, so he'll be disappointed not to have held that as that ball's mowed through mid-wicket. Nice shot, and after 3 consecutive singles, he finds the boundary.
Yeah, nice bit of striking here. As they're trying to kick at the end of this innings, which has kind of been stuck in a bit of a malaise. He goes and fetches this one from outside the off stump, and he does get 4. Well, Liam Day saying that, Corey, at 23 years old, you must be in the TikTok. Because you did say you were 23 the other day.
Yeah,
I'm
more of an Instagram, Twitter person, actually. And that's a low fully. Is that going to be called? It is called a no ball. Oh, upsetting, especially if you're Miguel Stoneman, the specialist third man. It's a no-e.
Slow ball gone wrong from Miguel. It was an off-cutter. We'll see that kind of anything around this region.
Have we changed that rule yet?
Not yet, because we're in the middle of a tournament. That is a good call by the umpires.
Next week at Capella, will there be a...
That's the plan.
I like it.
You can get it past legal.
Who did you have to run that by?
The powers that be.
Who's that?
The faceless overlords at the top of the European Cricket Network chain.
Dumbledore.
People that you wouldn't know, Corey, and they probably wouldn't know who you are, to be honest.
That's a little bit harsh. And free hit coming up. And it's high in the air, so this won't be out, but you can be run out. He's got to go. Oh, I reckon that's close. Well, it was a brave one.
One to the keeper. Well, I think he's just in here, but it's pretty close. I don't know if they've gone to the LRS for this one.
No,
yes,
he's
he
safe.
does get in, but yeah, certainly you have the immunity cloak on. That doesn't apply to the non-striker because he can be out.
Yeah,
run out.
Brave to say the least. And they do get the one though. Cheeky running.
Nadeem Ahmed saying, don't go on the TikTok. You have better things to do in life. Well, maybe Corey doesn't.
Oh, I'm busy.
What do you got planned here in Portugal? Anything that's on your to-do list?
Oh, well bowled. Well, good comeback from Miguel Stoneman. That's a little bit of a slower ball, and he points to the sky. I'm not too sure why, but he gets the wicket, and full straight, you miss, I hear.
Yeah, so a lot of people wondering what's going wrong with the Punjab CC batting, because we know they're capable, but I actually think that the calibre of bowling from Oerash, we talked about it before, they've got a lot of options and they're pretty good options, and Miguel Stoneman, who maybe isn't even in their top 5 bowlers, but this is an excellently located off cutter, which gets under the bat, and it's going to be 64 for 5 after 8 overs. Punjab CC just on 80 pace at the moment, but this should bring a player to the crease that I think has hit the ball probably as well as anybody. Just has hardly faced any deliveries in this series. Muzam Al Abbas coming out at number 7, but he won't be facing, because it will be the left-hander Parveen on strike at the start of the 9th.
Yep, absolutely. So Punjab CC, it's been a tough old morning for them, and they're still trucking along. They've got to somehow get to 80, 85 plus. Anyway, Tariq coming in. Shortish ball pulled away. This might help the cause, or it's not going to. It's dropped. Well, it should have been dismissed. Should have been another wicket for Tariq in this competition, but Junaid Khan's shelled one.
Yeah, so Junaid, got no excuses here, I suppose. It was just whacked across the line by Parveen. Pretty much straight to Junaid. It was in and it was out.
Yep. Disappointed. That would have been the left-handed out. That's slow. Good bowling. Really slows that up. Top ball.
Corey Fangirl in the chat asking me questions. Asking more questions to me than you now.
Where's Fangirl from? Are we actually going to get some information on this?
She was asking me about the 12 players a team April Fool's prank, and yes, it was a prank. But I said, I'm
a bit slow there.
She said, tell me honestly, and I said, yeah, I'm always honest.
April Fool's was a long while ago, as that's one down the ground, and good picking up there from Miguel Stoneman.
Yeah, where is Corey Fangirl from? Where are you at the moment in the world, Corey Fangirl?
She or he have never answered.
I think it's probably fair to use the pronoun she, judging by girl in the in the name. But I do like that you're cautious about that stuff.
Well, the world's changed as that's pulled hard over deep mid-wicket, and Junaid makes amends this time.
He throws it to nobody.
Well, there's Macy. He's charging after it. He could have lobbed it to him potentially, but they're going to save 5 runs here. Great comeback from Junaid.
I mean, it was a good catch by Junaid, but he actually throws it aggressively. He could have just let go. He actually pings it. Where's Macy? Macy's not on the field anymore, so that's why it makes it hard. It makes it hard. And so, yeah, Macy, it's almost like when you're giving something to a puppy. Let's have a look at this. That's fine. This one.
Oh, that's 6.
I think. Well, is the ball ejected though?
No, go back 1 frame, 2 frames. Oh, that's 6 for me.
I think it is 6. Yeah.
Good effort though.
He probably maybe feels the rope. I think that will be 6. You know.
Yeah, top effort. Credit where credit's
But you know when you're throwing a ball to a puppy, that's exactly what he does.
Look at him go.
Yeah, so I think that'll be a Maximo.
Has it been given, Vinny?
I don't know, but it should be.
I hope so.
They need the runs.
Oh, no. Yeah, it has, I think. Let me check the scorecard.
I think it has been given 6. Yep, I think it's been changed.
Well, that's another instant where the limited review system helps. Great comeback ball for Mr. Tariq. Dot ball.
Great camera work as well.
Spring Productions, they go okay, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Spring are fantastic, and they're doing a very, very good job.
Yep, pull shot high in the air, chance, and good catch by Miguel Stoneman. And really good from him down at long on. I'm glad they've put him more in a catching position. He takes a nice catch, and the score 72 for 6.
Yeah, so Parveen, he's been trying his best to get things moving. This time he does find Miguel. He finds himself in unfamiliar territory down there at long on, but he's certainly up to the task, and that's a nicely executed outfield catch to finish the 9th over, and now it's 72 for 6.
Yep, absolutely. So they just haven't been able to get going at any stage, really. They're trying to get themselves to 85 at least, but you'd expect the Swans batting lineup to chase those down. Be interesting to see if the Swans change their batting order a bit, maybe give someone else a go to get someone else in form.
Yeah, I think that might be one thing that might happen. But, yeah, I think that they're pretty happy giving opportunities up up the order. Someone like Badenhorst, who's coming good. The more he's batting, the better he's getting. Maybe someone like Parth Janjat. I'd like to see him get a bit of batting as well. Krip Patel, a bit short of confidence after his start to the tournament.
Yep.
10th overtime, and it's going to start with...
Great
I was
fielding.
going to say it was going to be a boundary, but I think he's hurt himself there.
I hope he's okay. You can see he's getting up gingerly. A for effort. Great effort out there. But, geez, he looks a bit sore, Vinny.
Yeah.
Oh, see how his knee sort of just digs into the turf?
Yeah, I think, it's a bit of a hard landing.
It's his right knee.
Does
it's
get
not,
it
it's
away.
not that one. It's he grabs his right knee.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just an impact kind of injury and there's no
Yeah.
actual damage.
Just a bit of a, look. Oh, he's gone the old, he's not happy. And, it might have been signalled 4. So he's put all that effort in.
It's been given 4 now. Must admit I didn't see it.
We were probably looking more at the injury as that one's high in the air. Should be. Great catch, Junaid. Well, oh no, that's Nipo, sorry. Great catch. Well, he's had the funniest tournament in the field because he hasn't been able to stop anything. We know how good he is in the field, but this time he takes an absolute hanger. Well done, young man. Look at this, tracking back, diving over his left shoulder and rolls with it. What a catch, Vinny.
Yeah, brilliant catch. Nipo's, he's shelled a couple. Let's go back to the 4. Now maybe it's the second time he touches the ball. When that's fine, then he's over the rope now. And does he touch it again?
Oh, it doesn't matter, Vinny.
I don't know. They want to have a look at it. Yeah. Oh, well, obviously, the official's feeling a bit sympathetic towards Punjab CC. I don't think that was particularly happy about it. But how about that catch from Nipo? Excellent work.
Yeah, very good catch. And that will give him a world of confidence because, yeah, we said he's had a couple of clangers in this time, but usually with his hands and in the field, he's very, very good. And that's a great catch.
Yeah, so this innings just stalling. And it gets a dangerous hitter as well. Was Malabas for just 5.
That's wide down the leg side. So a couple of balls remaining in this innings. If they can get maybe one more 6, something out the middle of the bat, get themselves to around 85. And maybe a couple of wickets in the power play, they'll have a slight chance.
Yeah. So that would be the hope. And we have occasionally seen Wairish's batting fall away a little bit, but you have to get those top order wickets, particularly Conrad Greenshields. Yeah, a little bit of a fake out from the non-striker, but Stoneman keeps it pretty simple as he knocks over the timber. It's going to be the end of Shafqat Ali, who comes, he goes, and that is yet another wicket now. And that was a pretty good ball. You see the little fake out, but with this one, it's going to be 77 for 8 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, they're endangered of being bowled out, Vinny. If you keep it straight and the batsman's going to play a pretty wild shot, not too much technique in that one. You can see, I always find it funny when people try to overhit and their head just goes...
Do we call that Panda style now?
No, Panda had good technique yesterday, Vinny. But I know where you're going with it. Unfortunately for Punjab CC, this innings, a bit like this morning, just hasn't been able to get going at any stage. Stoneman's got 3. He's cashing in at the back end.
He sure is. And so now we're really getting down to the bottom. Osama Ali, who's come in more for his bowling. He's in here at number 10. See if he can do anything with these last 3 balls. Can they even get to 80 here?
Oh, this could be another wicket. Every chance it'll be 4 for. No. Oh, an old pup. Well, when they're young, you've got to blood them. And unfortunately, he drops an absolute sitter. That would have been 4 for Miguel. He'll be disappointed. And, yeah, went straight to him. Maybe a little bit swirly in the breeze that's come through. He set himself nicely, but it just burst through those hands.
Yeah, well, he does get in the right spot, Macy. Yeah, the pup had to chase that one.
It's high in the air. I don't think this one will be dropped because it lands short. Doesn't carry all the way. And they just mosey on through for a 1. So you can just see the back end, these batsmen just struggling to get power on the shot. But it's not really up to them. It's up to that top order to fire.
Yeah, that's true. This can happen. I mean, we saw them bowled out for 60 the other day by Wild Panthers. So, nice ball of the first half here from Miguel Stoneman. He's been brilliant. He's got 3 wickets. Can he get a 4th? It is going to be dropped by Junaid, and it's going to go into the boundary. Wow. Oh, Junaid out there. He sums it up. And can't really have too many excuses with this one. It will be fortunate for Punjab CC to finish the innings. So Miguel, he won't get his 4th wicket. It'll be 4 runs off the last, and Punjab CC, they're going to finish 83 for 8 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, and I think they can thank the Swans for letting them get to 83. A couple of clangers right at the back ends, giving them some extra runs. And they could have easily been bowled out for 65 to 70 here. So in the end, 83 for 8. And besides those errors, the Swans, they're in complete control of this game.
Yeah, it seems like it at the moment. It'll be 6 in a row for the Swans if they can win in the second half of this one. And they did elect to field Werash. And early on, we saw that one unable to be stopped by Miguel Stoneman. You'll see him a bit more later with the ball. As Punjab CC, they're always aggressive with the bat. There was the pup. He was running after it. And that one, he just had 1 foot too far. But you got to love the effort from the young man. And this one, it was almost a collision. And Stoneman did not want to be on the other end of Jaunjat. We had a simple one here. And this was the story, wasn't it? Just wickets falling at regular intervals, stifling the run rate of Punjab CC here in match 34.
Absolutely, Vinny. You couldn't have called it any better because the wickets just kept falling at the wrong time for them. And even though there were some nice shots by Paveen Singh, the left-handed batsman, they just kept losing wickets, and when that happens, it's really difficult to get any momentum when you're trying to set a score. This was a little bit too high. Look at Nepo. You can't discredit his energy on the knees, begging for an LBW. This was a slightly, well, I won't say controversial, but interesting one where he stumped him with both hands and was given out at the same time. And, well, that brought about another wicket. This was Conrad Greenshields with a nice safe catch running in at deep long on, and he'll be pretty happy with that. But it was a one-man show from Paveen. He was trying his best to get Punjab CC up to a more than competitive total. And with some good batting from him, he did get them to something at least respectable. Stoneman, he came in right at the back end, the 5th change bowler. And that was a good effort by Junaid Khan, but was signalled 6 in the end because his foot had hit the rope. And that was a fair enough decision. And there's Stoneman there, down at deep mid-off, taking a nice catch for him. This was a great effort by Lucas Mount. He seemed like he was in a bit of pain, but it was just a bit of an absorbing blow. He recovered, and then Nepo took a sensational catch the very next over. So, a bit funny the catching today because there's been some pretty good catches, but also these ones, unfortunately. Pup lets it go through his hands, and then Junaid lets it go through his hands as well. Unfortunately, in the last 2 days of cricket, the fielding standards just dropped off a little bit compared to maybe Group A, but I'm sure they will be back soon. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards, and well, for Punjab CC, especially with the bat, it wasn't the greatest looking scorecard, as Paveen Singh, the only man to really go on with it, 29 of 21, and Abdul Qazi and both openers, Arslan Ahmed, both getting into double digits, but not going on and making a score of any substance. And that middle to lower order just couldn't get going at any stage. And unfortunately, if you keep losing wickets all the time, it's going to get more and more difficult. The bowling figures, these will look nice though. Junaid Khan was exceptional, 1 for 6, economy of 3. Nepo, he finally came down 2 for 15 with an economy of 7.5. And Stoneman, right at the back end, the janitor, he cleaned up with 3 cheap wickets right at the end to get himself 3 for 21. So good bowling overall, and the Swans, well, they'll be the happier of the two sides. Take a quick look at the Manhattan graph, and besides that one big over in the second that went for 15 runs and a couple of decent ones in the 4th and in the 10th, they never really got going, and you can see how many wickets they lost in the last 5 overs. And it was 7 wickets in the last 5 overs, which never helps. So that does take us to the halfway stage. Punjab CC, they score 83 for 8, and that means the Swans, they're going to need 84. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Cataclysm Ground in Portugal as we are almost halfway through day 9 of action in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandy with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Always wonderful to have your company on ECN. And right now we are halfway through this match and it's Werash trying to remain undefeated in this series. This is match number 6 for them and right now they're chasing 84 for victory as we'll see them start their 10 overs very, very shortly. As Punjab CC just could not really put anything together in the first half of this match after being sent in. So Werash, they will be chasing for the first time. And you know that always comes with a bit of extra added pressure. But it will be interesting to see how they go about it. They have the same openers, and including Brendan Buddenhorst, who batted very well for 49 not out in the previous match. Just stranded short of his half century, but I don't think he was too bothered because they still were able to put a winning score on the board. And they end up scoring 120 off their 10 overs. And he'll be out there with Faf Stoneman, who has had an interesting tournament so far with the bat. Sometimes he has been a little bit slow to get going, but you know, when it comes down to it, Werash, don't forget they are actually undefeated. So you can't criticise the tactics too much. I didn't see too much of Greenshields earlier. Saw him in the last 3 overs. He went to town, whacking 32 off just 10 balls. And so, Punjab CC, well, they do have some good bowling options. That's what you'd say about them as well. So they will test Werash, you'd imagine. And they did have the brakes on for a fair bit of the morning game, the first match of the day. But we'll see if they can mount a defence of this. Fairly meagre total of 83. Look, and they got there with the assistance of some pretty lacklustre fielding from Werash in the first half, you'd have to say. They'd stopped a couple of boundaries late. Maybe they'd be chasing something in the mid-70s, but still, I do think that Werash will be the happier of the two teams. As we get ready for the first ball, it'll be Nucky to open up this time. We'll be bowling to Buddenhorst. It's 84 for victory for Werash. Goes back and punches this one nicely. And in fact, it'll go to the boundary. Well, that's a really good start. Well, that essentially brings up his 50, doesn't it? Because he was stranded on 49 and out this morning. This is a shot of a player that's gaining in confidence. Buddenhorst gets a bit of width and a bit of length off Nucky. And he sends it to the offside boundary. What a good start. What a confident looking start. Quick hello to some people in the chat, including James Stewart in Estonia and Luke Belgium. Hope that you were well. And thanks for joining us. To Graham Holmes as well. Saying a few catches dropped in the last 2 days. Yeah, no doubt about that. But I'll be hoping to remedy that. All teams, I think. This next one doesn't really swing for Nucky. And this will be a wide down the leg side. So Buddenhorst recently arrived from South Africa. He's setting up camp here in Portugal for a while, which I think is really exciting. I bet that he's loving the fact he can play some cricket here in Portugal. And a lot of players from quote unquote established cricket playing countries a bit unaware of the cricket scene, but Buddenhorst is straight into it here. As he'll work this one away just for a single. And so we'll see Faf Stoneman on strike for the first time in this match, and probably only criticism of Stoneman is he can labour a bit early in his innings. Has shown it on occasions that he is quite capable of hitting those big shots. And so just getting himself organised, taking guard. And Nucky will be hoping for an early wicket. So it's very hard to defend this if you don't take the wickets here. Punjab CC, first one, chops down on this. This will be yet another chase, and this is another one that the ball's going to win the race. So 2 4s, kind of carbon copies from either batter. So it's a very good start now for Werash as they hit double figures, and we're still only halfway through this first over. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me once again in the commentary box is Corey Ruckers.
Hi, Vinny.
Pretty good start for Werash. Nucky needs to straighten up and pitch it up a bit, I think. He doesn't. He gets cut away again, and the result's going to be the same. This time it's more of a genuine cut from Stoneman. He times this one really well. You see there, he is able to get it up, but he gets it into the gap. That's the key, and there's no one back there. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot. Short, wide, puts it away, and, well, Punjab CC, they're on a bit of a hiding to nothing if they don't get a couple of early wickets. They desperately need some to breathe a little bit of life into this game. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, they've got to get these two and Conrad in the first few overs here.
Yeah, I feel like that's the only chance already. They've got that rate down almost a full point to 7.5. We're already up at 14 now.
It's a nice looking shot, and lots of backing up there from Badenhorst to get sent back from Stoneman. Dot ball.
Yeah, so you know, have seemed pretty assured, haven't they, in this series? There's a bit of a thought that maybe they haven't played together so much as a team, but there's a real sense of team spirit about them, a bit of shared enthusiasm about the task in their first official tournament playing together.
Yeah, they look like they've got good game plans, and everyone knows their role, which I think is super important in cricket.
Last ball of the over. This time Stoneman will just push and run. He'll retain the strike. He takes 9 off the first over, as well as the 5 off Badenhorst in the wide. So it's 15 for no loss after 1.
Yep, 15 for no loss, Vinny, when you're chasing quite a low total. Perfect start for the Swans, and their good tournament continues.
So, yeah, pretty good first over. The pace they need to go is around 17 per 2 overs, so they're pretty much an over ahead after this.
So let's see who's going to share that new ball.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Hello to everyone else. Liam Day in the chat as well, and Helix. And here is the left-hander, Parveen Singh.
Parveen Singh now comes in, flicked away down the leg side. That's going to go for 4. And, well, no, the foot fielding. I've called that one a little bit early, Vinny. I thought that was definitely going to be 4.
Looked like it. I think they're probably going to have a bit of a look at this. It's about where his foot is.
He's got that guilty look, doesn't he?
You think so? All right, we'll slow this down as much as we can around here.
He goes with the...
See, that's fine, I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good, actually.
And then where does it roll? Does it roll onto the rope? He won't be able to see. That seems fine to me.
Well,
it's a foot fielding success.
We could start a compilation video of that. And that's well blocked by Stoneman. He's got himself off to a good start. A couple of boundaries early in his innings, so that'll give him a load of confidence that he can probably bat through this innings and let Brendan and let Conrad continue on in their merry way of playing probably more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feel they'd have to fall over to lose here, whereas I think you need a mixture of good bowling and bad batting. I think if they're not to chase this down.
So good to see the other teams rocking up now. Friendships to see, and the Wild Panthers are here as well. Nice shot. Short, wide, puts it away. 4 runs, and, well, it's not looking good for Punjab at the moment, Vinny.
No, it's not. It's the worst possible start, really. And there's a bit of an instant replay element to the start of this power play, isn't it? And Badenhorst, he's showing he can cut like the best as well. Whereas they're not looking too nervous at the moment.
No, absolutely. And you can see there, they're sitting on the side, pretty relaxed, pretty calm, and very easy indeed. Oh, looks like we're getting a bit of an audience back here in the commentary box. Well, good to have everybody here, and glad everyone in Portuguese cricket's enjoying the week.
A lot of enthusiasm about this tournament.
Absolutely.
Can see why.
Well, it's good. We've got good ground crew, good production, good teams, good. It's like a family. It's a cricket community.
We are. We are a cricketing family.
Short, wide-ish. This time more of an edge. Yeah, well done.
Were you nervous there? The spin was going to take it away from the fielder.
I don't want to discredit the standard of cricket because the batting and bowling's been good, but the fielding just in the last 48 hours dropped off a little bit, so I'm a bit nervous for the outer fielders.
Well, there's a bit going on in the chat as I'm logging back in now. Talking about a verdict, not guilty. I don't know what the issue was. If someone can refresh my memory. I'm trying to scroll up at the moment.
What's the not guilty for?
I'm gonna have to follow this.
As Stoneman respectfully blocks that back to the bowler.
So just the 1 ball left in this over.
Look what happens when we don't go on the chat quickly. It just blows
yeah,
up.
it is. Let's see what's happened here. Okay. I think there's an issue. Did James Stewart say hello to Luke in the chat this morning or not? I don't know if that's the issue or not. It's been like a trial. Into the over, as this one won't be scored off. And so at the end of 2, it's 23 for no loss. Probably gives us a chance to look at the table because, yeah, you mentioned the teams playing this afternoon, be Wild Panthers and Friendship, that we will see a little bit later on today. And I know that Friendship have won the toss. They'll be bowling first in that one. They're 2 teams with 2 wins. But Wild Panthers, they've played 6 games. So actually, this is their last 2 games this afternoon, their last chance to score some points.
Well, Cumbria will be watching that closely as well, because if Friendship get 1 victory, even 1, it makes it very difficult for the Cumbria Knights. So they'll be pretty avid supporters of the Panthers this afternoon, you'd imagine.
I'm up to speed now. His first one, swing and a miss, as Nucky is back for his second over. It wasn't so much that they were trying to work out who'd said hello to each other, James Stewart and Luke Belgium. It was a grammatical mistake by James Stewart, and he was worried that the grammar police were gonna arrest him. But then I think he was called not guilty. And there we go. Exciting stuff in the chat.
Oh, the
grammar-based. I probably didn't have to read that out. I was just trying to catch up with what's going on.
Well, plenty going on out here. The outside edge, and it's going to go for 1. And that third man's very fine at the moment. So, the Swans, how did Punjab get into this game, Vinny? What can they do? What's something they can change up?
I haven't tried spin at all. They don't really have a spinner. So even if someone thinks they can bowl spin, maybe try that. Because it's been a bit of a sameness to the attack, I suppose. It's just something random I thought of.
Spin's pretty effective in the T10.
Effective for Awarish.
Oh, that's a poor ball down the leg side.
Awarish have 2 genuine spinners in Mohamed Siraj Nippo and Mubin Tariq.
Yep.
And they both had a lot of success.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fair bit of pounce in this pitch as well, so spin's always a good option.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen it so important. And you think, it's going to be whacked in this format, shorter format, slightly smaller boundaries. But yeah, for the most part, it's been a pretty effective tactic.
That's pushed into the offside. And just a single. Oh, no. We've lost the cover at the back, Vinny. Well, we've not had too much luck.
We're exposed.
Once again, we just spent 15 minutes trying to get one of the European cricket signs up in the background. She's gone down again.
It'll happen.
Well, maybe we could
That's the wind. You can see the wind's a factor here.
We could get Toby to stand there all day holding the back end of it.
Zoom in on Toby's jumper the whole time. So, yeah, one thing we haven't had this morning is a real close contest. You can't see it going that way here either, unless there's a raft of wickets taken, as we see Nucky coming in.
Yeah, well bowled, well played, respectfully defended into the offside.
And Nucky, it's nice to see him getting his length right now. I know he struggled early in the tournament with some full high deliveries, but he hasn't disgraced himself with the ball. It's pitched up and driven down to Muzzamal Abbas. He doesn't prevent the single.
This game's just meandering. It's in a funny little position here. Punjab CC, they're a little bit quiet out there as well. Got to step it up a bit. They're not out of this contest. Trying to maybe a bit of brilliance in the field or a special delivery just to give them a little bit of hope.
So Nucky's got the last ball of his spell now. He's conceded 19.
That's well played. Well fielded there. Backward point. That's taken end to the power play. It's 27 for none.
So not so much power in the power play. The step ladder's coming down. Both third overs were pretty tight in this contest. You can see the wickets were curtailing the efforts of Punjab CC to accelerate their first innings. So right now they're going at the pace required, but they're doing it in a bit of a dawdle. Where Rush? Luke Belgium. He's choosing Wild Panthers in the next game just because of their team name. Having said that, Friendship CC got a decent team name as well.
Yeah, I would say one of the better team names. They always come up with some good ones in Portugal, that's for sure. But yeah, what can Punjab CC do? I'm just looking around.
Helix is noticing not much buzz going on the field.
Yeah, they've
You got to start by creating an atmosphere.
Oh, that's better bowling. That's a good line, good length.
So I would often have little tricks if I was trying to fire up the fielding team. Obviously, as a keeper, you're central to that. I'd say, come on, we need to lift 100%, and I'd say, I need all of you to put in 12%, or I work out exactly how many percent it was. Right? I'd be like, I need all of you to put in 9%.
8.5. Yep.
I need 9%, and I'll put in the extra one. I'll put in 10%. So just little funny things like that, just to try and get a bit of people feeling good about themselves. At the moment, they probably feel like there's an air of inevitability about this game. But you've got to believe yourself, and maybe you can pull something off. We have seen comebacks from worse positions, but at the moment, you're right. You just perceive the Punjab CC a bit flat out there.
Yeah, one wicket can change all that, though. It's not going to come this time. That's well run. And, well, with the misfield, they'll think about 2 and they'll come back for 2. So good running between the wickets from these 2.
Yeah, really good running. Button Horse was quick to spot it and get back for a second. So yeah, that doesn't help either, does it? And sometimes, look, if this doesn't go the way for the Punjab CC, they probably just have to draw a line under it and hope for a better performance tomorrow. And then you better be playing well when you get to Friday, because from then on, it's sudden death. Quarterfinals coming up with the top 8 teams in Portugal.
It's a nice looking shot as well through the offside, and they should double back for 2. No, he'll get more than that. He gets 4 this time. He hit it harder than I thought. Nice batting from Badenhurst, who's finding his groove in the T10 format. And, well, the Swans, they continue on their merry way.
I like the way he bats because he's pretty loath to hit across the ball unless it's really in at his pads. He's backing himself to play. No, a fairly safe shot there. The offside, kind of back foot drive or the cut. And he's getting good value on this field as well. You don't have to hit everything in the air. Badenhorst, he's made 67 today without being dismissed.
I was going to say you've almost put the mockers on him, but he works that one down the ground for 1. And yeah, he's batted well today. He's found his groove. Stoneman playing second fiddle once again, doing his job. And the Swans in complete control of this one.
Yeah, teams have found it hard to get rid of Stoneman. The only times he's got outs really probably when he's thrown his wickets away, chasing cheap runs or chasing quick runs.
Yeah, he's got a good little technique on him, and seems like he's got a lot of time at the crease. It's like we've got a lot of time in the commentary box sometimes, Vin.
We sure do. It's, we have 1,200 matches a year.
So it's pushed down the ground, and they'll get through for another single. So that takes us to the end of the 4th. The score, 36 for none.
Yeah, so cruising again. They just get the runs they need off that over with a minimum of risk and a minimum of fuss. As we have 48 required off the last 6 overs. And this is something we were talking about earlier, wasn't it? That's European cricket now is on TikTok. And we had a few people that were talking about TikTok. So if you'd like to, you can follow us at European Cricket Network on TikTok. And the other thing is our social media is here at Mr. Maximo. If you want to send me a message, and thanks for the messages I get every day, and I get plenty of them. A lot of them are a lot nicer than some of the messages Corey was getting after some of his opinions last week. We're not going to go into that again. But you can also message Corey, and the details are there. And the main thing is you should follow at European Cricket, because I tell you what, I've got Toby here doing some amazing things with our social media. So you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. This first one is a Gundy ball, and it's not handled by the keeper either.
Oh.
It's kicked away. Nice bit of football to beat his opponent there, but the result will be 3 wides.
Yeah, not a great start this from Abbas, and yeah, he gets it all wrong, flies down the leg side, and the keeper can't catch up with it. So some easy runs, and yeah, it's not looking great at the moment for Punjab CC.
Well, they do have a pretty laid-back lifestyle here in Portugal.
I can imagine.
That's the feel that we've got at the moment.
Oh, they're super laid back. They couldn't be any more chill, Vin. That's a better delivery. Well played. And just the 1. And welcome Wasmatron into the chat, and everyone else watching around the world.
Yeah, later was that. He's watching from Australia.
If you could bring in any middle over bowler right now, not a death bowler, to come in and change this game on its head, who would it be, Vinny?
Middle over bowler.
Who was good in the middle and always picked up a couple? Well, a little bump ball, but
Would it be a spinner?
Probably.
You know, we have a spinner who just sneaks through their 10 overs in a 50 over game without doing too much. There we go. TikTok is there.
So we're on TikTok.
On TikTok. Go check it out.
New to me.
I have made a TikTok. All I've done is make it. I haven't actually done anything with it.
Is TikTok okay for 30 plus?
I don't know. Because I don't know enough about kind of the interface. But I know that all the kids are all over it. And I have got a TikTok at Mr. Maximo. Maybe you can inspire me to do more with my TikTok if you follow me on TikTok at Mr. Maximo.
Maybe.
But we do have at European Cricket Network now.
We could go a combined one potentially.
Yeah. Just a compilation of you cracking up at things, probably.
It does happen occasionally. But yeah, who would be your middle overs bowler? If you had a game like this and you had to throw the ball to?
I'm just thinking of just like a regulation off spinner. But you probably need wickets, don't you?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Shane Warne.
Yeah.
Think about what he used to do like in the 99 World Cup. About, he just had the ability to get something to happen in a game that looked like it was drifting along. So that's my pick. Maybe a predictable one, but I think that's my pick.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He's pretty good, wasn't he? The great man.
That's all he missed, of course. Check out that hair. He's got the mohawk going. Just the wind has created that. Abbas.
Full toss. Yep, misses out. It's been called a no ball, so it's going to prove to be very costly indeed, Vinny.
I'm going to go back to that one in a second, but yeah, it will be a free hit coming up then. He just loses his length on that one. And so, yeah, more trouble for Punjab Lions.
So more trouble. It's free hit time, and well, it just hasn't worked out too well at the moment for Punjab. They're trying their best.
They sure are. Couple to come for Abbas here. Right. This one's dragged away into the leg side and will make the stop. All right, you give me an idea then. Any ideas? I mean, put yourself in the captain's position here. What are you thinking about here? Probably apart from lunch.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what's for food? It's tough. I'm sort of on. You've got to maybe. Is it anyone that can bowl spin in the team?
Yeah.
Just to change the pace up.
So you stole mine.
Can you go a bouncer? Can you try
Throw a bouncer in?
Try and get something up in a dangerous area for the batsman, because at the moment it's a little bit too easy as that's hit away, and that's 4 more. Good shot. That's going to take us to the end of the 5th. It is all the Swans. It's 49 for none.
Having a good time. This one's just over pitch from the bowler, and it will end up at the boundary. Plenty of offside strokes being executed today by Werash.
I got one for you. I'd do a man-cat.
Okay. Well, we saw that in the Spanish Championship weekend. There you go.
It needs something.
I mean, that's if you can do it. That's if the non-striker's napping.
You know the non-striker's always napping.
Think so? There we go. I thought the kind of window into the devious mind of Corey Ruckers.
Devious?
Man-catting. Then Conrad comes out and finishes the game in about 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, that does get us a little bit closer to lunch, Vinny. Sensational food here.
We might have to find out what the lunch is today. It's always brilliant. Zuma Mohammed.
Oh, and a valuable dot ball. Haven't seen too much of that. I think I'd go in the middle overs Rashid Khan.
Oh, yeah.
You never asked me, but I think
yeah,
I'd
okay.
go Rash.
Yeah. I mean, good bowl to have on any time. Yeah, so that's the modern day version.
Nice shot that into backward point, and just another single as the slippery soap, and struggling to pick that up all day, Punjab. 50's up now, 50 partnership, well batted to these two.
Yeah, they batted well, but they've done it with a minimum of risk. A minimum drama as they bring the milestone up in 33 deliveries. Imam Mohammed, yeah, searching for a wicket. Well, there we go. There's a bit of aggression. But, mostly fake aggression, but still, they appreciate it. I'll ask you a cricket question then. If you could change one law in cricket, what would it be? Or one rule? Or bring in a playing condition?
That's an interesting one.
I'll give you this ball to think about it as This is hit pretty well over the offside, and this time it's going to go all the way maximal. How big bomb from Badenhorst. He just continues to improve. He goes walkabout there, and he gets 6. So that takes Werris close to the target. They move up to 56.
Yeah, that's a nice looking stroke that over the offside for 6, and he's really turned it on today as Badenhorst. He's found his T10 groove, that is for sure, and he's batting beautifully.
While you're thinking about that, Corey Fangirl's in the chat as well. Say play a bit more aggressive. Helix agreed with my pick, the Shane Warne. And good news, Phil saying that for older gents like myself, 25% of global TikTok users are over 34 years old.
Oh, that's handy.
Well, you being 23, according to you, then you'll be right in the...
I'm in my prime.
Yeah, you are. And Sam Nick think we could quite easily not see Conrad... Could see Conrad not batting.
They might as well, if they do lose a wicket, you might as well give someone else a go. I can't see them not getting the runs. Maybe get Nepo in form.
Yeah, or just throw a real furphy and get Macy in there with the bat. Let's see him scampering for some runs. Last ball of the over from Umar Mohammed.
Shot. Nice shot, but could be half a chance. No, it falls well short of the fielder. Batting from Stoneman, though. It's 58 for none after 6. And the one law that I would consider changing, Vinny, is double lunches.
I've got one that actually you and I will agree on in a second.
Go on.
It'll be 58 for no loss after 6. And how about Corey Fangirl's pick for the middle overs? Gorang Mayavanshi, the little maestro.
Well,
yeah,
okay.
Slowly putting the pieces together.
Well, that's interesting.
Of Corey Fangirl. Okay, Sam Nick's got one that I agree with. I'd remove umpire's call, and we talked about this the other day. If the ball's hitting the stumps, it's hitting the stumps. I know it might change the game, but that's actually the laws of the game. It says if it hits you in line and it hits the stumps, it's out.
Yeah, so even
if a bit of the ball's hitting the stump, it's out. Because if you're bowled and a bit of the ball hits the stump, you're out. And people might say, oh, it's not accurate. And it's way more accurate than a human. It's way more accurate than a human guessing. So that's what I'd do.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. In comes a bus again, lofted over the offside this time.
A lot of chat about how the game's gone towards the batters in the last years or decades. That's one that I think is already in the laws that, you know, the rule is there for LBW. So I would say that that's one which potentially gives the bowling team something back.
Zip yourself up there, please, Vin. Yeah, I agree with you there.
The jacket up.
Oh, he's got him. Well, finally a wicket and a little bit of frustration released from a bus there with the celebration. They've been pretty miserly of Punjab, and the Swans have been batting well, but Badenhorst, he'll be dismissed for the first time today. Chopped on, bowled, and that's the first one in this run chase.
Eventually he goes, but not before he scored 80 runs in the morning's play. This is probably the first one he loses his shape on. He tries to whack this on the leg side, even though it's outside the off stump. It's assisted back onto the base of the off stump. And so here's the end of Badenhorst, and that's the first wicket to fall. It's 59 for 1.
Yeah, and it is Green Shields coming out. I thought we might have seen maybe a Nepo or someone in that middle order try and get them, or Junjat, get them some form, but yeah. Shields, he loves his fantasy points, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I think he's batting so well that sometimes you just want to keep going in form. You don't want to stay on the pine too much. He knows he's probably their key with the bat when it comes to this weekend as well. So the plan A will be for him to go big and take him all the way to the trophy.
One genuine rule that I think should change is bowlers should have 2 bounces and over again.
Okay.
I really think that.
I'll give you one which I think will come in. No back foot, no ball rule for bowlers. Only front foot, no ball. And then you use the sideline and the front line as a kind of marker for that. And I actually think if I go further, I think that some part of your front foot should be in line with or in front of the stumps. So at the moment, you could bowl from behind the umpire. And I don't think that's quite right either.
Well, did you see Pat Cummins, what he did to Farwood Alarm in the series?
What did he do?
So you know how Farwood Alarm has that groovy technique, super open. He bowled it miles behind the line because he then couldn't do his trigger movement in time. It's actually quite funny.
I've seen it a few times. Dan Slilly did it once, I think, from about 30 metres. I think that's... So there's a box there. You see from the middle stump, let's say, and then the return crease, and then you've got the bowling crease, which is in line with the stumps, and the popping crease. I think you just your front foot, as long as some part lands somewhere in there, it should be fine.
How good was DK Lilly?
Brilliant. Brilliant man as well. 24 of 20 required. Stoneman on the rack.
Shot. Nice looking shot through the gap. 4 runs. It was a feed me ball and he feeds on it. Too easy for Stoneman.
Yeah, this is throwdowns, isn't it? It's just a shin high full toss. Stroke through the offside. 4 more. Really, if this game, if you found it in a hospital, you'd be turning off life support at this stage, wouldn't you? 'Cause it's just hanging on, and you just don't think there's going to be any life breathed back into it.
Well, you can see how he walks after the ball there. It's not like there's too much energy involved at the moment because I think Punjab, well, the writing's on the wall, the wheel's already signed, and it's almost done.
Sam says there maybe should be a tram line on the leg side and then use that for leg side wides. I've got to admit, I like using the stump because it takes out a judgment element for the umpire. It makes it a bit easier for them. We'd probably have a lot of contentious ones if we had a leg side wide rule. But I do like what you're thinking with it, the theory of it. I just think in the execution of that might not work that well. At the moment, everyone knows if it misses leg stumps are wide. And so, good suggestion though. Much like we have in the indoor cricket game or the action cricket game.
You should be able to be stumped off a free hit. That needs to change. It looks so village.
I think that's part of the
looks
charm.
ridiculous. There's no charm in it. It looks so silly, Vinny. Shot. Nice shot. Picked up. 4 runs. Too easy. And the Swannies, they keep trucking.
Yeah, so this one is another boundary. Whipped away. So Stoneman doing his batting average. No disservice at all. He moves up to 28. The score is up to 68. So 16 required now. It's the end of 7 overs. 68 for 1. Coming up this afternoon, we have another double header for you. Matches 35 and 36. And Friendship CC, they're back on the park after a day off. They've won the toss. They'll be bowling first against the Wild Panthers. That's a bit risky to give the stage to Andani and Arslan Naseem at the top of the order. And also Dix Patel's been pretty good in this series. So pretty strong top 3. How about Manjeet Singh as well yesterday? Came on as emergency bowler and did really, really well. Friendship CC though, for me, Mohammed Jahid Alam, he is always a good indicator of how they're going. So stay tuned for that, starting in about 35 minutes time, right here on the European Cricket Network, as this one is out of here. Abracadabra. And Green Shields blast this one on the leg side. It was a Gundy ball from Usama Ali. And that one takes Werish past 70. Maximo time. And now they're just 10 runs away from this target.
Yep, they're going to get there in a canter, Vinny, and they are definitely the team to beat from this Group B. I'm looking forward to when they come up against Mallow, potentially in the finals time. Whoa! What's just happened there? That's a big Noe. Wow, pretty good keeping, actually.
He does well to block this. Well, he's turned off gravity this time. Conrad's got a smile on his face, probably because he was not going to be troubled by that. Probably thinks it'll annoy him. It's bad for the strike rate. That goes down as a dot for Conrad.
That poor batting from Conrad.
You think he could have thrown the bat at this? He would have had to have literally thrown the bat at this.
If you throw it and hit it. I
actually don't know. Someone clarify it. Free hit, and he goes inside out. He slices away and gets the result. Maximo! And it's not the first, not the last we'll see from Greenshields in this tournament. And that one takes Werish within just 1 strike of victory.
Well, thankfully, they're very soon to pull the plug on this game. It feels like they've been close to winning for the last 6 or 7 overs. Conrad Greenshield's come out and he's made this happen a lot quicker than what was going on at the top. And he's raced away. It might be this ball. This could be the last ball of the game, Vinny.
Could be. 3 required.
And it is the last ball of the game. Too easy for Greenshields. He needs to open the batting, so I want to see more of him. 3 sixes, ends the game with a no ball in the middle there. And the Swans, they keep on marching on. And they are the team to beat.
Yeah, so it's always a good sign when you've got your gloves off by the time the ball hits the ground. So Conrad's going to finish here with 19 not out. And let's just say Usama Ali doesn't have a very good time at the crease as he concedes 19 off half an over. And in the end, they're going to do this with a quarter of the innings to spare. 2.5 overs to spare. So pretty dominant display by Werish this morning as they will win this one by 9 wickets. And, well, once again, Werish, they're the team to beat. They're 6-0 now.
Yeah, 6-0, and Conrad Greenshield's was there with the young Stoneman's done really, really well. And they are the team to beat. They're batting well, they're bowling well. Their fielding still could go up a little bit, but they are looking good. And I think them and Marlow from Group A are the hot favourites.
Yeah, it does seem that way, but we know anything can happen in the FanCode European Cricket Series. As we look at some of the highlights, well, we had Group photo. Corey looks thrilled to be there, doesn't he? And that's certainly one for the photo book. Well done, Chris Dapps.
I wasn't happy, was I?
Look, you weren't so happy. And I'll tell you what, neither were Punjab CC, even though that one was stopped. They didn't have enough runs. It just didn't really bring their A game today, did they? And Badenhorst, well, he continued on where he left off. And with after 49 not out in the first game. And who do you think, whose body language is worse? Either Corey or Punjab CC in this reply?
What?
I like this though. His shapes to throw. Badenhorst saying, well, about time you turned up.
Why didn't I look happy?
I don't know.
I was real upset.
I'm not your therapist. Badenhorst, he ends up being the only wicket to fall as this comes back off a slight inside edge, I think. That brings Greenshields to the crease. And you just knew that if he stuck around, and this game would be over pretty quick. That one crashed into the sign, stronger together. It was stronger from Werash in this game. They are now 6-0. Dream start. Nippo had the pads off pretty quickly. Conrad had the gloves off as Werash lapping up the sunshine, and they're loving the view from the top of the table as they win match 34. 87 off 7.3, defeating Punjab CC 83. Coming out this afternoon, Friendship CC was your boys, Corey. And need a win, don't they? They're 2-2. And Wild Panthers, it said last chance to put some points on the board as they have their last 2 matches in Group B this afternoon. They have the day off tomorrow. So they'll be hoping for a good performance. And that match is starting in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Join us for that one as we look back at the scorecard. And just 3 batters required. 31 for Badenhorst, following on from his good work this morning. He scores 80 in the day. Stoneman with 28 not out, and Greenshields with 19 in pretty quick time. And it was a fairly simple chase, and we didn't even see batters say like Krup Patel, like Janjat, like Nippo as well. Let's have a look at the bowling. And
It's not bad from Usama Ali right at the bottom there.
Not right what you want. He had 19 of his half an over, so he's got the proud economy rate of 38. The wicket went to Muzammil Abbas. Wasn't the worst performer at all. In fact, there was a bit of an air of inevitability about this chase, as we will take a quick break now. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with the afternoon session. And well, Corey, he might break out his Friendship CC shirt, as they'll need some points. But Wild Panthers will be pretty in purple. They'll be here this afternoon as well. Join us then very, very shortly. You're watching European Cricket Network. And this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and we're loving the weather today and we're loving the action on the field as well as we head into the afternoon session, and it's going to be Wild Panthers taking on Friendship CC in match 35, the first of a doubleheader between these two teams. I'm sure they want to keep gathering those points to solidify their spots in the top four. Of course, the top 4 out of 5 here in Group B will qualify for quarterfinals Friday in just a couple of days' time. Let's head out to the middle because the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, is with 2 captains for the coin toss for match 35.
Head. It is heads. Go first.
So it is Friendship CC that have won the toss in match 35, and their captain Imtiaz Rana has decided that he wants to field first, so he wants to do it chasing. Of course, Mohammed Jayad Alam having a really good series for them, although he has got off the boil a little bit in their last couple of games, but they do have a day off yesterday that they are coming off. So let's see how they resume their action if they can find some form here. They did lose their last 2 games after winning their first 2, so they do have 4 points, Friendship CC, but I think they'll want at least 1 win, probably 2 wins, of course, to make sure that they are consolidated in the finals positions. But let's talk about Wild Panthers. Of course, Azar Andani, his 118 not out the other day, was a brilliant innings. They did go kind of off the boil yesterday against Werrish, but I'm sure they will want it returned to the winner's circle as we head into the second half of the day. And Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match 35. And it's Friendship. Well, your boys, Corey, they'll be fielding first after winning the toss. It's over to you. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. And, well, more T10 action coming to you. It's the game 3 of today. And it's a wonderful Wednesday. The weather gods have been kind to us, and looking forward to this clash. Friendship CC, they're versing Wild Panthers, and not Wild Panthers. We know how dangerous that opening pair can be, especially Azar and Dani. A magnificent 118 just a few days ago, so you imagine he's in good form. And they've got good talent throughout. For Friendship CC, there's a lot of pressure on that lineup, and that man, especially Mohammed Jayad Alam, he has a good fantasy score. He's rated highly with both bat and ball, and good luck to him today because he's going to start with that new ball, and he'll be bowling to Azar. So there's a big matchup straight away in this clash. Let's see who's going to take the chocolates this time. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. Hope you're all doing well, and let's enjoy this T10 match. Friendship CC, if they can get 1 win this afternoon, sort of feel that they're putting themselves in the safety zone. If they were to lose both, well then Kumbra Knights might be able to poach that 4th place back and knock them out of the competition. So there's plenty to play for at both ends of the table. And we're almost ready to go. Man on your screen, Jayad Alam, left arm seam, brings it in beautifully. And he's doing a really, really good job of taking wickets for his team, and I like what he offers. It's not express pace, but he seems to be able to get this little late nip off the pitch as well. So we're almost ready. 2 boundary riders are out. Here we go. First ball of this match. Just a little bit leg side-ish this time, so we're going to start with a wide. And yeah, Azar Andani, the man on strike, very talented batsman, great technique, and a lot to like about him, aesthetically pleasing to watch. He'll be looking to get his Wild Panther side off to a good start, the captain. And you can see there, just a little bit too straight, and he tucks that beautifully behind square. And they should double back for 2. Oh, there's a little bit of confusion, but they do get back. So just the single in the end, sent back by his partner Naseem. He never wanted to come back. He said he'll take on Jayad Alam himself. So Naseem getting ready for his first ball. Well bowled, well played. They're going to go for quick swing. If he hits, Azar could be in trouble. He does hit. Well, here we go. He gets out the full dive because this will be tight. And I don't know. This is going to be a really tight one. So it was a good dive from Azar Andani. Jayad Alam made good ground to his left. He got the throw off quickly. I reckon his bat might be in the air here. This is tight. This is real tight. So it's in the air here. It's in the air here. In the air. In the air. Gone. He's gone. That bat isn't grounded. And what a huge moment in this game. Great fielding by Jardalam. That is sensational work. Azarandani has run out. I thought he got the great drive in, but unfortunately for him, his bat was in the air, and that is going to be dismissed. The limited review system works again, I think. Just waiting to confirm with the umpire's call, but my eyes don't deceive me. And he is given. So the limited review system works. Huge wicket. It's the big fish. Azarandani goes, and that man, Jardalam, he doesn't take the wicket with the ball. But that is sensational fielding off his own bowling. Moved well to his right. Had to transfer the ball over to his left hand because he's left-arm thrower. And he hit the stumps. Well done to him. And there's a bit of good fielding we've been waiting to see. Have a look here. It's brilliant work to his right. And a great run out. The fielding standard was a little bit poorer this morning, but that starts this game in the right note. And that's the first wicket of this game, of this crucial match. There's the big L in the background for Malik. Great umpiring. And, well, Dish Patel, he's out there now. Blocks his first ball, and a little bit of hesitant running again. And they will get the single this time. What a start to this game. Good chance to welcome back co-commentator, good friend, and he just witnessed this run out from the box. Vinny Sanders.
Yeah, what about that? I mean, Antani goes after only facing one ball. That's a huge moment early in this game. Here's Jardalam. This time won't be a run. That's got to set Wild Panthers back to lose their key man. The man scored 118 not out the other day. So, yeah, had to hit the stumps, did, and you saw LRS working perfectly to get that one right. The bat just didn't get down. Just losing his run there, Mohamed Jardalam. Hello to everyone in the live chat for joining us for the afternoon session. Friendship CC, 2-2. They are coming off a day off yesterday. I know that they're one of Corey's favourites. I know quite a lot of fans like them as well. Partly because of the name. This overruns this one. I think of a second, but it's not quite there. That's Ashkur Rahman, who wasn't able to pull it in the first time. Yeah, Wild Panthers, they need to get back on track, don't they? They're 2-4 now. This is their last opportunity to score some points. They're not quite out of danger at the moment. They won't want to finish 2-6. And the next side this time. Good decision. Buck Stoneman's out there. They will scamper through for a single. This will be the end of the first over. It's 5 for 1. Really good first over from Mohamed Jardalam. He won't be credited with the wicket, but what he has done is he's facilitated the dismissal of Azarandani, one of the batters of the tournament, as he was run out. And so there is a wicket in the first over. And just want to say a very warm welcome to everyone who's watching on FanCode, of course, in the subcontinent. I hope you're having a great day, a great early evening now in India and the surrounding regions. As I'll ask you, Corey, what do you think about Wild Panthers' chances now that Andani's gone? Do you still think they can put a good score on the board here?
Oh, absolutely. They've got enough depth, but just opens this game up a little bit as the captain, Rana, bowls his first delivery for one, and the fieldsman respectfully dives on top of it. Yeah, it just opens the game up a little bit. A bit more even, and Andani's probably that star player. But with him dismissed, run out, always the worst way to get a star player out.
And he gets so close. Do you think he could have got his bat down a bit earlier, maybe there?
It was a pretty good dive. It's just, yeah.
Just never quite got it down. It wasn't like the bat bouncing either. It was more just hadn't quite hit the ground yet.
Well, the one was never on, was it? And, yeah, unfortunately, they took the risk. They played with the elements of life.
Of the universe?
Of the universe, and the universe basically said, see you later, Azar.
If you mess with the bull, sometimes you're going to get the horns. And they used to say...
Or you'll get the
bull. Grew up.
Or the bull meat.
This one just whistles past the outside edge of Naseem. He's pretty capable himself of going large. We saw that the other day. And Dish Patel is having a pretty good tournament as well.
Yeah, he is. And he gets on with it. That's what I like.
Yeah, most of the Wild Panthers will try. I did go down twice to Werris yesterday. This one is just called a wide. And when you're going to flirt with this wide line occasionally, you might just cut it. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it's a real tight call. Probably could have got either way. It's when it reaches the popping crease. That's how it's judged.
Yeah, good decision.
What are you up to? Are you grinning at me? It's pushed away behind point. Once again, we see a throw come in. It's a bit of an errant one. Gets away from the keeper. It will be a single.
Yeah, just another single there, Vinny. And slow start to
You're
this
in
one.
an interesting mood. You seem...
I think I'm out for a coffee rush here.
Yeah. You think... Are you on a downswing?
No, on an upswing.
You think this is the calm before the storm, is it?
Yeah, just need a little bit of action in the cricket and
Okay.
I'll be all for it.
Well, you already had a direct hit run out of one of the players of the tournament.
Oh, shot.
Yeah, lifted away nicely, and this one will be a boundary. Power play batting, and Dix Patel, well, he likes to go big early, and so this time he makes the most of the fact that the field is up, and he gets 4 runs for the Panthers.
Yeah, nice batting, bit of extra pressure on him, Vinny, because of the big wicket early. Rana, I've got that shirt, Rana 60 back in Perth. Yeah,
that's why I said they're your boys in the intro. And
can we be biased in the commentary box?
yeah, you can.
Oh, I love
You can disclose it.
Oh, I'm all for Friendship CC. I hope they win.
Yeah, and I know that Michael Boosley, he might be joining us at some point today as well. He's big on Friendship CC as well.
There was a big demand from Michael Boosley, actually.
This is pushed away, and no run this time. Into the second over. So Wild Panthers haven't really prowled out of the cage as yet. After 2, it's 12 for 1.
Yeah, 12 for 1, Vinny. And pretty sedate start to this one. And what can the Panthers get themselves up to?
Let's have a sneaky look at the table, I think, because
Oh, if it comes up, we'll see it.
see the Panthers, they will be playing their last 2 games this afternoon.
Ooh.
So it's their chance to go above Punjab CC. They've got a real opportunity here to get up to second. If they do that, there'll be a chance of having a higher seed than their quarterfinal opponent on Friday, which could be important. And we're not quite sure what the weather will be like, but we know sometimes that comes into things as well. Hopefully it doesn't here. As we move into over number 3, and they are bringing back Mohamed Jayed Alam. Do you think this is a good move to bowl him out here, or would you rather have him up your sleeve for later?
No, back him in. He swings the new ball, and if he picks up another 1 or 2 here, and he really does start to open up a little bit of an end and get Friendship CC ahead in this game. So I don't mind it. It's an aggressive move.
So Jayed Alam, important with the ball and the bat. He's certainly got off to a good start here. This is elevated down the ground, and pretty nice shot. Once again, the field was up. And so this one's going to roll into one of the cubes, and the first boundary to Naseem.
Yeah, nice batting. This one's a little bit over-pitched, and he just lofts it gorgeously over mid-off through the vacant region. And, well, good comeback here from the Wild Panthers after the early setback. Still favourites in this game.
Yeah, you think so, even with this start?
That's what the bookies were saying, Vinny.
Oh, I'm sure they'll never be wrong. This one's fumbled, and he has to go back and fetch it. That's Animal Shamim, who then throws it. And there's a glove on the ground. There's a fielder on the ground. In the end, they do get back for a double.
Yeah, poor bit of fielding, but he makes amends, chases after it. It's a good throw to the keeper, off balance. You see there, and the keeper pings his glove off, thinking he might get a throw.
Yeah, glove ejection. Well, if he did throw it to the bowler's end, it might have gone for 4 overthrows.
Yeah, thankfully he
Had
didn't
a few of those in this tournament, haven't we? Probably more than usual. Jayed Alam, not really getting a lot of the straightening down the line, not getting a lot of the swing. Doesn't really have as much of a breeze to work with as we've seen earlier in the tournament. Well, that has picked up a little bit.
It's not cloudy.
Yeah, we don't really know how cloud cover affects swing, but it just seems to. Ninja in the chat. He's got a very interesting one. I'll get your thoughts on. Another one that holds its line. It's pushed away. And once again, big effort. Knocks it down, but it will be one. Ninja saying ECN in Colombia.
Don't think you could say it, Vinny. I'd hold your tongue there. Definitely wouldn't be saying that
I only
one.
read the first bit of that comment.
Yeah, man, you shouldn't read the second.
Pouring on-
I've pulled you up just then. I'm so
Pouring on
glad
the
you
coffee.
didn't say that in the chat.
Well, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that comment means.
Neither do I, actually.
I've lived a sheltered life.
I'm so glad I stopped you then. That could have been horrendous. You are a bit sheltered, though. I'm glad you finally said it.
Just the one to finish the power play. Not too much power in it for the Panthers. It's the Panthers who are prancing at the moment. And after 3, it's 21 for 1.
Yeah, probably best that message was deleted, and I'm glad it was.
Keanu has deleted that. I don't know if he breaks any guidelines there.
Oh, I think if...
None of them are actually words you can't say.
Oh, it's pushing it into a very
Well, Keanu,
dark
did
grey
Keanu
area.
block Corey Fang earlier in the week.
Yeah, he was trying to...
But then we found out it was only unwanted advances that were out of the guidelines. So
Oh, really?
yeah.
So I can welcome advances?
I'm not saying you should welcome. Just saying if the advances are unwelcome, then it's a breach of the chat guidelines.
Interesting. Who creates the chat guidelines?
It was a few people, but specifically Phil G had a big hand in it.
Really?
Yeah, last year. Sabir Hussain will continue, and they're going to go to the field, but they go quickly, and so they do get away with a single.
So you can be blocked from the chat for inappropriate behaviour.
Yeah, that's the idea. And guess what? I've got you in my sights. I know that we're working together, but now you're trying to think. Here's Sabir. Yeah, this one sliced away and well handled down there. That's nice work. That's Muhammad Al-Amin down there.
Well, Ninja's backtracked and said, "Don't ban me, please. It was only a joke." I think we should ban him. Let's give him a bit of a ban.
We could have another trial in the chat. We had one earlier.
No, let him go. I want to see him out the chat for a while.
Oh, you think he needs a...
He needs a timeout.
He needs a bit of time in the penalty box.
Yep.
I think 300 seconds. Now, this is a nice-looking off drive, and he goes up, up, and away. Maximo! Well, this is a really nice shot from Arslan Nassim. A high elbow, and gets it over mid-off, and gets it over the boundary for 6.
A bit of Steve Smith about this shot, the way he held the pose there, and the old check drive over the offside. Nice batting. And, yeah, that's the first big one. Gets him going.
Phil G also mentioned Kerno had a bit of a hand in developing those guidelines as well. So we do thank everyone in the chat for keeping it clean. It's a good comeback from the bowler this time. Hussain gets this one past the outside edge.
Yeah, good ball, good comeback delivery on a good length there, Vinny. Just a little bit of kiss off the surface as well. That really did carry through.
Did seem to kind of jag back a little bit as well. Just had the same playing down the wrong line. Yeah, good ball. I think that's a good go too if you can get that block hole delivery. Hussain just has to keep this one out. Neville Russ in the chat as well. Hello to you, Neville. And hello to Kitty, who's watching from Virginia in the USA.
There is a stalwart of fans, isn't there?
Yeah, we certainly value our viewers. This one's worked down the ground. It'll just be a single. It takes us to the end of the 4th over. And the score is 29. Now it becomes 30 for one after that. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And, well, I thought Corey Rutgers was here, but there he is, the magic of TV. As Corey, we're loving the action so far. And you just stay right there. You know where you belong. And, well, how do you see this contest shaping up at the moment? Pretty slow start by the Panthers.
Panthers are just playing within themselves because they're worried that Azar's been dismissed. So they're just taking it a little bit.
You think that's affecting the rest of the mindset of the batting unit?
Absolutely. They rely on him massively. So they're taking it a little bit easy for now, but I expect them to expand their games in the coming overs.
Yeah, okay. That's good analysis. I mean, I think, yeah, starts are important.
Excellent.
Especially starts at the start of matches and the start of a double header. I mean, this could affect how the next matches play between these two teams. And we know that while Panthers have a bit of a knack for splitting their contests, although yesterday they couldn't pull off a win against Uerash, but they haven't actually won both matches in the double header yet, and they haven't made a great start here.
Well, I thought you said Mr. Zimmerman wasn't playing. He looks like
I said he is. No, he's in. Muhammad Azaduzzaman.
Oh, well, that's good. So I like the cut of his jib.
And he almost was thinking about getting the leg removed at one point. I think it looked that serious, but you found him the next day, or 2 days later, in fact, on Monday. He's back, and he is bowling.
Well, he's come back so well from that horrific injury. And I like what he's offering here. Steady outside off.
Yeah, he just trades on his accuracy. And you might see him at the top of the order as well for friendship.
I don't think you'll be able to run between the wickets too well. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's true. Nice little drive home to seam. Straight to cover. They throw it a real wide throw, and there could be extras here. Just the one. As that's fumbled as well. We've really seen the good, the bad, and the ugly in the fielding department today, haven't we?
The whole tournament's been more bat and ball orientated. The fielding seems to be something forgotten, and we're just enjoying the facilities here.
This throw, look how wide it was. The bowler's right behind the stumps. He can't even get a hand on it.
I don't think Asaduzzaman really wants him to throw it there. So that's good bowling. That's going to be tight.
Close.
This will be for the limited review system. I think his back leg was in.
Do you think, yeah, had his toe on the ground, but let's see exactly where it is. Nice bit of keeping behind the stumps as well from Mizu Rahman. Let's have a look at his toe. I'm not so sure here.
It's on the line. He's going to be gone. Oh, he's missed the stumps.
Oh, he's taken an air swing. No way.
Yep.
Oh, he swings and misses, and he knows it as well.
Yeah, what a shame.
Oh, wow.
Bit of air guitar there.
Yeah, you know what? I've actually once done that 2 balls in a row and missed 2 stumpings.
Oh, no.
2 really easy ones when I've just gone to take the bails and I was too high. The first one I thought was funny. The second one, not so much. This one will be the end of the over. So pretty good over from Azaduzman. As he only concedes 2 in the 5th, and the score now is 32 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling from Friendship CC. Nothing friendly about what they're doing. They're being more than competitive. Only 2 wides, 1 leg by, and keeping it very, very tight.
Big hello to Keanu as well. I haven't mentioned Keanu enough. He says good morning to us, and I suppose it's good afternoon here now. We are doing well, Keanu. Great to have you with us, and hope you're going well in your part of the world. He's on the east coast of Australia. So that's not a bad time to watch.
What time is it there?
At the moment, I think the clocks haven't gone back yet. I think it's, let's say, 10:47 p.m.
Oh, yeah. Just a little third game of cricket action for you at 10:47. Yeah. Not bad.
Put the feet up, get the popcorn out, and enjoy. Here we go with 6th over now. And Sabir Hussain. First one will just be dragged to the leg side.
Ever since we had that popcorn chat the other day, I have been craving a big bag of salty popcorn.
Yeah. Are you with the microwave variety? Is that the way?
Good microwave.
On tour, I normally go the microwave popcorn if I have a movie night.
Yep. Yeah, that's optimum. That's right up there.
I have been known to kind of knock over a few bags in one movie.
Really?
Yeah. But guilty pleasure we have sometimes.
You ever go to gold class cinemas?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Is that a thing around the world? They have kind of fancier cinema where they
I've never done
wait
it.
on you a bit. You never did?
No, I never have.
Not for a while. Of course, cinemas in the pandemic have taken a bit of a hit, as does Naseem there. He's hit a couple of big ones, but he's not even run a ball pace. He's not quite himself. Well, this is a good shot by Patel, but he has picked out the fielder, so just a single. At the moment, Friendship, they're defending well.
Yeah, they're just doing what's required. I mean, they've only taken the 1 wicket, but that run rate against them is only around 6.3, 6.4, so they're keeping it tight, and it's good to watch.
Actually, corrected. Keanu's told me the clocks have gone back last weekend, so it's only 9:47 p.m. And actually, different places around the world, they move their clocks at different times. In Europe here, we do the last Sunday in March, and in Australia, I think it's the first Sunday in April. So that would have been last Sunday.
Do you think we could ever do like a Happy New Year's special?
48-hour cricket T10 cricket marathon.
Yep.
30 and 31 December, maybe. Well, this is in the air, but won't get all the way to the fielder on the full. We'll keep it a single.
Well, it's good bowling. Just steady, real steady game. It's attritional cricket at its
It's
best.
a bit, isn't it? I mean, I would have thought the conditions were a lot better for the batters today.
And they've struggled all day, have the batsmen, from a couple of teams.
Yeah, so Hussain hasn't given too much away either. He's conceded 13. Here's the last ball that he'll bowl.
Not bowled.
Big swing and a miss from Naseem. So sneak between the bat and the stumps. It's the end of 6. And it's 37 for 1.
You see WA won the Sheffield Shield the other day?
Sure did.
Yeah, well done to them.
Congratulations. And a couple
The
of teammates in.
Australian women with the World Cup.
Well, it's good weekend to be from Western Australia.
And
It's on the Sheffield Shield. And of course, Australia winning the Women's World Cup.
And Australia beat Pakistan in the T20 yesterday.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So you can see that no one's really had any damage so far for the Friendship. They still haven't used a 5th bowler. As we move into over number 7. And so, yeah, of course, in Queensland, Neville's saying they don't even have daylight saving. That's true. That's always a polarising issue in Australia. Other places, it's more or less accepted. This one is lifted up off Azaduzman, but it'll be lifted straight into the hands of Mohammad Abdul Motin, who takes this at long on. So Dix Patel tries to elevate this, but he doesn't get the power, and it'll be a wicket for Azaduzman. And so this will be a good breakthrough for Friendship CC. The Wild Panthers now lose the 2nd wicket. It's 37 for 2.
Yeah, well, Azaduzman is just coming around the wicket and sliding it across the right-handed batsman, and it's not working out for them at the moment. They're just trying to hit everything to the leg side. They're forgetting to access the offside, which you can do in this game. And Azaduzman, with one leg, is putting on a pretty good game.
Yeah. we've had a cross-handed bandit. Maybe Asaduzaman is the one-legged bandit. Because he does seem to keep performing well.
You remember when Chris Gale hit that 100 with on one leg in
Yeah.
South Africa? I mean, players that seem like they're always injured seem to come back well.
Yeah, and Steve Waugh, I think 97 ashes, made it 100 on no good groins. This one will be just inside the rope, and it'll be 4. So, well, it'll be one Patel that leaves, and Double Patel comes out and whacks the first ball straight down the ground. 4 runs as he tries to get a move on for Wild Panthers.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, accessing the offside, and he does exactly that. That's good batting. And he comes out with some really, really good intent. Can he keep firing?
You're trying. Asaduzaman, though, keeps bowling that challenge kind of length, and if the batter makes a mistake, could be a catching opportunity. This one's driven, but a little bit lower. This one will be handled down there by the captain, Imtiaz Rana. He becomes even more of a key player, I think, with the batting, because Asaduzaman's a bit suspect with his leg. And we have seen him opening regardless. This one will just be pushed a little bit too wide and called. Yeah, Hawkmoon thinks we should call Asaduzaman Long John Silver. He's a one-legged pirate. Well, if I could concentrate on your one good leg, I suppose.
Oh, well bowled.
Straight through. This one is straight up and knocks over Naseem. Has a slightly unfortunate time at the crease because he had most of the strike there. He's faced 26 out of the 40 balls so far. He's not able to quite crack 100 strike rate. A slightly off innings from Naseem, who we know can go big. He tries, but he misses. And 2 in the over for the Doos. And Wild Panthers now 43 for 3.
Yeah, he never got going, did he, Vinny? He sort of caught him in no man's land and loses his wicket. And the one-legged pirate, Asaduzaman, takes another wicket after that horrific calf injury a few days ago.
Yeah. Comeback kid. Mitchell Patel comes to the crease now at number 5. They're just really labouring Wild Panthers. It's hard to believe this is the team that hit 193 the other day. But right now, they're on 65 pace. Asaduzaman has been wonderful for friendship. And Mitchell Patel doesn't care. He's going to try and whack him out of the ground. And he's going to get dropped. And what's worse, it's going to go for 4. That's Ashikur Rahman, who really should have done better there. It was straight down his throat. He found a way to let it get through him. 4 runs to start the innings of Mitchell Patel.
Yeah, and almost hit both hats. It's actually a football goal. He got it through both hats. It's a pretty good effort.
That's impressive.
He's got a smile on his face, but I don't think Asaduzaman. He's going to have to pick up those hats pretty quickly here.
That's a wry smile.
Yeah, see? There you go.
I think he still was picking up at least one of the hats, so that's
not
why
what you need as a bowler with a leg injury. You had to load up and then come back.
It's not ideal, is it? Last ball for Asaduzaman. Mitchell wants to go again. Says, have another go. Well, this is so high, but I don't think it's going to carry. And in the end, doesn't even clear the infield. We're going to try for a slightly dodgy 2. They'll get away with it because the throw is a little bit wide of the mark. So Patel gets 6 off 2 balls. At the end of the 7th, it's 49 for 3. So 3 overs to try and make something of this first innings. And something I'm really looking forward to is the European Cricket Championship, coming once again for the 2nd time on ECN in September at Cartama, the home of European cricket. And let's have a look at some of these groups. How about Group C? We haven't talked about Group C too much because your old team, Belgium, they're in there. France, I mean, what sort of a French team will we say? Because they're there for the first time as well with Malta, Luxembourg and Scotland. Again, that's going to be a pretty interesting group, I think, Corey.
I think it's probably one of the weaker groups, to be honest. I think Belgium and Scotland will almost run away with it. And then France is your maverick team.
France.
But to have Malta and Luxembourg in the same group, that's a bit of a surprise.
Malta disappointed themselves, I think, in the ECL with Super Kings. They had a fair few of their national team. They didn't really perform to their potential.
I think,
but, yeah, I mean, they'll be keen to show what they can do.
France are the Mavericks.
France are outlaws, aren't they? This one is somewhat of a top edge, and the fielder will come in, and in the end, well, he cops it on the bounce, and look who it is, Ashikur Rahman. Can't keep that guy out of the game. Just have a look at this. It's actually a decent effort this time. I don't think he gets hands to it, and he cops it on the way up. Let's watch this.
Yeah, he lays an egg, Vinny, right there.
Gets that in the abdominal region.
Oh, a bit lower than that.
So 50's up now for Wild Panthers. Trying to make something of this. You need the Q extender for that one. That'll be a wide.
Isn't that always the way when one drop a catch, the ball just follows you for the next 10 minutes no matter what.
Yeah, that's the case.
Always the way.
They haven't moved him, which you often see. You see fielders getting moved, but then often the ball follows them anyway. Swing and a miss. Stopped with the pads. And the keeper. So Wild Panthers. Yeah, talk about starts being really important, and Andani getting run out in the first over is huge. And that was a classic case of fielding potentially winning you a cricket match. Because if Andani sticks around, he can bat you out of the game.
Yep, he's that special. So that was a big moment earlier. Panthers still paying the price for it, but not if they're going to get wides like that.
This is.
Oh, I don't know why this has popped into my head.
Go on.
I missed. Do you remember Jats from home?
Jats crackers.
Yeah, the actual Jats, those little.
Yeah.
How good were they?
Yeah, for sure.
I could
knock
smash a box of them.
Oh dear. This is getting worse and worse from Mohamed Zakir Hussain. How about saladas? You remember saladas?
Wasn't a fan of salad.
You could break them into one big square into four small squares.
Getting a bit peckish.
Have you had lunch yet?
No, I just
I think
thought
you might have to pop out and have some lunch. We
Okay.
need you to refuel.
maybe a bit later today.
You thought you were on your way up, but I think it's the opposite. This one is on target from Zakir. So they will have a dot ball here. A quarter of the innings to go. Can the Panthers do something? Takes a bit of a risk here, but he will get away with it, Deval Patel. They're going to come back for two. Good throw to the keeper. Might have him in trouble, but it's fumbled. Yeah, I mean, it takes a bit of a hop, I suppose. But I think the keeper, Mizurama, normally he would take this. He takes the glove off, and I don't think that's that smart because it gives you a worse kind of base to catch the ball. Unless you're really going to throw it, you should probably keep it up. Having said that, that throw did pull him away from the stumps. Probably would have been in anyway.
Yeah, was he just a little bit too excited to think that he's going to throw? Need to keep both gloves on. But still, Friendship CC are controlling this match, Vinny. They wouldn't be too worried just yet.
This is launched on the leg side, and this one will be runs. Maximo! 6 to Deval Patel. He just gets something that he can swing across. Plays this on length, and he gets the result. And Wild Panthers grab half a dozen.
Yeah, nice shot. That's probably one of the first real half volleys this whole innings. They bobbed pretty well outside off stump, but that was too straight. That was a half volley. He puts it away for 6. Good batting. And now pushed into the offside this time. So a little bit of momentum building for the Panthers. They're 63 for 3 after 8.
2 overs to go. What's the best case scenario here? I mean, they do have some 6-inning power there. Let's say they can grab a couple of 15s, 93. That's probably, I say best case scenario, that's probably most realistic scenario. As you see, the 2 wickets, despite the 2 wickets, they still had a decent 8th over. As we saw 14 coming off that one. Actually was their highest scoring over of the innings.
Yeah, it was a high scoring over.
They had a partnership that basically lasted 5.5 overs for the second wicket, but there were only 2 4s and a 6 in there, and no double-digit overs. So that just shows you had a couple of batters there who weren't getting out, but also weren't scoring very fast.
Well, the captain's coming back, Vinny, Rana. And I like what he's done all tournament, but he's a good leader as well, good leader of men.
Yeah, he starts with a single. Altman's got a question. How many guys are these teams bringing overall? If you're talking about the ECC, they normally squad between 13 and 15. If you're talking about these squads, they can't be larger than that.
Can you have reserve players?
Yeah, you can. And the other thing is, if you do make championship week, you can also kind of add to the squad or replace. That was a fumble which brought 2. So good hustle there from the Wild Panthers.
You know what I just saw on my Instagram?
Go on.
Well, VCC Vorberg, who are playing next week in Capella, for their overseas play this year, they've signed Janaman Milan. He's 30th in the world in ODI cricket.
Oh, wow.
So he's come over as the overseas for VCC this year. But I don't think he's available for the T10s, but that's a pretty big signing.
Yeah.
That's almost as big as it gets.
Good for Dutch cricket. This one's on length, and you can certainly see what Deval Patel's go-to is. He's trying to get outside the off stump and whack those length balls away on the leg side. This time it'll just be a single.
Yep, just struggling to get any real timing this whole innings, but they've got 9 balls to change all that. If they can explode in the last 9, they can still get up to a competitive total.
3 to come here. So this will just squeeze out for one. Bit of chat about Tim Tams in the chat.
Don't
Famous
start.
Australian biscuit.
Well.
What's your opinion? They're asking you. The crowd are asking you.
Pretty high. Pretty highly
You
opinion.
like 'em? Do you have
I
a
was
favourite type?
Favourite type? Yeah, chocolate. Just plain
But
old chocolate.
There's
You
always
can
double coated, triple coated,
yeah,
dipped,
classical.
coffee.
You know what a good dip you could dip it into was a Nesquik or a Milo.
Okay.
And you would dip your Tim Tam in there.
That's super chocolate.
Oh, yeah, why
Like
not?
the time I put chocolate milk on Cocoa Pops, and that didn't go well.
Different gravy, that.
This is going to be cut off pretty much on the corner of the ring there. So just a single.
Now, my number one chocky was probably a Twix growing up.
Okay.
Or a Twirl.
Twix is a good dipping chocolate as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's up there.
Last ball of the over coming up. And this has been a good one from Rana.
I wonder if there's any Portuguese chocolate we could try while
We
we're
should.
here.
Yeah, we probably should.
A few delicacies.
Last ball coming up. There's only been a handful off this over. And once again, there won't be a boundary here. So Imtiaz Rana, really good ninth over for him. We often say it all happens in the ninth, but pretty much nothing happened there in the ninth. As there were just 6 runs off that, no boundaries. And it's 69 for 3 with an over remaining.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get the boundaries away, but they've got the wickets in hand, so they've still got a chance here to explode in this last over. Oh, so you're making me homesick, Vinny, with these.
So I told you I had my Vegemite out yesterday.
Yeah, did you bring it today?
I do have it, yeah. That was a present from Danny Hudacek. He'll be commentating with me in Prague in a few weeks.
Really? Prague. Yeah. What's in Prague, Vinny?
A lot of good stuff in Prague. One of the most beautiful cities in the world. The heart of Europe.
Oh, it's got your heart.
If you go there, it'll capture your heart. That's what they say.
Captured your heart, Vinny. Let's be honest.
Oh, there's a big, filthy full toss. It's going nowhere. Big appeal for LBW.
Oh, must have been close to LBW.
I think it's just going down leg side.
I nutmegged him in the end.
I tell you what, he almost gets in some trouble here because it hits both legs and then bounces back in the keeper.
How close was...
It's missing. This is up in the air and it's high. I don't think Rana's seen it. You said no. Well, and you're right because it comes down and he's very quick to blame the sun despite the pretty big sunglasses he's wearing. But that one just comes off the end of the fingers and they do get back for a couple.
Yeah, he always was challenging the sun there, but we need that to live, so can't get rid of it. Should have held that. Fielding today's been atrocious.
Now this is bowled. It's going to crack off the top of the stumps, and Mitchell's quick to depart the scene. And so it's going to be a wicket for Mohamed Abdul Motin, who hasn't let them get away here. So he just rolls this out. It hits pretty much the top of middle, bounces into the keeper. So well, they're trying, but they're just struggling to get anything going. That is the 4th wicket to fall now. Mitchell goes. He did hit one boundary in his innings of 10, but it'll go no further, and now it's 71 for 4.
It's a war of attrition out there, Vinny. So many wickets in hand, and they just have not been able to get going at any stage. And well, they might not even make 80 here.
Seems unlikely at the moment. As Manjit Singh will come to the crease. He's coming off a golden duck, I think, last time out. I'll be hoping to do a bit better than that. So I see Bucks showing a good turn of pace there. And, umpires just... So we had a broken bail.
Oh.
The reserve bails come out. We've got to be prepared for any circumstance here. Name a song which has Vegemite mentioned. Easy one.
Yeah, please.
Too easy?
Yeah.
Goes after this, gets a fair bit of it, but it will get over Imtiaz. Well, this is another finger tipper. And so you can see Wild Panthers, well, they believe they're up and about, and Manjit gets a Maximo, very first ball, and that takes him up to walking stick, 77.
Yeah, nice shot that time. Finally one out the middle. Rana, the captain, dived as tall as he could, but unfortunately for him, just a finger tipper over the bar. 6 runs and much needed for the Wild Panthers.
Maybe they can get to that 80 after all. I have a feeling Manjit will be trying again. He does. Well, he gets plenty of this, but this is just a rainmaker. He says 2 straight away. So he's pretty confident, and that was high enough. He could get back for a couple. And Duvall does get back. It was pretty tight, though, on the run out. It'll be 2. I'm not sure if they've gone for LRS here. If we just slow down when this ball hits the stumps, just have a look here.
This will be closer than you think.
Yeah, I think so. It just gets in. So hey, we do get 2, and this is the last ball coming up. As Manjit is going to come back for a 2, and he will be run out this time. So still, they do get to 80. And so it's a pretty good effort in the end. A nice little kicker at the end from Manjit, who gets run out for 9 off 3, but at least he makes something of the last half of the 10th over. While Panthers do get to 80, but that's all they get. And when we return, it'll be Friendship CC chasing 81 for victory in match 35.
Oh, it'd be a bit of an upset if they get there, and it really does blow this table wide open if they do. And well bowled to them. They kept it pretty tight, Vinny. The fielding was okay, and they took their chances. So game on.
Similar kind of a total to the first match Friendship played. Remember, it was 84-81 against Coimbra Knights. And so they have defended this kind of a total before. But I think, yeah, considering how the tournament and the scores have gone since then, they'll have their work cut out for them here as we headed into the afternoon session. And the men in purple, they were out there. And we know how important the captain is, Azharan Dani. Well, he was run out by just an inch or two. And that set the tone for a pretty tough 10 overs for the Wild Panthers.
Well, an inch or two makes all the difference, Vinny. You know that. And unfortunately, he was out early. And that really changed the context of this game because we know how reliant they are on Azhar. After that, it was Dish Patel. He was trying his best to get this run rate going. And you can see there, Friendship CC, to their credit, they were throwing their bodies around, trying to make sure that the runs didn't explode. That was probably shot of the innings from Arslan Naseem. A check drive over wide mid off for 6. Good batting from him. But he was stumped soon after, almost stumped there, sorry. And that was almost stopped by the keeper, Mizu Rahman. He's got good hands, but just missed the stumps that time. And this man, Asaduzaman, well, a few days ago, we didn't think he was going to play again in the competition with that leg injury, but he's come back really strong. He picked up 2 wickets. Could have had 3 or 4. There was a few drops on the boundary rope there, and 2 back-to-back. Unfortunately, when you drop one, the ball seems to follow you, and Ishika Rahman couldn't hide in the field at all. And, well, at the back end of the innings, Wild Panthers tried their best to get a couple over the line. And it wasn't easy for everyone out there. A bit blustery conditions. The sun's shining, but still in this game, the scoring rate just couldn't get going. The captain ran right at the end, trying his best to settle himself under the sun. He had the sunshades on, but they didn't help him. And Moteen, he's a specialist at bowling the 10th over. Bowled a pretty good 10th over and didn't get hit for too many. Picked himself up a wicket as well. This was almost a catch to Rana again, just eluding him. And, well, good energy from all the players involved. Good running off the last few balls in the innings. And that did help them get to 80 in the end. We didn't think they were going to get there, but they did. And it's probably 20 under par. But we know how good this team can be, especially Friendship CC when they turn on and Wild Panthers when they turn on with the ball. We look at the batting innings here, the scorecard. There was a few starts all throughout, 21, 11, 20 and 10 to the middle order batsmen. But the balls consumed to keep going was just too many. Unfortunately for Arslan Naseem at the top, he never really got going. And 9 extras helped to boost their total up to 80. So maybe opportunities missed for the Wild Panthers. We have a look at the bowling scorecard. Pretty good figures up there for everyone. At top 2 overs, none for 13. Don't see that every day. All for the first 3 bowlers having identical figures. And that means Mohammad Asaduzaman, he cashed in with 2 wickets and only going at 7 and over. That's really good figures. So the bowling unit worked together, bowled well, and I think they'll be happy with their efforts. It's going to be up to the batsmen now. That takes us to the halfway stage. Wild Panthers, they're 80 for 5. Join us back in the next 10 minutes to see if Friendship CC can score 81. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the T10 matching card tax show, Portugal. Vinny, it's a good game.
Yeah, it sure is. And I can't wait for the second half of this one as Wild Panthers. They weren't quite hunting their prey with the efficiency for which they're known. It's hard to believe it's the same team that made 193 in a match earlier in the tournament. But Andani, that run out really threw them for a loop. And in the end, they do have something, I suppose. Grady 80s, often we call scores in the 80s. Because
Is it a Grady 80s if you only make 80?
yeah, still in the 80s. On the target will be 81.
I was born in the 80s, Vinny.
It's just a dearth of boundaries in that 3 4s, 3 6s in the 10 overs. And it was a really efficient 10 overs from Friendship CC.
Those were the days, Vinny. Born in 89 in my van going across America. Just free spirit, free time.
I'm an 80s child as well.
Yeah.
Child of the 80s.
That's why we have so much in common. Why do you have a chair that rolls and I don't?
Not so sure about that, because I don't trust you, that's why. And if you keep working hard, you'll get your big boy chair at some point. But right now, we're going to see the Panthers. And I want to defend this. It'd be a really impressive one if they could. And don't forget the Wild Panthers, they're 2-4. This is their last chance to put some points on the board in Group B this afternoon, because they do have the rest day tomorrow. They'll be hoping that they can return for quarterfinals Friday.
I've looked at the table. I'm going to run a scenario for you. Friendship CC win this one. They win again.
Yep.
And then Coimbra Knights get one upset win tomorrow.
Yep.
Wild Panthers would go out.
Yeah. Would it go
I did the math.
Net run rate then?
And I have a feeling the Swans could potentially be happier with that. They get Azza and Darney's team out. There could be some tactical play that would be interesting.
Beware letting the Knights sneak in, though, because it could click for them as well. As we do have the comeback kid, Mohamed Azzaduzaman.
How's he still playing? He broke his calf.
He is amazing. I mean, he doesn't just have a name that'll score you about 100 points on Scrabble. He's also got plenty of heart. And he will go out and face first ball here.
Actually, how many points would that score you on Scrabble?
It's pretty hard.
Is a Z worth 10?
It's 11 words.
11 words or 11 letters?
11 letters, pardon me.
Well, a Z's worth 10, right? I haven't played Scrabble in a long while.
Any Scrabble fans in the chat?
Oh, there would be.
You know, the real Scrabble champions, they'll tell you that knowing the 2-letter words, that's what makes you a pro in Scrabble. Because you've got to be able to spot them. Anyway, enough Scrabble chat. Let's get on with the game. Rahul Bhardwaj will open up, and he is elevated, and the Doos is in session. This one's whacked over mid-off. Maximo! The comeback kid strikes early. 6 runs.
Oh, honestly, that's a remarkable shot first ball. Check drive over mid-off for 6. He got every piece of that.
And held his shape. That's what I liked about that shot. See, the wind's picked up slightly.
You can't not like Azzaduzaman.
There's a lot to like about him. Friendship CC. I think they're your favourite team, but you'd written them off.
No,
Here
never.
they are here. Perfect start to the innings. And now this one's absolutely laser beamed over point. And that has gone a long way. Check that ball. That one might come back with the flat side. Have a look at the bat speed through this. He throws his hands at it, and then he just recoils. And like as he just shot a machine gun and said, well, go find that. I'm ready for more action. 12 off the first 2.
Yeah, that's unbelievable batting. 12 off 2. They're only chasing 80, so he's given them a huge head start here. And Azzaduzaman, well, he's on my Scrabble team and my cricket team at the moment.
He's absolutely... I don't think we've seen a harder hit ball than that all day.
My reflex is still going with that. Was unbelievable for me.
That got a bit of you, though. I heard it as it went past.
I just had this feeling it was
this problem with having the studio audience is that I will throw things at Corey.
I've got a sixth sense because that was quick.
We knew the risk. Anyway, Bhardwaj, where does he go next?
Oh!
Well, guess what? It's going to go the same direction. This time it'll only be 4, but still, this is a rollicking start for Friendship CC. Well, forget Friendship. This is downright violent from Azzaduzaman as he races to a very sweet 16.
Well, has he had lunch yet, or is he thinking he needs to get to lunch?
It's certainly an incentive. Bhardwaj, he's calling for a field change. I think he's saying, bring the long on up. Let's put deep point back. I don't think Azzaduzaman cares.
Gee, wow, what batting.
Here's Bhardwaj. And this one swings a bit, but it's driven. And they decide not to run. Of course, the running might be a bit of a problem for Azzaduzaman. Yeah, speaking of Scrabble scores, the only way you could get Azzaduzaman if you added it on, because of course you only get 7 tiles. So you would have to kind of add it on to, I'll say, man. This one is swing and miss stat by Azzaduzaman.
Well, he's named score without without the triple scores or triple anything is 31 points for Asaduzzaman. So that's a pretty significant number. It might be the record in Scrabble. Record from we've seen.
Could be 31 plus if you used all your tiles to get an extra 50. Well, this one is going to be cut away again. And, well, it's not quite sure how to describe this one from Nupane. He's normally one of their better fielders, but he's just kind of suspended in motion here. And we'll slow-mo this down for you. He almost, it's like the electric slide for all of you 70s dance fans out there. And he gets nowhere near it. It's going to be a magical first over. 20 come off the first, and it's 20 for no loss.
He tried to grease lightning the ball. he tried to slide where there was no disco floor.
There was a bit of risky business about that, Tom Cruise, wasn't there?
I've got a stitch. That got me. Oh, he was so late on that one. That was actually pretty funny. Oh, he was...
that was pretty interesting. So... let's look at it again. His left foot gets stuck here, and he plants his left foot, and then he realizes he does not have the height of leg to get anywhere near that. Anyway, it will be a magical first over. A magical fielding moment as well. And Bardwhite gets the treatment in the first.
Oh, I don't think we expected to see that. Let's be honest. That was extremely good batting.
Yeah, I mean, Asaduzzaman, he's back with a vengeance, isn't he? And now it's Rupu's turn. Ashraful Rupu facing up. Over number 2, it's a slower ball. This is Diksha Patel who is starting, and it's going to roll to the boundary. Well, this has gone the slowest to the boundary I've ever seen. It had no fine leg. So I was waiting for someone to field it. This one was probably just dipping, but have a look at this. There's nobody home. Eventually everyone looks at each other, and the keeper says, well, I'll get it. This ball just sneaks to the boundary, so the runs just keep on coming at the moment for Friendship CC.
There's a lot of permutations that happen if Friendship CC win this game. I tell you what, there's a lot on the line right now. They have come out the blocks firing. 24 off 7.
This one's worked away and will be fielded. That's the way to do it.
Oh, no. Oh, Asaduzzaman, he just hovels through for 1.
He's not too worried about running at the moment. He's whacked 2 6s, 2 4s in the first over, and he wants more.
Well, you got to admire the bravery to be out there when you know you're hampered by such a serious injury. And he's bowling 2 overs and opening the batting. It's not like they're hiding him.
The Portuguese ECS doesn't come around that often. Oh, this would have been out, you know.
No.
It's a proper wipeout from Asaduzzaman.
Why is he doing that? He didn't need to go. He's got a bad calf. Oh, maybe it's not as bad as we thought. I don't know, but that was not required.
Well, he decides to go with a hit, and I think immediately regrets it. Throw comes, it would have been out. And then trying to pull up, he almost headbutts his bat. And he will get away with it. At what cost medically, I'm not sure. That's his first single.
His poor old calves are screaming at them.
Oh, that was a proper wipeout as well, wasn't it?
He was fully injured, like 2 days. Carried off the field injured, and now he's back bowling 2 overs a game and opening the batting and running quick singles. It's quite amazing to watch.
So now we'll have to watch Rupu. He does have the 1 boundary already, the one that snuck down to fine leg earlier this over. There's no real hurry from Rupu this time as he pats back a dot.
Yeah, just pats back a dot, you're right.
I like the pad colour choice as well. I like the shirt colour actually. It's kind of a bluey-green hue. Bit of the old New Zealand. I see Rupu can't get any runs here. Probably because Asaduzzaman knows his limits now. Rupu not too happy. I think he wanted the run. Asaduzzaman said, no. You see this one here. He's off. And Asaduzzaman puts up the big stop sign. And he helpfully is showing where that one went.
Probably has to realise that there's not going to be many. Oh, it's almost got him.
So, apologies from the seam behind the stumps. Well, first one got past the batter. The return went into him. Have a look at this. As he looked straight at him. And we almost had one the other day, a bit like that. Or that was travelling a lot slower that time. It's the end of 2 overs, and Friendship CC are up and away, but only 7 come off the second. It's 27 for no loss.
Well, if you saw the table there, Vinny, you can see how many permutations there are.
It's a very quick look at the table, isn't it? And so, I don't know, we'll get another look. But Amy, you mentioned the Knights aren't completely out of it. Where actually they're sitting pretty, aren't they? 6-0. Our viewers are so good, though. They will just absorb that table subliminally.
Chris Schinkel in the chat. Oh, look at that, Vinny.
Well, Chris, if you go to our website, europeancricket.com, and click on the FanCode ECS Netherlands, you'll see all of the fixtures there. It'll be under scores. Here's Azhar Andani. He's bowling himself pretty early. This is inside out, and it is caught. So Andani, the captain, no luck with the bat, but immediate effect with the ball as he comes on and creates the first wicket. And that's the big one, isn't it? As Asaduzaman has to go, but not before a quick fire 21. Maybe a moment in the game as Friendship CC lose their first at 27 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big moment because if he had kept batting the way he was, he'd take this game fully away. Azhar Andani, the captain, brings himself on in the power play. He picks up a wicket. He's pumped up. I still think there's a twist in the tail of this game.
Could be. I mean, remember how important the wicket of Andani was. Well, they've got a few to get through here before I think they'll feel confident. Wild Panthers. And we haven't even seen someone like Muhammad Jayed Alam yet. It's been Mizur Rahman, who has done a lot of opening for them as well. Pretty classy bat. And well done to Luke and Keanu, pretty much tied for posting the link in the chat about where you can find the Netherlands fixtures next week.
Good website.
They're all over it. Kitty Hundy saying, is this going to be a lock up your children match? Vinny, Corey?
I don't have any children, Vinny.
That is true. That's what you believe anyway, which is good. Mr. Rahman, though, coming in.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Pretty classy left-hander. And so Andani, he's been a bit of a revelation with the ball for Wild Panthers. But they're already actually a third of the way to the target. This one sneaks off the back leg. It won't be an LBW shot. It's going to be a pretty bad result because it's going to be 4-leg buys. Crashes into our equipment down there. And so, yeah, in a way, the bowler kind of creates this by bowling it on that line. It just gets past Naseem. That's off the boot, I think, but it will be 4 more runs.
It doesn't matter how they come. 4-leg buys, very helpful indeed. And they're well above the required rate.
Well, Luke picked Wild Panthers in this game, and poor Luke, when he does make predictions, most of the time they're right, but when they're not, the viewers are, not the viewers from some parts of the world, they're pretty brutal.
Do they turn on Luke, do they?
They turn on Luke. Luke doesn't deserve it. He's just giving an opinion, and often he admits they're based on fresh air. This one, I think this is hit. Oh, he's given him here.
Well, he shook his head first.
Oh, well, this is all about the impact. If this impact's in line, it's out. But my feeling was it might have been fractionally outside the leg stump. Where does this hit the pad?
Oh, it's outside leg, Vinny.
Yeah.
But look at this.
We can't see the stumps there.
He walks away. He shakes his head a little bit, and then he gives it out. I mean, if you're a batsman, that is the ultimate bluff.
Yeah, that one hurts. But I tell you what, Andani's impressed. I told you, sometimes the second appeal's out.
Can the limited review system overrule that? Because that's what miles outside.
Well, that's an opinion thing. We can't even see the stumps. Yeah, have
look,
a look at
look
this.
at this.
Have a look. He says no. And actually, on further review, yes.
Oh,
so
the ultimate bluff to the batsman. You get the umpire walking away, shaking his head, and then he gives you out anyway. Ouch.
It's the ultimate punk, isn't it, from the umpire?
Tell you what I'd be doing with my cricket bat if an umpire did that to me.
Well, you'd accept the decision and walk off quietly, I hope, was what you're going to say there.
Yeah, probably not, Vinny. He got intimidated into that.
And so, a lot of people saying that maybe there's intimidation into the appeal. I don't think so. I just think it's a normal appeal. You're entitled to appeal as well. It's not like the appeal was extended. But Andani has 2 for none now. And now, there won't be a run here either.
This has the feeling it'll be a close game, Vinny.
That was an interesting moment. But there was a big, I'd say big appeal. The one before was even less out. The one that flicked his foot went to the boundary for 4-leg buys. I always had a theory the third appeal's out when I was playing. I also think there should be no half appeals. You're going to appeal. If you don't believe it, how are you going to convince the umpire? In the end, I have to say, it's obviously a decision that will be reflected on. But, yeah, the umpire, Buck Stoneman, just deciding that it did hit in line. If it did hit him in line, then I think it was smashing the stumps. But
What do you
I mean,
mean?
he only gets one look at it. He only gets one look at it. That's the thing. And that's the end of the power play, 31 for 2. Yeah, I think that ball was hitting the stumps. I think the issue was probably the point of impact. But anyway, as we move on, as we see the urban development chart here, once again, a bit of a deceleration after a pretty big first over, magical over. The only one the game so far, as Doosman took 20 off the first, but then only 11 off the second and third. Graham saying that screaming and jumping up and down, that's excessive. Agree to disagree. You're allowed to jump up and down and scream at the umpire. That's what cricket is, right? It's not like he went on and on and on after the decision was made. I guess maybe there was... I mean, people have differing opinions about this. I think if the umpire's in control of the game, there's no such thing as over-appealing because he can just shut it down saying, well, come on, guys, made my decision. But that's the wicketkeeper in me speaking, perhaps. Special comments from Corey Ruckers there.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we head into the fourth over.
I'm sitting on the fence with that one. I don't think it was excessive appealing. It's energetic appealing.
Yeah.
But the umpire shook his head, should just stuck with his original thought.
Yep. I agree with that. Here's over number 4. And so it's going to be stroked away for 1.
Well, those 2 wickets changed the context of this game. I have a feeling this is going to be tight now, Vin. Really tight.
You think so? I mean, you've got Mohammad Jahid Alam at the crease. Fit me. As long as he stays there, I think they're getting home. But if he goes, yeah, we could have a real contest on our hands. Pavel thinks it's hilarious, Pavel Florent, coming from a non-cricketing background. Just the whole nature that appealing happens in cricket. It's something you don't really get in other sports. This one's a little bit short. Jahid Alam turns on it. And it will get to the boundary. Just beats the fielder down there, Dhaval Patel. So 4 runs as he opens his account at the 4th attempt. And a handy boundary for Friendship.
Yeah, very handy boundary. That was short and gets the treatment. And, well, that's exactly what Friendship CC needed, just to cool the Jets a little bit.
So when I was commentating with Pavel Florin in Romania last year, he said one of the funniest things he thinks about cricket is there's such respect for the umpires. You don't really see too much dissent. Even what we call dissent in other sports, is just normal, right? Compared to, say, football or some other sports like that. But he thinks it's so funny that there's such good sportsmanship when it comes to umpires and respect for them. But then your way to ask for a wicket is you yell at them. You pretty much yell straight at them. And he says, coming from a non-cricket background, it's something that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit with the rest of the kind of respect or sportsmanship of cricket. But that's just what we do in cricket. As we head into another delivery from Manjeet. And wasn't Manjeet good yesterday when he came on as an emergency bowler after another bowler was withdrawn from the attack due to some high full deliveries, and then he delivered.
Yeah, he's one of the better emergency bowlers. You don't see them come on too often and get a couple of wickets, but that's exactly what he did, Vinny. He's got a big opportunity now, nothing emergency about him.
This one will just be pushed away for 1. I often think, with respect to umpiring, well, either you're controlling the game or the game's controlling you. So if an umpire's confident, then they, over-appealing, quote-unquote, won't have any effect on them because they'll just back their judgment. So it won't sway them. A little bit short, bit of a top edge here. How far is this one travelling? It's straight down the throat.
Oh, no.
And missed, as this one will result in a boundary. And so, well, unfortunately, we see another one go down. Not the first, and it won't be the last.
No, and unfortunately, he didn't get a hand on it at all. He should have been dismissed. He totally misread the flight of the ball and doesn't lay a finger on it. And in the end, he's on the ground. And unfortunately, 4 runs and a big opportunity missed. Oh, funky now. Good batting. There's no one at fine leg. That's really good from Rupu. The old traditional lap. And that's 4.
Yeah, so takes a bit of a risk because if he misses this, he's going to be stone cold LBW, or we'd think so. But the next moment it was past the boundary. Calculated risk pays off. 4 runs.
Yeah, good batting. And those back-to-back boundaries definitely keep Friendship CC ahead in this one. And they're playing some good cricket. And can't take it away from them. They're still fighting. Here's the golden ball rules. Well, interesting we brought that graph up because I don't reckon.
No, maybe not this time, but I'm always interested to see the differential, right? Because the batting team, they had a very good start to the Golden Ball. So you have a look at that. They won the first 5, but since then, they've only won 6 of the next 24. So the bowlers have dominated.
2021 wasn't a good year for bat over ball.
That's true. And it's this one is turned on. It's a long chase for the fielder, and he does take it. I'm glad that Akil Varghese grabs that, because imagine if he fumbles that over the line. But the result will be a couple of runs. Nice teamwork there to get down and get this with the hands.
Yep, good to see a bit of clean fielding out there. Good work, and they keep the runs down.
Well, here we go. This will wake you up in a second, Corey.
Yep.
Keanu's got a comment in the chat. As this is lifted up and over the offside, and this one's put down. This is a tougher one.
What's gone on with the fielding in the last 48 hours, Vin?
Yeah, there's something going on. But, I mean, this wasn't an easy one. He was on the march. He's moving, running pretty much, not quite full belt, but close to.
Yeah.
He hits this at pace and just can't quite judge it.
Oh!
Hello, this is over the leg side, and this one is going to be adios pelota. Take cover, guys. Friendly fire coming in from Friendship CC as this Maximo brings up the 50.
Yeah, what a shot that is, and Friendship CC just keeping themselves ahead of the required rate. Good batting, they're putting the loose balls away, and they're on for a little bit of an upset win here.
Yeah, you're saying upset, but remember they did win their first 2.
Oh, they weren't the bookies' favourites in this one. Shot.
Yabba dabba doo. They don't take off straight away. They have plenty of time to get through for a single.
Yep, good running. These two building a very healthy partnership. What was the question you had for me, Vinny?
Oh, so Keanu, it was more a comment. He said he just saw the list of the 15-man Spanish squad. Very good side.
Hey?
Well, Keanu, where have you got your information? Is that not meant to be released yet? Well, Keanu, he's all over it. He's probably got his spies.
Well, hold on. That
has not been released yet, has officially?
How's he seen that? Where?
Keanu is... He was also the one that it was breaking news before it was anywhere a few weeks ago.
Oh, I've got 2 emails. Give me a second, Vinio.
Okay.
One's for the qualifier.
Where'd you get it from? Twitter just released. There you go. So maybe it has been released. As we get to the end of the 5th over, we are cruising in this chase at the moment. Friendship CC, they're looking pretty good. And so... There's 54 on the board after 5 overs for 2 wickets. And as to Usman, he's the one that got things moving with a magical first. After that, it's been a bit more sedate, but still well on track to chase down this target.
Sorry, Vinny, I'm reading this article.
Go on then.
No, I have seen this actually. I actually thought the release was coming at about 4 or 5 o'clock today. So I thought Keanu had gone extra sneaky in there, but he hasn't.
6th overtime. First one's dragged across the line. As I think he's made the stop here. So that should just be 1. This one came pretty quick. Had to handle it, but see, Dix Patel is able to release it and then knocks into the rope, but the ball had long gone by then. Wants to get funky, and no fine leg in play, so Rupu will take it, and he executes it well. Another boundary. Friendship move up to 59. He shapes to do that, so I think if that happens, you have to either bowl a slower ball or kind of get it full outside off. He gets outside off, but he does give him some length to work with. So 4 more runs now, just 22 required. Okay, then Keanu's put the link. So Cricket Spain have put it up. So maybe you want to talk a bit about the 15-man squad then?
Oh, well, you've got me on the air. We can. We've got a big group of debutants, which is pretty exciting for the country. Daniel Doyle from South Africa as Patel comes in again.
This one's in the air. Should be a simple catch. Bardwaj gets it on the way down. So Rupu does hit the 4. This was right off the toe. It was a toe stubber. And it was knocked up by Bardwaj at cover, but he catches it on the 2nd attempt. And so... Rupu, bright start from him, but he'll go no further. Strikes 4 boundaries in his score of 19 and scored out 59 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch. And it's another wicket in this game, and it keeps it alive just, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they need probably 2 more to make it interesting. I think they've got to get rid of Muhammad Jahid Alam. But anyway, tell us a bit more about the Spanish squad. Hot off the presses, Keanu. Maybe Keanu knew the squad before you did, and you picked it. So tell me Tell me kind of what the processes were that went into selecting the squad, and then maybe talk about some of the names in the squad.
Obviously just trying to find balance in the squad. Obviously, it's a pretty good squad with a couple of fast bowlers, a couple of spinners, top order batsmen, middle order batsmen, and 2 keepers. Also keeping a lot of the old brigade in there mixed with a lot of debutants as we're trying to grow Spanish cricket and see how people go at the top level. And yeah, obviously we've been looking for a lot of talent that we think have got the right attitude and got to add something good to the squad. And yeah, pretty exciting for Daniel Doyle, Lorne Burns, Joshua Trenberth, Mohammed Kamran, Gurang Mayavanashi and Atif Mohammed all get their debut series.
You've gone for the Rico pronunciation of Mayavanashi there. I like that.
Yeah.
Here's Mitchell. Swing and a miss. Hey, there must be a couple of names that you would have liked to include but maybe just missed out.
Oh, absolutely. And that was probably the hardest part about it. Is because the squad depth's grown so quickly, a couple of really good players have just missed out as well. But we've got so many series coming up, it's not the end of the road.
Yeah, and sometimes, I know it's always tough. Most players have been dropped at some point in their careers, at some level, right? So in the way that they respond to that, I think is important. I mean, Don Bradman was dropped after 1 test. Alan Border was dropped early in his career. Mark Clark, just some Australian examples. But you know, hopefully it spurs them to perform domestically and to fight their way back in. This next one is whipped away off the pads of Moten, who gets his first boundary. So it was a pretty good over, this one from Mitchell Patel. But in the end, it does go for 9. A couple of 4s sneaking in there, and that's the end of the over as well. It's 63 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, nice batting in Friendship CC. They're getting close to a victory here, and yeah, they're batting really well. They should be pretty happy with their efforts, and yeah, it's been a pretty impressive all-round performance. But no, yeah, it's difficult sometimes when you aren't selected, but the team's doing well. Look at the bowling figures. Everyone trying their best. And Azhar Andani, double wicket made.
Double wicket made.
Snuck under the radar.
If you don't mind there, there was a leg bye off that over. And also, it does appear, and I saw this, and obviously it's in the chat, and the plan is for ECN to stream the Tri-Series between Spain, Guernsey and Norway. So that's exciting, isn't it?
Who said that?
That's on the cards. That's at the high levels. So I think the
okay,
ECN...
so they ended up... Okay, because, yeah, there was a little bit of waiting for something. So, yeah, so you guys are going to come out and be there. I won't be commentating, though.
I won't be commentating because I'll be on the tour still.
Who are we getting in?
So I think I'll be in probably Romania.
Maybe we can get Andrew in.
I have to ask him, but probably not. This is going to be hit down there because it said, is it 28th? I'm trying to work out my actual dates. The date it starts is the 28th of April, is that right?
Yeah, 28th of April. On the 29th, Guernsey will play Norway, and then there's double headers on the Saturday, Sunday. And
so 29th is the actual first game, is that right? Or 28th?
29th. Yeah, 28th is a training day for all the sides. Should be a good series.
Oh, not a good delivery. No balls called here. And so it's going to be a free hit coming up. Let's have a look at the height.
No ball for sure, Vinny.
Yeah, good call. And so, yeah, that's a good decision, I think, in the end. Well, Corey's popped out. Do put more of your comments in the chat here. This one's pretty much straight up. Jad Alam looks to be struggling with a bit of an injury. Not as much as the field is struggling with the catch. Yeah, the high catching has not been particularly proficient today. And so it will just be 2 runs in the end. Well, Corey's popped out, and this is the man that we've wanted to get into the commentary because he's a big supporter of Portuguese cricket, and I thought he might be able to do a bit of commentary in Portuguese as well. There's Mohammed Jad Alam pushes for a single, takes him to 69, and it's none other than lurker in the background, Bruno Diesel Cavalieri. Bruno, welcome to the commentary, and I know that you're a bit concerned because your Portuguese is very, very good, but your English is not your first language, but welcome, and welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, Vinny. Thank you for the invitation you guys made to me.
Oh, well, Bruno, in any language, you know what we call that one? That's a...
Grande Sage, Big 6.
Grande Sage. Well, I thought you were going to go Maximo, but that's fine. But you've got your own. That's a Grande Sage. Now we know what it is here. That was a big hit.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, I know you're a big supporter of the club here, and you do so much behind the scenes, Bruno. So thanks for joining us. I'm a bit worried here. It might be a short one because right now they're only 1 Grande Sage away from victory. Swing and a miss this time. But How are you enjoying the tournament so far here? It's great to be back.
Yeah, it's nice to have you guys here. The tournament is good. The teams are very good. We try to make our best behind the scenes
See, swing and a miss, but it's called a wide.
for everybody to enjoy the time here in Portugal with
So
us.
this is what I'd like, because after this ball, we'll probably have a look at the next game, but I would like you to speak a bit of Portuguese, because I do like to hear cricket commentary in languages I haven't heard before. I have heard a bit of Spanish, but I haven't heard too much Portuguese cricket commentary. This one will be dragged down.
Okay.
It will be the end of the over. So I'll give you a moment to prepare, because right now I can tell you the score is 77 for 3 after 7 overs. And coming up next, we do have the final match of the day here on day 9, and it's Friendship CC versus Wild Panthers once again. Well, Wild Panthers, they want to bat better, and they do get the chance to bat first. Azarandani winning the toss, batting first, and so it's a chance for redemption for him, because the captain got run out for just 1 in the last game. And Friendship CC, well, they've been buoyed by the return of Azaduzman, and we know that Mohamed Jaidalam, always a key player for them. So watch out for that in the last game of the day, as that will be starting in around about 40 minutes, running a bit ahead of schedule, which is cool. All right, Bruno, take it away. I want you to commentate the rest of the match in Portuguese. This is Azarandani who is bowling, and Friendship need 4 to win.
Ok, thank you. I'm gonna try. Agora temos Andani que vai lançar a bola. Vamos ver como é que vai correr. Estamos no 8º over. Ok, está a preparar a equipa. Vamos ver. Lançou para 4. Tocou na barreira. Esta linha que vocês estão a ver aqui no campo marca o fim do campo. Normalmente, quando a bola vai pelo chão, toca na linha, marca 4 pontos. Se for pelo ar e ultrapassar a linha, marca 6 pontos. Quando vêm as pessoas a correr de um lado para o outro, é quando estão a pontuar. E isto foi o fim do over, neste caso do jogo. E neste caso, os Friendship ganharam o jogo. O que é que acontece? A primeira parte do jogo é uma equipa a fazer pontos, e na segunda parte do jogo é outra equipa a tentar chegar aos pontos.
Trabalho muito bom, mas isso é o fim do jogo, Diesel, because that is the end of the game. You only got 1 ball, but you did it fantastically. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much, as it will be Friendship CC. A very, very strong performance for them. They will finish 81 off 7.1. They reached the target with 17 to spare. Well, Corey, he was giving me the world's worst massage as he was just using the chair, but they didn't have too many on the board, did they? As the Wild Panthers, they only had 80 to defend. And Friendship CC, it was a big blast from Azaduzman early. His 20 made it really tough. And, well, in the end, we saw some fancy footwork. That was the electric slide, and then this one was just tapped away. And, well, maybe you can describe some of this action in Portuguese while you're here with me, Diesel.
Ok, vou tentar. Deixa-me ver aqui no instante. Arslan é o keeper, este senhor 04 é o keeper da equipa, é a pessoa que fica atrás da pessoa que bate. Isto foi um catch, o que nós chamamos quando a bola vai pelo ar, apanha a bola e vai fora. I'm talking in Portuguese.
I love your Portuguese. Well, this is one that Andani did get, as we'll switch back to English for the time being, but I am loving the Portuguese commentary. On Nassim, he was throwing a few handbags at the fielder. A couple of them, they needed the compass and the packed lunch because they were not heading the right direction. This was a nice bit of team fielding, but the Panthers just having a few problems getting their fielding right. That one was held, but it was dropped the first time by Bardwaj. He took it on the second attempt, and that was the one which brought up the victory. Friendship, well, they do get their 3rd win of the series. Puts them ahead of Wild Panthers on the ladder now, as we look forward to the next game as well. Wild Panthers, with that, they will be 3-4 heading into the last match of the day. And Friendship, well, they'll be hoping to sweep the series. If they can do that, then they'll be 4 points clear of the Panthers and in a decent position heading into last day's play. But, I mean, there's plenty of players there to watch. Make sure you join us for that when we return in about 35 minutes. So a bit of an extended break before we pick up the last game of the day. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, give us one more. I've loved your Portuguese. Talk us through the scorecard here in Portuguese. What transpired here in match 35?
Ok, então vamos lá. Isto é os batedores da equipa dos Friendship. Temos os runs, que quer dizer quantas voltas ou quantas vezes é que eles trocaram de posição, de modo a fazer pontos, e as bolas que eles precisaram para fazer os runs que estão ali.
Yeah, so you can see there are a few good performers there. Well, there's one performer I'd like to highlight with the ball. Azar Andani ends up with more wickets than runs here in match 35, but he will get the opportunity to do his talking with the bat in the last game of the day. He takes 2 for 4 as he came back, but he was straight for a boundary off the last ball of the game. Did bowler made it in there, just a leg bite coming off his first over. The other wicket went to Mitchell Patel. So Bruno, thanks very much again for your help in the commentary box.
Everybody.
That was very nice to get you in here. Something we wanted to do for a while. I'm always excited to hear cricket in new places, new languages, and that might be a first to get some Portuguese language commentary on the ECN. We're going to take a bit of a break, and Diesel, you can go back to work, which is pretty much Corey asking you for coffees. I know that's how most of your day goes, but how was the experience to be here in the commentary box?
I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first time, but you helped me very much. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, you help me and you help us so much with everything you do around here. So it's brilliant to have you as part of the on-air coverage. You see the table there, and Friendship CC now 3-2, and they can actually leapfrog Punjab CC if they can win the last game of the day, but it's not going to be easy because it'll be Andani coming out after the break along with Arslan Naseem to open the innings. Panthers batting first in match 36. Join us when we return in just half an hour. Vinny Sandhu here with Bruno Diesel Cavalieri for the European Cricket Network here in Portugal. We'll be back with more cricket just after this. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode ECS Portugal.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and it's time for the last match of the day. It's match 36, and well, for the Wild Panthers, it's their last chance to put some points on the board as they don't have any more matches after this in the group stage, and it is Wild Panthers taking on Friendship CC. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, because with two captains for the coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Very close.
So it is the Wild Panthers that win the toss, and their captain, Azza Andani, he was pretty keen to have a bat. You can see why. I know they didn't really put that many runs on the board batting first last time in match 35, but here in match 36, it means the captain himself, Andani, does get a chance to get out there. He was run out for just a single in the first match of the double-header today. And as for Friendship CC, well, we know that they're a bit hot and cold, and we have seen some low-scoring thrillers involving them. Let's see what happens here as we head into match 36. The news from the toss out here in the middle is that the men in purple, Wild Panthers, have won the toss. They'll have a bat. Let's get over to the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball. Yes, that's right. So it is the last game of the day here from Cartacho in Portugal. You can have a look if you haven't been aware of it before. You see the house in the background. Well, that's Paolo Buccimazz's house. He was the one who was so keen on cricket. He wanted to make cricket happen really close to his place of residence. And so that's where the story of this cricket ground came from. And for Friendship CC, well, they were pretty brutal, in fact, on the Wild Panthers in match 35 as they were able to chase down a target of 81 in the 8th over. And once again, they will be chasing because Wild Panthers, they won the toss. You saw it right there. Azarandani had no hesitation to bat first, and it's a chance for him to get amongst the runs after he was run out for just one. Bowled well, took a double wicket maiden in the defence, but yeah, it just wasn't quite enough. There he is on screen right now as we get ready for the last game of the day from Portugal. And this will be a good contest. We're going to have Mohamed Jayed Alam, who couldn't really move the ball off the straight earlier. When he bowls his best with his left arm as he gets it to straighten down the line and endanger the stumps and perhaps get an LBW decision, but didn't really swing it around. He gets another opportunity. He gets a brand new ball here to have a go at Andani. And I just feel Andani has a point to prove here after going cheaply in that last game. And here is the first ball of match 36. That one moves a little bit down the leg side. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And, well, I've asked Corey to step out again. And I know that that will upset some of you viewers, but I do have a guest commentator that I've wanted to get in for a little while. And it's the social media Jedi, Toby Marriott. Toby, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maximo. What an amazing introduction. Social media Jedi, I haven't heard that one before.
That's the term that I've heard you called before. And yeah, I think we'll just chat to you about a few things. And I know that I'm a big follower of Cricket District, which I believe is your brainchild. Has, I don't know how many followers now around the world, but it's somewhere around 250,000 or more. This one just missing the leg stump from Jayed Alam. And he's going to have head in his hands, but I think this is a good decision from TP. Have a look at this replay first before I go back to Toby. Tyrone Peters, he is a real marathon man when it comes to umpiring. I think he's going to do 8 weeks straight of this cricket, which is no easy task. Yeah, but Toby, Cricket District, you know, it's one of the biggest cricket pages in social media land. How did that all come about?
I'll tell you after this delivery.
I'm sure it's a long story. Well, we've got 10 overs to talk about it, as this one's worked behind square from Naseem, who just struggled to get going last game, but he's off the mark.
Nice bit of swing on that delivery, lovely bowling. Yeah, Cricket District essentially started at university. I was pretty bored of being injured. I had a nasty Achilles injury at the time and was watching 2015 Cricket World Cup and decided to set up the page that I would want to follow as a cricket fan.
Yeah, really interesting that you built something you thought that you would enjoy, and I think a lot of people have the same idea. I'm one of them, in fact. So, yeah, so that's where it started. And so, I mean, was it a fairly an inauspicious beginning? What were the beginnings of the page?
Yeah, it just started off as kind of cricket memes, really, trying to entertain cricket fans. Had a lot of friends telling me cricket was boring and I wanted to prove them wrong. Well left, sir. Proper cricket. So I wanted to prove them wrong, really, by making cricket interesting and telling cool stories. Cricket for me is so much more than just the international stage, as you've seen by how much I enjoy this level of cricket, and I wanted to celebrate that.
Yeah, well, that's why I know you've discovered a bit of a golden goose, I think, in the European Cricket Network, because it is amateur cricket, but done in a way that hasn't really been done before. As Andani gets off the mark, that's as many as he scored in the last game, but he scores off his 5th delivery. Yeah, so This does take us to the end of the first over as well. So pretty quiet one, but you do feel with these two there, it's a matter of time until we see a few balls launched. But Mohamed J. Alam ends up going for 4 off his first over, for no loss. It's Finny sound to hear Mr. Maximo, and I am in the box just for this innings with Toby Marriott. And I know you're helping us with our social media as well. So, yeah, so Cricket District, it's grown to, well, how many followers are there now? It's a lot. Here's MTS Rana. This one is lifted away over the infield, and this one will run away for 4. So Ndani gets his first boundary. Nice shot. And it's the first boundary of this innings. Yeah, so how many now? Is it over 250,000? Is it more than that?
Yeah, probably combined across all social media platforms around 500,000, which is great. And you mentioned European cricket and my work on this side of things. I think our missions are aligned in trying to grow the game through entertaining people in a different way and showing them the fun side of cricket.
And I've really enjoyed some of your adventures. I saw you in the indoor nets at Lord's having a session.
Yeah.
I've seen you facing Rashid Khan from Afghanistan. I mean, I've seen you nailing a reverse sweep as we see Rana, the captain, coming in. And Dani pretty much yorks himself here. We'll get a single. I mean, what are some of these experiences? Are there any other ones that come to mind?
Yeah, I've had great fun. I love working in cricket because, in general, I'd say the majority of the time people are very willing to help you create engaging, fun content because they want to see it themselves. So they're very willing to.
There's Rana. Yeah, this will just be a single.
Yeah, they're very willing to let me have a cool experience and share that online with my audience. So, yeah, I've had lots of fun. I've been lucky enough to travel the world, and cricket has also given me so much. I kind of like giving back.
Yeah. Well, this is something that I think I realised, obviously playing at a level of cricket where it was kind of the higher level of amateur cricket in Australia, but we did have professional players routinely playing in the competition, playing at a kind of premier level in Australia. So we would have international cricketers and first-class cricketers in our lineup. As this one probably would have been a wide, but he's picked out the fielder, so that's a break for Rana. It turns into a dot. Yeah, so I realised that, and I heard actually kind of Ian Chappell talking about this once in commentary, saying that essentially everybody is a district cricketer. Everybody's a district cricketer. Some are just actually that good that they go to the higher levels, but essentially at their heart and at their base, they are a district cricketer that has grown up playing for a club. This one gets past the bat of Ndani. It's just a little bit off here. But, I mean, that is true, and I think that's why so many people appreciate the content. And then seeing something like Joe Root and Kate Cross analysing some village cricket content, it's pretty unique and special, I think.
Yeah, it's great fun, and that's what it's all about for me. Everyone starts as a village cricketer, and some go on to take it a bit more seriously than others, but they still have fun.
Last ball of the over. Steps towards this one, and we'll pick out the mid-off, but maybe a slight sideways Tortuga. Mohamed Jayed Alam, I think that he's been struggling a little bit with an injury. This one, maybe Shane Warner been proud of this one, because this last bounce, I think it's a wrong one. That's what does him. He can't react, and that one runs away for an unearned boundary, and that's the end of the over as well. It's 14 for no loss after 2. So, we're thrilled to have you here.
No,
and any kind of favourites, maybe from the early days? I mean, how long ago did you create Cricket District, for example?
I started off as very simply called Cricket Stuff, where I was just posting memes and content, and then it really became Cricket District only 2 or 3 years ago. And only really in the last 18 months or so, I'd say, have I taken it seriously and tried to put more time into it. And it's been really exciting to see it grow. And one of the best things for me is, I have to let this delivery go.
Pretty good one from Jayed Alam.
Well bowled.
He's back up on his feet, and it makes him earn the single, but he gets there in the end.
One of the best things for me is the conversations I have with people in the Instagram, Facebook, Twitter messages of people sending in their video content from their club matches every Sunday and Monday morning.
You must get a heap of content,
it's fantastic. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And they're sending it to me. They're not necessarily sending it to Sky or to ESPN because they know I'll probably share it.
Yeah. Here's my Jayed Alam. This one just into the pads. This one is blocked. It's the old prayer mat stop. Double knees. And Ndani will move to 11, and that brings Naseem back on strike. Hasn't had too much of the strike as yet. So, I mean, what are some of the things that come to mind? Some of your most memorable posts on any platform?
I think the very first one that went viral and showed me the kind of power of village cricket.
Oh, this one is going to be launched.
That's huge.
Yeah, Naseem, he was a little bit rusty earlier. Well, that's not a great piece of catching by his teammate, Dhaval Patel. The friendly fire was out, but Friendship CC, they're launched out of the ground here by Arslan Naseem. Maximo 6 to the Wild Panthers. And,
That's a beautiful shot. That reminds me a bit like Andre Fletcher, the no-look shot over mid-wicket for 6. Bit of flair.
Instinctive whip, or the Whippington, as Corey would call it. It's a good comeback, though, from Giant Alarm. He didn't enjoy that at all. That'll be a single. Yeah, so one of the early ones, you're going to mention a couple of examples?
The first one that went viral, I don't know if you've seen it, was of a village cricketer. I use that usually because it did look like he'd never played the game before, wearing a hockey helmet. And he falls over once, and then his second ball, he falls onto his own stumps.
I've seen that one, and that's one of my favourites. Yeah, it didn't seem like he had too much of an idea about it.
No, but he came away laughing and smiling and having a good joke at his own expense, which I think cricket is all about. I don't think you should take it too seriously.
I was wondering how they got the camera so close. It looked like maybe the square leg umpire.
Oh, it's classic square leg.
Knew that there was something afoot.
I think square leg knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that is a classic one. Last ball of the over coming up. Now this one is taken off a length. Naseem, he gets it. And well, fortunately, it is the power play. The last ball of the power play, in fact, as the long on was up in the circle. So he gets one bounce for Cuatro. Carreras Mas finishes the power play, and Wild Panthers are going to finish it at 28 for no loss. Naseem, he looks like he's got his mojo here in match 36, and after being a little bit kind of in second gear in the last game. Yes, I mean, that one's a famous one. And what sort of places do you get your content from? As in, geographically, are there some weird regions that you're like, well, how do these people know about us?
Well, that's what's great. Similar to European cricket, you'd be amazed at how many different nations play cricket or have club cricket teams. I get sent content from all over the world, from places like Papua New Guinea, all the way through to Sri Lanka, Australia, New Zealand, all that kind of thing. And it's really exciting to see cricket growing across the world and more clubs filming their games, of course. Yeah,
and it's becoming more and more easy with technology getting better and better as well. And so, yeah, it's something that I know that we're very passionate about, is showing cricket and hopefully spreading cricket. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Toby Marriott, social media Jedi. I think that should be on your business card now, because I know they've got a lot of stuff going on in the social media sphere. And, of course, now you're part of our European Cricket Network team, so I think it's really a good get for us to have you kind of creating some content for us as well.
Oh, well fielded.
And, so maybe you can share what your kind of reactions have been even before you joined our team about European cricket, and no one really knew how to take us because it's really something that's never been done before.
Yeah, it's awesome, and I've admired it from afar for a long time. I've always enjoyed seeing the clips pop up. I've always enjoyed your commentary, and it's fantastic to see the game growing across Europe.
So Zane, who's into the attack now. This one will just be bunted down to long on for a single.
So yeah, I've always wanted to be involved, and Dan messaged me a couple of weeks ago. It was actually an immediate reaction to that brilliant clip of Chris Williams and his comeback with the telephone celebration. And we chatted about that and how that went viral on Cricket District, and he said you should come out to Khartoum for a couple of weeks, and I absolutely loved it, and now it's great to be working together. Yeah,
well, we're so thrilled to have you and actually see how you go about your work. It is quite amazing, and that's the thing that I think, our social media platforms, of course, we have a lot of people following us and a lot of other pages as well that we pop up on. So I think it's great to share those stories with as many as we can. As we see this one just exploding off a length from Sabir Hussain. Gets past the bat of Andani. Well, it's Andani who's been the one who's kind of stuck in neutral at the moment, while Naseem has been going good guns so far. Yeah, I mean, I know that I'm thinking of some of our most famous viral moments. As this one is timed nicely by Andani, and it's going to end up the wrong side of the boundary, and he's already had to chase it. He's going to chase it even further, as this one's hoofed along the perimeter. The result's going to be 4. And let's just have a look at this. It kind of finds himself pretty far back. I don't know if he was already on the rope. It makes it even worse as he shin bones it halfway to Butchie's house.
That is insult to injury, I think.
Yeah, that's even worse, isn't it? It's one thing to concede 4. But it will be Andani getting a welcome boundary. He's 17 off 15 now. I mean, the golden ball last year in Prague, where the batters snuck a second when they already had got one, but the keeper broke the stumps and started celebrating. And yeah, that wasn't ideal for the fielding side. I mean, that's one of ours that racked up $1 million plus pretty quickly. I mean, some of the other things like the catch, the famous catch by Bajwa, which was kind of like lassoed in or velcroed in from over the boundary.
Remarkable.
There's that one. Another one I like, Poor Johnny Grimmer, after getting one in the head, he went off and accidentally got head-butted by the medic. I mean, he couldn't make this stuff up. You must have seen that one. That's one that Johnny's got a good sense of humour about it. And so
That's what's been fantastic, is that no matter how many silly moments happen in these tournaments, people don't take it too seriously. They're allowed, they're allowed to laugh at themselves.
What's so special about it, I think. So it's the end of the fourth over, 36 for no loss. And once again, I am here, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Toby Marriott. And yeah, Toby has kind of found a niche in the cricket space and social media. And of course, that's the way the world's going. How is cricket media changing these days? Because we're seeing it with our own eyes here with our project. But I mean, you must have seen quite a transformation over the last couple of years.
Definitely. I mean, the first thing I would say is it's getting younger. More and more young people are creating content, whether it's on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, sharing their stories from their club matches, from matches that they visit, vlogging it, all that kind of stuff. It's really exciting. I always think cricket is 3 or 4 years behind football when it comes to digital content.
Sure.
But it's finally getting there, and it's a really exciting world to be a part of. Yeah,
well, we're so happy that you're part of our world. As here's a man with one of my favourite names. I'm getting lots of good feedback. People enjoying Mohammed Azzaduzaman, the comeback kid. He's a guy that ripped his calf into several pieces on the first day. He told us he was out for the tournament, and then 48 hours later, they had another injury. He said, well, all right, I'm going to step back in, I'm going to do it. And he's been doing really well. He's not quite bowling full pace, but he's got some good accuracy.
He doesn't need to. Beautiful.
Yeah, one hopper down to the captain, Imtiaz Rana. So it'll just be a single. Yeah, I mean, I find that as well with what we're doing here. I mean, a lot of people watching on YouTube, which is global, as this one is lifted away by Naseem. He's loving that leg side. This one's lost in the woods. I have to bring a packed lunch for that one, because that's going to take a while to find. Maximo, 6 more to the Panthers. Once again, really nice striking of the ball by Aslan Naseem.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot over deep square leg. And yet, typical village fashion, got to go fetch the ball from the bushes. I'd like to just give a quick shout out to the biggest cricket badger in the world, Fred Gregory, who I believe is watching from his office in Shepherd's Bush.
Hello, Fred.
Hey, Fred, as you might have seen him in a few videos on Cricket District. He is our resident cricket badger.
Oh, there's not the only one. This one steps across. I think it won't be a wide. It just sneaks in. A rare dot ball. Yeah, and hello to everyone else. And if you are in the live chat, why don't you let us know if you have any questions for Toby while he's here in the box, as we're almost at the halfway point of the innings. And yeah, I think we've covered quite a few of them already. So he wants that leg side, doesn't he? And he's just admonishing himself for missing that one.
I'd love to ask you what a few of your favourite moments have been from European cricket over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's been packed with entertainment. What are your favourites?
So many. I mean, just in a broad sense, the fact that it's been growing a lot and that there's more awareness about it and kind of what it is. I think for me, in a broad sense, that's been the most kind of encouraging thing about the project. The fact that it's always exciting to do something unprecedented, which is what we're doing as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 45 for no loss after 5. But yeah, we did over 1,200 matches last year. Obviously, personally, did over 1,000. It's something that I'll remember for a long time. I don't know if I'll do that again, because I do plan to kind of step back at times this year. But I think that, yeah, obviously the moments that we have that are really hard to describe. A lot of them are contextual. I mean, in Croatia, we saw one playing a behind-the-back shot last year, just out of nowhere. It's that beauty that you'll see the best and the worst cricket you've ever seen in the one match, and sometimes from the same person. So as we see this one, almost tries to sneak through the pegs. Mohamed Abdul Moten almost creates a run out there, so it won't be out. I don't think that ball's ever hit the stumps. They might have a look at it. And I think this is a very optimistic LRS. Now, the limited review system, just the kind of stuff like that. The fact that we've got something called the LRS now. Have a look at this. As the ball will slow it down here. He's going to be home anyway, and I don't think the ball hits the stumps anyway. So if it was a review, you'd lose it on that, and you'd probably should be more of a penalty. Cause
pretty good throw, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's done a terrible fumble there, but he's almost created a run out.
He's lured them into a false sense of security and then gone for the direct hit. I love it.
This one is going to be a wide as it just swings outside the off stump. I mean, even yesterday we had a situation where the ball was dropped at cover, and then the guy at extra cover then threw down one stump to run out the non-striker, and it was absolute dolly of a catch. So just how, I think it's a kind of a microcosm of life. Things can change very quickly. So you have to kind of take the hardships. For example, he's got no bat here. And so these are the kind of things that kind of happen all the time. I know I'm a little bit desensitized to it, but obviously having played cricket at mostly a good level,
well, he knows he knows he can make it back quicker if he loses the bat.
Yeah, because it's less weight.
He's shedding weight. I like it.
Yes.
Clever.
That's an interesting one, because I wonder if he touched the bat while he was holding
Might
on
even
to
be
it.
one short as well.
I think maybe that's okay. I mean, the bat did make it, I suppose. So here's Sabir Hussain. It's the full toss. Almost takes out Andani, and it will split the field. It'll be another boundary. Naseem, well, whatever he had at lunch, it's worked for him. He moves into the 30s. Wasn't a good ball, you'd have to say, but still, watch out for the friendly fire. But it's Friendship CC who hit for another boundary. They're past 50 at the moment. Panthers looking a lot better after they're only able to post 80 in the first match of this doubleheader. They're at 54 halfway through the sixth over.
A couple of great team names here. Can you just talk me through Friendship CC? How did that come about?
Listen,
great name.
Listen to this. If you like that, you'll love the origin story. And this one sliced up, though. It's hanging in the air a long time. And it's caught. That is a good catch. And as a Doozeman, well, you mentioned he's on one good calf. He had to pull up the parachute to stop him from going over the boundary. That's a really good catch for a man on one leg. And it will be the first of the innings as well as Naseem. He's going to have to go for 32. It's 54 for 1.
Yeah, that was swirling, wasn't it? Swirling in the wind. He's got one leg. Well held, sir.
He is absolutely as tough as granite, Mohamed Azaduzzaman, as the Doos does reel that one in. Not an easy catch, as this wind has picked up a little bit. This will bring Dikshit Patel to the crease at number 3. And I know he likes to go for it. I think with Andani there as well, he'll be taking no prisoners with his approach. He'll be swinging the bat pretty hard. And so, yeah, having this discussion with Toby Marriott.
Yeah, talk to me. Friendship CC.
Yeah, Friendship CC registered as a club last year. And, okay, fair enough. There's new clubs coming in, with increasing frequency, which is good. And I think it's grown from 5 to something like 14 in Portugal over the last few years. And they said, what would you like to be called? And they said, we'd like to be called Friendship Cricket Club. And they've gone, okay, no problem. And then about 3 or 4 days later, there's another club that comes and they also want to register. So a different club, and they go to the same powers that be here in Portuguese cricket as Dix swings straight through the first one. And yeah, so that takes us to the end of the sixth over. It's 54 for 1. So yeah, from here, 2 a ball will get them to 100. I think that's what they'll be eyeing off as a bare minimum, Wild Panthers. Yeah, so another club, maybe 3 or 4 days later, come in and they say, yeah, we'd like to register a club. And so they do register. And then they say, what would you like to be called? And they say, we'd like to be called Friendship Cricket Club. And they said, oh, no, someone's already spoken to us earlier in the week and we registered you. And they said, no, that wasn't us. And it was actually a different club that also wanted to be called Friendship CC.
Okay.
So they couldn't have the name because Friendship CC that you're watching right now, they got the name first.
Interesting.
And that side is also in this competition this year, and they were last year as well. As we see at the start of the 7th over, here's up Mohamed Azaduzzaman back for a second over. So actually...
So what names do they go for? Partnership CC?
Well, no, they ended up... This is what's funny. They are called Fighters CC.
The complete opposite.
So they've gone the other way. So Fighters CC, well, unfortunately, they were eliminated in Group A in this competition. And so, I still remember Corey's reaction when he first made his first trip to Portugal and he found out that on the first day, or the first couple of days, we were going to have the Friendship versus Fighters derby, essentially.
Yeah.
The two teams that wanted to be called Friendship. And, yeah, so a bit of a traditional rivalry already between those new clubs. This one is straight and out of the ground. Well, Imtiaz Rana gives it the scarecrow, saying, how did that happen? But it was just a good, clean strike. Azhar Andani, you don't want to leave him there too long because he will heat up. And that's a big Maximo down the ground.
That is a lovely shot. Is Azhar Andani the guy who scored 100 a couple of days ago?
Yeah, he scored 118.
Wow, off about 38 balls or something.
Yeah, but he's gone cheaply a couple of times. And I just thought that after being run out for 1, he was run out by a really good direct hit in the first game today, just by the barest of margins. And so I think he's got a score to settle. He went for a golden on Saturday and came back this week and scored a very good 100.
The highs and lows of this great game.
Yeah, it shows you all about it. And that's the thing. I'm used to that maybe, the next week coming back after a hard one. But these guys, they come back, a couple of hours later sometimes. They do get multiple opportunities. I suppose that's one of the good inclusive things about this format of the game as well, is with so many matches, I think it does give more opportunities and it allows more mistakes. As this one is launched, it's going to be another one out of the ground. Maximo! Diksha Patel with his first, as Wild Panthers move up to 69. This is just played on length, and it disappears over long on for 6. Got Sharad in the chat, who's just not one that Toby has to answer. He wants to know, Toby, who's your favourite ECN commentator? Well, now you can probably say yourself, because you are now an ECN commentator, Toby. Have you done any commentary before? Because you seem suited to it.
Ah, very kind. No, I've not. Although my friend Fred, who I mentioned earlier, he couldn't make the first team at our school, but was desperate to be involved, so he became a commentator. So I occasionally dropped in and helped him with that side of things, but he actually travelled to each one of our school first team games and commentated.
Yeah, so that's good that you have some experience. You seem like a natural. This is a bit of a gundy ball down the leg side from Mohamed Azaduzman, and so it will be 5 wides, and the keeper not able to essentially block the line of that one. It is a tough take for the keeper. So 5 bonus runs. Here's the last ball of the 7th. This one swung and missed as well. So it'll be the end of the 7th over. The score is 74 for 1. Let's have a look tomorrow at what we're going to see. And we're going to see the Coimbra Knights versus Werrash. And the Knights, they'll need to win both, it looks like, if they're going to stay in the series, or at least grab a result against Werrash, the hosts, who are undefeated. So that's not going to be easy in the morning session. Also Friendship CC versus Punjab CC and Medora in the afternoon. So these are the final Group B matches, and then we head into quarterfinal Friday the next day. And so join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India, as we head into another exciting day, day 10 of the FanCode ECS Portugal. I know that we have some interested viewers, particularly with the Knights in the UK. As I mentioned that in a second, here's Zakir Hussain. He comes back, and his first one will be at least 1. In fact, it's going to be 4. That just kept on rolling down the river. It was more of a push than anything else. But you can see Azarandani is a class act. This is just caressed through the covers. And once it gets on this outfield, it doesn't come back most of the time. He moves to 31. And yeah, I was going to say that, did you know there's a special viewer from Durham that actually follows the Coimbra Knights very closely? Do you know who that is?
I don't. Who's that?
Well, let's see if the people in the chat can pick it, as this one is picked outside off, and this time it's another one dropped in the crowd. We'll get your drops out of the way now, as I think that's Dalal Patel, who's dropped a couple.
He's furious at himself as well.
This one just explodes off the bat of Andani, and the result is going to be 6 more runs. Yeah, so Chris Rushworth, actually.
Oh,
He's
really?
one of the leading bowlers at Durham, as this one will be a wide.
He's one of the all-time greats. I think he's Durham's greatest ever wicket taker.
Yeah,
Something
I
ridiculous,
believe
like
so.
600 first-class
Had a good
wickets.
career over the past decade, and he actually has made an appearance for the Knights late last year in the off-season, and he would hope when he retires that he can be a part of the Coimbra Knights setup. So we'll get to see them tomorrow, and they have their last 2 group games, and we'll see if they can do something and maybe get into the quarterfinals, as this one is another cut shot. And Dani, I know he was a little bit off at the start of this innings, but we just felt there was an air of inevitability about him finding his touch, and with that shot, he moves into the 40s.
Well weighted. He's got magnificent timing, this batsman. Really, really nice. Waiting for it, head over the ball. That's a lovely shot for 4. He looks dominant out there, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, when he scored his 100 the other day, it was a real class act. And that's the beauty of the format as well, is things can turn around pretty quickly. Question from Michael in the chat. Hello, Michael. Nice to see you. And Michael's one of our real loyal viewers. It's always great when he pops in the chat. Normally it's late in the day. This is another one that, yes, timed nicely, but he finds the fielder this time. Might be a second here, but they're going to decide against it in the end. Good backing up to hustle in and prevent an overthrow. Michael wants to know, Toby, where's your home base? So where do you live when you're not on the road, watching cricket and covering cricket?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Michael. Home is Sussex, southeast coast of England. So I've lived there for 10, 11 years now. It's where my family are, where I grew up, and absolutely love it down there.
Sharks territory. I'm not sure how many actual sharks there are.
Not many.
Sussex.
Not many. Not many. You'd be unlucky to find one if you're out on your paddleboard.
That's 2 runs. Diksha Patel looks like he's run about a marathon there. And he's running out of steam, I think, by the end, as this one comes back in and Makes him work for every little bit.
Oh, he's made it. Well done.
He wanted a water station, I think, about halfway through the second run. Come back to live action here. And now it's a tired-looking swing to finish the 8th over. And so Wild Panthers, they're 92 for 1 already. They passed their score. So, yeah, Sussex and a lot of good cricket's been played in Sussex as well. I know one of my ex-teammates, Jason Berendorf, who's currently is part of the limited over setup in Australia. He played some cricket for Sussex Sharks. And I believe, mate, you might have picked up Josh Philippi, another one of my ex-teammates. So, yeah, always interested to see what the player movements there in the domestic setup in England. So,
yeah, County Championship just about to start. Starts tomorrow. A lot of overseas players, a lot of guys from Australia coming over to play. Obviously, the conditions for them are very, very different in April. I believe it's snowing at the moment.
I heard that. And I thought it might have been April Fool's joke because I think it was last Thursday that I heard that there was a practice match that was abandoned due to snow. And I thought, well, come on. That can't be real. But apparently it was.
You always know the County Championship is about to start when it starts snowing or sleeting in England.
Well,
it's like,
we even had
cricket season's begun.
There was snow in the Netherlands where we'll be next week in the ECS, but I do hear that it's clearing. I've actually played a tournament called Cricket on Ice in Switzerland.
In St. Moritz?
Yeah, St. Moritz. Probably one of the most expensive places I've ever gone.
Yeah, match fee there is steep.
This one is going to be in the block hole, and Darnie just pushes, gets a run here. Friendship CC, they chased down 81 successfully. Looks like, well, they will have to chase a few more here. But, yeah, what do you think about the T10 format? I mean, it's pretty innovative, slightly smaller fields, which create, probably a bit more excitement, a bit more evenness for batting ability. The fact you can still hit boundaries even if you don't quite nail it. Case in point, this one, but it might not actually clear the infield, and that will be taken. A simple catch in the end, and that's Mohammad Jayed Alam. Holds on to the catch, and this will be the end of Dicksh Patel, who couldn't really get going in match 36. This is off the inside half of the bat, and if it got over him, it probably was running to the boundary, but this one was within the wingspan of Jayed Alam. That's the second wicket to fall. It's 93 for 2. Yeah, I mean, so it's a bit different, isn't it? It's fast-paced, multiple matches. Again, something that hasn't really been done at this volume before, but yeah, I mean, what's your understanding, I suppose, of what we're doing here in European cricket and the kind of cricket that we play?
Oh, I love T10 cricket. It's fantastic. I find people who say different formats of the same sport aren't the same sport very confusing. I think cricket is cricket. People are smashing boundaries. They're taking wickets. They're having fun. That's the most important part of it. And I guess you'll tell me more about this, but these guys, a lot of their experience will be in the shortest format of the game, right? Playing T10 cricket in the park. And
it puts them under pressure. I mean, I think you build cricket IQ by doing this. This could be big trouble. This is going to be dead. LBW, and Rana gets 2 in a row. And it looks to me like this hits him in front of off stump. And if it does, and I think no doubt it's going on to hit, hits him on the toe. I mean, it's touch and go, but I think that's a pretty good decision. Have a look at the point of impact here.
Yeah, it's definitely hitting the stumps.
That foot just moves slightly around the point of impact, but I think it'd be pretty stiff as a bowler if that one wasn't given. And what it will be is 2 wickets and 2 balls for Imtiaz Rana, the captain, as it will be Dhaval Patel. That is removed for a golden duck. It's 93 for 3. And who knows, maybe we'll have a hat-trick here because he is on a hat-trick. We haven't had too many this year. We had a bit of a hat-trick hoodoo for a while. But then it got broken. In fact, now we've had 6 hat-tricks. It could be lucky number 7 for Imtiaz Rana.
Wow. Yeah, T10 format is brilliant, pure entertainment. I visited the T10 in Abu Dhabi, great fun. Likewise, love it here.
Hat-trick ball. Well, it wasn't the best ball, but it might bring a hat-trick, and it does.
Fantastic.
So Imtiaz Rana, well, wicket. And this one, I thought he had made a mess of it because it was a full toss. It was about shin high, but Manjeet Singh gets it all wrong. It's another golden duck for Manjeet. He had one yesterday. This one, he was thinking about how far he was going to hit it, but it never got too far off the bat. The catch was taken, and so that is 3 in a row. Imtiaz Rana, congratulations. He's got 3 for 11, and the score now is 93 for 4. Well, always a special moment when you see a hat-trick in any format at any level, and well, that's one I'm sure Imtiaz Rana will remember for a long time.
Oh, it's brilliant. You talk about momentum as well, getting his team back into this in the final stage of this innings. Fair play. A hat-trick. Love to see it. Love the passion. Great fielding, great catches. His teammates supporting him. Yeah, it's brilliant. Good on him.
Yeah, also the catch taken. The hat-trick hoodoo started when we actually had Christian Davis of Tunbridge Wells drop a simple catch on a hat-trick from Marcus O'Riordan. And it seemed that no one was ever going to take one, but now that's hat-trick number 7 in 2022. This could have been 4 and 4, but instead it's driven away, and so eventually fielded by Zakir Hussain down there, and they will get back for 2. So very good over from Rana in
Brilliant
the end.
over.
Only concedes 3, takes 3 wickets, finishes with 3 for 13, and after 9 overs, it's 93 for 4.
What would you say par score is on a ground like this, Finn?
I think, based on what we've seen, it's about 110 in my opinion. And so, yeah, it's something that we actually keep track of the run rates, because what we see, of course, now we've been in this venue 3rd time for an ECS. So we've actually can compare. Back in 2020, it was 9.4, went up to 10.8. And then in Group A, the boundaries were probably 2 or 3 metres longer, which can make a difference. It was only 8.7. Then you can see already it's about 11.1. That's before today. And so that's a way we can tell that for sure we've seen some higher scores. This could be trouble with a good throw. Well, I don't think this is out.
Ah, I love it. He's still appealing, having
Well,
taken
to be
the bails
honest,
off.
he knocked one bail off early, and it bounced off him, knocks the other bail off. But I think the batter is super home by the end. This is Bardwaj is out there. Look at this. The first bail goes. So he knocks it off, and then he doesn't know where it is, but it bounces on the middle stump. So if the batter was out, that actually would have been out when the ball struck the stumps, but he makes it comfortably in the end. This next one should be a simple catch, and it is. So Andani, he will have to go in the end for 45, and the wickets keep on tumbling at the end of the innings. Abdul Motin gets one, and that's the big one of the captain Andani, who was able to steal the strike back, but he couldn't do anything with it. He falls just short of his half century for 45, and it's 97 for 5.
Clever bowling that. I think that was the quicker ball. And yeah, sliced over to deep extra cover, and he's got to go. We're live on Cricket District TikTok as well.
Yes, I've been meaning to mention that
Yep.
because...
And you've got a comment there. Vinny Sandu, it's Joel from Bedford Morley.
Hello, Joel Candia. I'm sure it is from Bedford Morley. He is one of my favourite people, in fact. I've played office cricket with him in Perth with a stress ball when I had a bit of space when I was running my events company. And there we go. I shouldn't have hit the table so hard. Sorry,
That's
Joel,
right, no worries.
if that hurt you and any of our other viewers. But hello, Joel. I'm glad that you're watching from Perth, Western Australia. As we head into the next one, this one's hit reasonably well. It's going to clear the infield, but it'll be a double bang, and they're really not sure what they're doing here. And in the end, they decide to come back and try for a second. So Mithil Patel will get one. He'll get run out, and that's another wicket. Geez, they keep on falling here. We haven't had a boundary now for 12 deliveries, and 5 wickets have fallen in that time. And after that ball, the score is 98 for 6.
Yeah, wickets tumbling here. They're losing their momentum at the end of this innings. And yeah, it's great to see the smiles on these boys' faces. They're loving life, aren't they?
I am a big fan of Joel's page as well, The History of Money. You know that he
interesting.
is a TikTok sensation.
Is he really?
You need to look this up.
I will.
I'm a big fan of Cash. Not as much as Corey, but this one is a bit of a top edge. Should be taken. Is this another wicket? It is. And Imtiaz Rana, well, he's done it with the ball. He took a hat-trick last over. And that is, once again, 3 wickets in 3 balls. Although the second one was a run-out where they did score a run. This is an epic collapse at the end from Wild Panthers. I suppose they do have the wickets to play with. But after that, it's 98 for 7.
Yeah, this is reminiscent of my village team back home collapsing at the end of almost every single game we play. The pressure gets to us. We all go to smash some sixes, and we're all out caught on the boundary.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like they're gonna give you a hold out. But I mean, at one stage we saw 20 off the 7th, we saw 18 off the 8th, but so far just 3 off the 9th and 3 off the 10th. So since the end of the 8th over, they've only had 8 runs in the last 10 balls. So sorry, 6 runs in the last 10 balls. So yeah, it's been a real grind to a halt situation. As the number 10 comes out, I don't think that he thought he was going to get a bat.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have his pads
Sunil
on.
Patel, he's out there now. Well, this is a gift, isn't it? And this releases all the pressure, and it actually will bring up the 100 as well. That's another set of 5 wides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carreras. Takes wides into double digits, and that is a bit of a gift for Wild Panthers. Look at this once again. Tough one for the keeper, who has to get across behind the batter. These are all good runs at the end of this innings. They will have a triple-digit score on the board. We know that now. Adel Moten has 2 for 8 and 2 to come. This one, it's called a wide. I reckon this is pretty harsh. I know that they judge it as it goes past the popping crease. So at this moment, yeah, I feel like that was a bit harsh on the bowler, but Wild Panthers will take them. 104 now. This one going nowhere.
Well bowled.
Yeah, it goes under the bat. Well, I know you're coming slowly to the end of your time here, but I know you'll take us through the highlights as well, so we have a couple more minutes with you, but it's been great having you as a part of the broadcast, Toby. Hopefully we get you again. Well, you have a bit of bonus time here. Now, this is a full-blown disaster. Has pinned the tail on the donkey stuff, and he's not winning a prize. Mohamed Abdul Moten. This one down the leg side. And once again, the keeper, just a little bit late, but you can't really blame the keeper for that one. And so Whites, well, they're almost, well, they are the third top scorer at the moment in this innings after the openers. Got 45 and 32. That actually takes it up to 19 wides in the innings.
Yeah, that's Village. That's so Village.
That's so Village, to use a moniker that you've
Yeah, they let themselves down with that ball because they've taken a few late wickets. Just need to claw it back with this final ball.
This one, they get a bit of bat on it, and this will be a bit of a chase. They might as well come back. I think they're going to end up on the Nelson here, barring circumstance here. Well, he might have. I tell you, if this isn't out, if it isn't out, they probably kept running, but judging by that, I think it was taken. We'll check that everything's in order here. Mizu Rahman takes it one-handed, and yeah, he breaks the stump. Slightly lazy running as well. And yeah, we'll see that Tyson. You see, yeah, he does break it, and he's actually over the line, but he hasn't grounded his bat. So, and this is one thing that I've been loving, the limited review system. And you see, he was very quick to call for it. There was the L. It does take us to the end, and so they don't get the 111 in the moment. I thought we were heading for the Nelson, but it'll be one and run out. They're going to finish 110 for 8 off their 10 overs. Wild Panthers, well, they had a good position there at 8 overs. They were 92, but they only get 18 off the last, but assisted by a bunch of wides. And so it'll be an interesting chase when Friendship CC come out. They'll be chasing 111. Toby, been great to have you as part of the broadcast so far. We'd love to have you back again, but for now, let's go through some of these highlights. And early on, Andani and Naseem, well, they had a point to prove after they were only able to gather 80 runs. And Naseem in particular looked very good early, whacking a few away on the leg side.
Yeah, some fantastic early hitting from these two openers, but they lost a bit of momentum. I wonder how much of that would have been a bit of fatigue, having already played a couple of games in the sun so far. A bit of confusion in the middle, a couple of run-outs. They'll be disappointed with the way they finished that innings.
Yeah, that was a pretty optimistic appeal there on a couple of accounts from Sabir Hussain. Well, this one was a slight bit of mishandling of the bat. Mandani, most of the time, he knows what he's doing. And we know that Asaduzzaman, he was doing the injured man's jig after taking that catch. And once again, that calf injury flaring up, but he's been worth his weight in gold. Bit of free catching practice wasn't really utilised by the Panthers on the bench. There were a couple that went, and that was one that I think was a pretty good decision. Hit him on the big toe. And then we saw Manjit come out and get a golden. And so, yeah, this was the moment that you thought, oh, hold on, something's going on here. And they did get themselves in a decent position. That's the thing. And the run-outs were coming thick and fast. This wasn't one of them as it bounced off Moten onto the stumps. But yeah, you'd have to say Wild Panthers, a better batting performance, but you do feel like putting 110 on the board, that's pretty much what I said was the pass score, does leave the door open for Friendship CC.
Yeah, I think they left a few runs out there, and yeah, great fight back there from Friendship CC.
Got it.
Dropped a couple of catches early on, missed a couple of chances, but they got it back.
Got to mention the hat-trick from Imtiaz Rana in the 9th. We often say it all happens on the 9th, and well, it was all happening in the 10th, and suddenly, I don't know whether Mohamed Abdul Moten had vertigo, but he threw a couple down the leg side, a long way down the leg side. The keep-up couldn't handle it, and they were bonus runs at the end. They probably got at least 10 for free in that last over as they ended up with 110. And we'll have a look at the card, and it was dominated very top-heavy as Andani took a while to get going, but finished 45 off 28. Naseem with some good ball striking, 2 4s and 2 maximos in his 32. Nobody else cracked double digits except for extras with 19 wides and a leg by 20 bonus runs for the Wild Panthers. They were able to turn their 90 into 110 thanks to Mr. Sundries looking at the bowling. And some decent performers in there. I think we'll remember this innings for the hat-trick from Imtiaz Rana, 3 for 13. Also 2 wickets for Moten. He was a little bit errant in that last over. The other wicket went to Sabir Hussain. Shout out also to Muhammad Jahid Alam, who kept things pretty tight early, only going for 17 off his 2 overs. Once again, just want to thank this man for helping us as a guest commentator. I have given Corey a breather in the last game of the day. And Toby, thank you so much for joining us. And I know that we were on TikTok just then on your page. And we encourage everyone that's watched us maybe on that to join us in the telecast for the second half. And thanks for being part of the ECN experience.
Thank you so much, Vinny. Had a blast. Great fun.
Yeah, Toby Marriott, ladies and gentlemen, he is doing wonderful things. And stay tuned to our social media at European Cricket because there's good things happening. And a lot of it is because of this man right here. We're going to take a quick break, back in a few minutes. And when we return, we'll have another special guest commentator, a returning guest commentator as well. And when we do come back, it'll be friendship. They'll be chasing the Nelson 1-1-1 for victory here in the last match of the day on day 9. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Toby Marriott. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to beautiful sunny Portugal. Well, I'll take a few more days like this. Currently, it's around 18 degrees and not too many clouds in the sky at all. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you to take you home on the European Cricket Network. And we head into the last 10 overs. And Friendship CC, well, they chased 81 to win match 35. Here we are in match 36 at the halftime break. We know that Friendship CC will be chasing 111 for victory. As we get set in the chase, it's Rifle Bardwaj to get us moving. And speaking of moving, it pretty much explodes off the bat of Azaduzaman. He's running on one leg, but tell you what, he's hit the ball pretty well today. Hasn't been doing a lot of running. That's the first run for Friendship CC. And a big thank you to Toby Marriott once again for his contributions in the first half of this game. And we're privileged to have another guest commentator returning. Bit of a last innings of the day specialist. This is cut away. Won't be a run here. With me in the box for the last match of the day is none other than Michael Boosley. And Michael, welcome back. And how's it feel to be back in the commentary box?
Great. And I had a great finish to the other day with a cracking low-scoring game. This one's got over the 100, and as you said, the target's the Nelson. And it should be an interesting chase because the Wild Panthers is certainly going to be looking to get one back over there. Excuse me, one back over the opposition for this game after losing the first, so yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Wild Panthers, they're kind of the Jekyll and Hyde of the competition. 2 of their 3 mini-series have been split. They weren't quite able to get a win over Werash, but their other 2 mini-series were 1 win apiece. And this is actually their last group match. So Wild Panthers, if they can't defend this, they're going to finish with 2 wins out of 8 matches. They're better than that, really. But, you know, they will be at risk because the Knights, they'll have the opportunity to overtake them tomorrow. So, yeah, a lot on the line, particularly for the men in purple here.
Yeah, they certainly need a win. This is really important for them. They don't want to go into a day off when it just becomes out of their hands for the final day.
Bardwaj, normally pretty reliable performer, but he has gotten the treatment a couple of times in this series. This one's edged away and will be no run here. So, tell me what your day's been like around the ground. I know that you're pretty busy around here. It's part of the Blue Crew.
Yeah, been spending the day in the players area, looking after the teams, making sure everyone's ready and raring to go, dealing with any on and off field requirements for the teams. So yeah, it's been a busy day.
Last ball of the over. Geez, he's played this shot well today, but they've protected it well as well now, the Wild Panthers. So pretty tight over from Bardwaj. Makes that score look even bigger. As at the end of the over, it's 3 for no loss. Yeah, slightly different weather conditions today than yesterday as well.
Yeah, it was certainly an easier day to get through, that's for sure. The wind's just actually starting to get up again now. You can see the camera, the static camera that's on your screen now, just wobbling a touch from the wind.
It's a good indicator, isn't it?
Yeah.
When we see the cameras wobbling around a little bit.
But the fact that there's sunshine and the fact that we've had a lovely day of cricket, that it just makes life a lot easier.
You're a bit of a football fan, aren't you? And
Yep.
that big Liverpool-Benfica match. Pretty cool that we're in Portugal when Liverpool are playing Benfica. I know you're a big Liverpool supporter.
No, I'm a Tottenham supporter.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, for
Okay.
my sins.
Fake news that Corey's given me. All right, here is the start of the second over. This one's angled away and just slows it down enough. And so Yeah, that looked like Naseem who's out there. They've got Sunil Patel into the lineup this time, so he's behind the stumps, relieving Naseem. Just gets a finger on this, I think. So just the one. And Maya Zakini in the chat saying, hello, Mr. Boosley. I remember your voice. Oh, that's nice to know.
That is nice.
Maya's very, very observant.
Oh, big swing and a miss.
Yeah, how would you describe that as a cricket shot?
Yeah, great head positioning, looking up into the clouds.
Well, he's just enjoying the weather conditions. He has a good view at them here.
Yeah, it's gone for it. I mean, he's trying to pick up the pace. They've started slow, and he's trying to get the scoreboard moving. But you just have to just keep your technique.
Yeah, well, this time he gets more of it, and you can tell by the reaction that he's got a fair piece of this. Maximo Rupu gets half a dozen. And well, he swung at one and missed, but then he swings at one and hits, and that's a pretty good shot. The wind's kind of going the other way today, and so yeah, big hit, and that's probably just what Friendship needed to get their chase going.
Yeah, Manjeet Singh just loses his line a little bit. The ball before was great lines just outside off stump. He's just drifted in a bit and right into the zone.
Similar ball. This one doesn't really get up. Asaduzaman's thinking about it, but then remembers that he's only on one good calf, and so that'll be a dot.
Yeah.
What do you think of the comeback of Asaduzaman? Because he looked in lots of strife on Saturday.
No, I've been in the PMOA with him for the last couple of days, and he is struggling. He really is. He's with the injury to I've forgotten the gentleman's name. Oh, that's a big shot. You want to talk through that?
Yeah. Well, it hasn't quite got as much as the last one, so that will just be one. But yeah, I think you're talking about the injury to Sabir from Friendship, and I know that Sabir Ahmed,
yeah, and I think
he broke down. That forced Asaduzaman to come back into the lineup.
Yeah, they are just short of a few numbers, and he is actually such an important player for the team as well. So as you can see, that's a massive six.
Exhibit A right there, as this is carved away and never to be seen again. He's on the front foot. He's on the charge as he goes walkabout and gets 6 more. Maximo has a big hit. And so that is also the end of the second over, and a pretty good one, as there are a couple of sixes in it. It goes for 14, and it's 17 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, he's made that into a half volley. It's not a bad length ball, but as we saw from the side on camera, he's a good metre outside of his crease, and with a little skip forward, he made that a perfect half volley for himself.
Yeah, players that are getting down the pit, typically they want to drive, and that's what we see right here. Well, this one is launched, but how far? Once again, it is Dix Patel. He finds himself under this one. You can see maybe the sun's a factor. He looks up at the sky, but he comes up with fresh air and a life for Rupu right here at the start of the third over.
Yeah, and I also think this is exactly the direction that ball has been hit directly into the wind. So the wind is moving across the field in that direction, and I think it's just been held up and he's misjudged it.
Just never reaches him, does it, basically? Yeah, the wind's super important when you're trying to work out, particularly high catches, to expect the ball to blow one way or another.
Yeah, and I think with the way the wind was yesterday, that ball's flying as flying for 6. That's gone, and the way it is today, it's almost completely the opposite direction.
Luke Belgium saying far too many drop catches today. Well, I would agree with that, but I would say the wind has picked up, and they're probably not as easy as they look. As this one is short outside the off stump. Asaduzaman misses that cut shot. Hasn't missed too many. Hello to Nilkesh Patel, who's in the chat saying hello to us in the chat as well. And made a shrub on as well, and everyone else. Maya already, she picked your voice a mile away.
I'm a big fan of Nilkesh, cracking umpire.
Halfway through this third over, Bardwaj hasn't gone for many at all. And I think that Asaduzaman wants to do something about it, because this one is gone. Go fetch that, he says, Maximo. And that one takes Asaduzaman into double figures.
Yeah. Again, a little skip down, manages to calf to hold up as he hooks that. And I think that's gone into the field next door. That's a big 6.
Yeah, that one is certainly bothering some livestock. So, yeah, they're a bit slow to get going. Just 3 off the first over. But we have seen 3 6s in the last 8 balls. The cogs are turning. And this one is pretty high in the air, though. He looks down at his bat. Well, this won't be an easy catch at all. And it gets caught on the rebound. Well, if you don't mind, it was Mittal Patel. And it goes to Dix Patel. It's a Patel combo that's going to remove Asaduzaman. And there was no social distancing there. Those days are long gone. Once again, we see the combo catch here in Kataksho.
It's so important for you to get close to the fielders, whether you're fielding on a boundary or coming down from catches. It's scooped out of his hand, and he comes out of nowhere. He literally comes out of nowhere.
But just have a look at this. They've got all angles covered because they have one to the left, one to the right. And it's not that they don't think Mitchell will catch it, but just in case, it's good to have a plan B. And look at him. 3 of them there, and in the end, it's a remarkable catch that will remove the twos from the equation. He's caught for 15, and it's 24 for 1. Big moment in this match.
Big moment, very big moment. Like we were saying how important Assad is to the team, Assad is to that side, and I think he just got ahead of himself, just didn't get a hold of it properly. He's just got there a bit early, and it's gone flying high. Good catch.
Oh, I mean, you couldn't see anything better. It reminds me of something that we saw last year here in Portugal, as this will be Jad Alam, who will be facing up, don't forget, because of the rule now that we were one of the first to bring it in, that if you do get caught, you have to go back to original ends. So it will be the end of the third over, end of the power play, and what an interesting over that was. It's 24 for 1.
Yeah, now it's important Jad Alam gets into his stride as quickly as possible, because they've just managed to take that run rate up. They're just pushing forward now, and as we can see from the power play, they were quite somewhat ahead, but if you look at those final overs...
7 wickets fell in the last 2 overs. So how about that? As they were 1 down after 8. They finished 8 down, but they do have the runs on the board. Well, Michael Daub saying in the chat, well, the Panthers have friendships too, because it was a friendship catch. Well, kind of was.
Certainly was. It was very close at the end of it.
It's a bit like vultures circling, wasn't it, around poor Mitchell Patel. He said, well, I'll do my bit. I'll keep it in the air a bit longer. That's a great catch to watch.
Better safe than sorry.
There's a way to do that to kind of be ready for rebound, but you don't want to put off the person taking the catch either, because they will blame you. And here is the man that held onto it, Dix Patel. He just gets wangled away here, and there's no fine leg. And so that's clever batting by Rupu. He moves into double figures with a bit of funky business.
Yeah, we saw that in the game before, how he's able to move his guard, steps across, works out where the field placing are, knows that's a percentage shot, and he's got himself a boundary.
It's a slightly easier shot to play on this surface as well, because it is more consistent bounce than, say, a turf pitch where it can be a bit too paced. So that's good batting. They just want to stay at the rate, don't they? So they want to be 33 after 3. They're a few behind. They have lost Azaduzaman, and things did kind of go off the rails when he went last time. He had a magical first over, but went soon after. Here's Dix Patel. And this one is hit pretty well by Rupu, and it's another one. This time he goes over the offside. Maximal, big strike. And we've seen some really nice offside shots today carrying the ropes.
Yeah, he moves across, opens himself up, steps across. That's a great shot out the middle of the bat, and it flies over point for 6.
I mean, that's a really good shot. That's the sort of shot that was pretty tough to play yesterday. But the wind today, I think, is actually going right to left now.
Yeah.
So it's switched around. The wind is such a big factor. And so Rupu, he wasn't too happy, I think, with the result last time of his innings. This one is going to be hit through the leg side, and this will find a gap and be 4 more.
Yeah, he's on fire. He is really taking this to them. He needs to be a little bit careful, because his wicket is going to be so important for Friendship CC. So he just needs to be a little bit careful, skipping down the wicket there. It paid off for him, but he just needs to make sure he doesn't throw his wicket away.
Yeah, that's right. I was just talking about that. The fact is, last time he was out for 19, and so right now he's made it past that mark, and I think he wants to go on with it. He's a bit annoyed that he misses out on this, but he will get the wide call.
Yeah. Good call from the umpire.
Of course, the umpire's got an important job to do. The umpire's been really good, I have to say. I often say, and I've said this a few times, I think umpiring is probably one of the most improved aspects in ECN cricket over the past couple of years. Well, this is hit pretty hard. And it will be stopped down there by Mitchell.
Yeah, it seems to, with the position of tournament referee that the ECN have got throughout all of the ECS tournaments, they really do take the time to mentor the local umpires. So, yeah, it is paying off.
So it's a slower ball from Diku. This one will just be 1 run. And so Jad Alam finally gets off the mark. And so last ball coming up. Has been an interesting over from Dick. Started with 3 boundaries. See if we can get out of it here. This one should be cut off. So it will just be the single, and it's the end of the over. The score at the end of this is 42-1. As we welcome you here to the commentary booth. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, and nice to have guest commentator once again back, and you were with Corey last time, but I've got Michael Boothleigh next to me, and one thing we haven't really had today is a close finish, and the way things are going here, we might get one in the last game of the day.
Yep, it started to look that way. The scores are pretty much on the run rate, so if they can keep pushing along like this, they can't afford to lose too many more wickets.
That's the key, I think. I think you got to try and get through the top few, put some pressure on the middle order, but they still have someone like Mizu Rahman to come. Obviously got Giant Alarm there now, but speaking of wickets, this is one, and it's a really good slow ball. He bowls this leg cutter so well, and Dhani, he has the magic formula with the ball today. I thought maybe he's a part-timer, but he's showing he's a bit more than that. You see, he just rolls the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball, completely bamboozles Rupu, who gets to 25, but he'll go no further. That's the second wicket to fall, 42 for 2.
Yeah, he's obviously been keeping. He's an intelligent cricketer, as we know, and I think he's obviously been keeping an eye on the way that Rupu has been batting. Seen him come in and just drifted that ball in, just let it flow in, and it's taken the outside of off stump, and that's a massive wicket.
Really is, because he was up and going. I talked about him going for 19 last time. This time he goes with the target a bit more out of sight. I think he fell on 59 last time when they were chasing 81. But yeah, great bowling by Andani. He's been right on target. And in that previous game, he delivered a double wicket maiden, which you don't see too often. No. He's been really, really good. And Dhani finished with 2 for 4.
Yeah, that's just disappointing, and I'm sure the bench of Friendship CC will be just wondering why he's running down the wicket today. He's been playing such good shots, just moving around his crease, working the ball in different directions. There's just no need to be charging someone who's as intelligent as the captain of Wild Panthers. It
just wasn't the right time for that shot, was it? First ball of Andani, who bowled well last game. He's been pretty accurate. He comes in again to the new batter. It's Mizu Rahman. This one just misses, but actually flicks the pad. You can see that's what the umpire's indicating there. Has Sharad Brumbat in the chat, and I actually know, we was talking about favourite commentators before. Good call by the umpire. That one just grazing the leg.
Yeah.
And I know who Sharad's favourite commentator is. I think it's you. As this one is going to be going all the way to the boundary. Like Diksha Patel pulling up. A bit ginger there.
Yeah, he's trod on the rope. And as we've seen him before, not just in this tournament, in other tournaments, I remember a very horrible situation in Croatia when the fielders run across, and as you can see that he just turns his ankle as he catches the edge of the rope, and that can be nasty, but he seems to be okay.
I think he'll walk that off. This is leg cutter, which is over pitch this time, and will get cut off. And Hawkmoon's asking about Andani's bowling stats. Well, he took 2 for 4 off 1.1 overs before, and right now he's taken 1 for 5. So if you combine those, you get 3 for 9 off 1.5. So it's almost bowled 2 overs. After this ball, he will.
As I just got away with that full toss there, it should have been put away.
I think it drops a bit on you. That's why I think it wasn't quite out of the middle. This one is more pace on. Jade Alarm, he wants it, but he's not going to clear the fielder, and it's the double teapot. Well, how about this? Well, this one really has fooled everybody, but it has been caught. He turns around and he gives it to the crowd. I think that Naseem might have had a bit of not so friendly encouragement from Friendship CC, but he does hold on to the catch and he removes a dangerous striker. Alarm, he's going to have to go for just 1, and it's 47 for 3.
Yeah, it's a safe catch, easy catch. It wasn't coming at him too quickly, straight into his hands. It wasn't. Well, it would have been a shocker if he'd have dropped it. So fair play to him. Another wicket down, and this is what we didn't want to see from Friendship CC. Just losing wickets over by over. It's going to become very difficult for anyone to build a partnership if they keep throwing away these wickets.
And with that ball, the rate goes over to a ball required as well. So they need something. And Jade Alarm, he's a big key to their batting. He actually hit that pretty well, but you're right, he just picked out that fielder. So, once again, hello to everyone in the live chat that stayed with us for the last game of the day. Tomorrow we will have the last matches of Group B, and we'll have our 8 quarterfinalists. We already know who's qualified from Group A. This was a bit short. He goes in that direction again. This time it won't quite carry to Russell and Naseem. That'll be the halfway point as Mohamed Abdul Motin gets off the mark. It's 48 for 3. If you go back to the end of that innings, I know that a lot of wickets fell, but remember, Mohamed Abdul Moten, he bowled a couple of 5 wides that really cost him. You feel like they should have only been chasing about that 100 mark, but they ended up getting all the way to 110.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just literally just the last few balls of the innings. The actual over that he was bowling before that, those first few balls were actually pretty decent. I think he claimed a couple of wickets even, or at least one, and yeah, just that the extra sort of 10 runs is massive.
That last over went 2, wicket, 1 and run out, wicket, 5 wides, wide, dot, wide, 5 wides. I'll come back to that in a second because it's too long. But this one is going to be long as well, as it's going to be all the way over the top. Maximal. Well, he must have heard me reading out his last over. He's pretty keen to get him back in a hurry, and he gets his first 6 with this strike over long off. Yeah,
they'll be able to just have a little breath here. They'll have a big, just allow them just to try and relax a little bit. Understand that if they play their shots, if they wait for the right balls, they'll be able to turn this run rate around. 1 and run out was the last ball. That's all I missed off the last over. But there were 11 runs in wides in that over. And that's literally the 100 plus the 11 wides that they're chasing. As this one is slashed away over the offside, and this should be stopped. They come back on the second because they saw the fielder just loses his footing, and then they're going to get a 30. Now, where's this ball gone? Well, luckily that bounces off the stumps, and that probably takes a bit of heat of it. As this was probably the unnecessary throw. Accurate, but costly. Yeah, look, they call the second straight away. You can see the ball coming in. He knows there's a chance here, and he throws it against the stumps.
He just mustn't have known how far in the batter was. Mizur Rahman, who will grab the strike back now.
And you're absolutely right. The stumps just took something out of it. Otherwise, that could have been flying over the boundary.
Could have been 6, non-Maximo 6. Oh, this is close, but where's the ball pitched? Bucks is going to say, you're gone. And so he's caught right in front here, Mizur Rahman. Well, maybe that's a clever overthrow because it does change the strike back. The left-hander is on strike. And, yeah, that for me is touch and go. Maybe umpire's call. That for me, it's in line. It's going to hit the stumps, but the question for me is where the ball bounces.
I'm not convinced, but it is the second or third time of seeing it, and I'm still finding it difficult to know whether that's bounced in line or not. It's obviously hit him.
Other thing is we don't really have the stump to stump of where the leg stump is at the bowler's end as a reference point. But there, I mean, you see, for me, I mean, it does look fractionally outside where it bounces out there.
That's such a tight
call. It's pretty tight. And look, the umpire's the only one standing stump to stump, and he's decided it bounces on. Maybe he only gets one look at it as well. Yep. So they're probably an umpire's call, I suppose, in the end. You can make up your own mind at home. But it is the 4th wicket, and a pretty good one to get, as it's the end of Mizur Rahman for 8. He's LBW to Mittal Patel. It's 57 for 4. Brings the captain to the crease. Imtiaz Rana, probably a pretty good player to steady the ship as he faces Mittal here. So it's a little bit short, and he hooks it. He's not wasting any time, and this one's out of here. Well, one of them went the way of the Panthers. This one doesn't, though, as Imtiaz looks in a hurry. Maximal to start him off.
Yeah, the captain, Imi, he's in. He's important. He puts himself in the captain's role. He's had a great innings with the ball, with his hat-trick catch, good run-out as well. So can he back that up with a winning innings, a winning batting innings?
Next one's full up. Bit of overcorrection, but this will just be one. Well, Michael keeps coming with the questions. He wants to know. He knows that you're a big proponent of the long barrier method of fielding, getting the leg down on the ground. Do you think that there could have been some boundaries avoided if we'd seen more long barriers in this tournament?
Yeah, I think, and I've spoken to Sharad, who's also in the chat about this.
And he over 64 for 4,
and he is not so much a fan. But I think, like when we've spoken about it, what we've come to the conclusion is that when you've a certain level of cricket, a long barrier is not necessary. But when you're playing at a level of cricket where you are susceptible to letting the ball go through your legs and not getting down to the ball properly or using a foot to field, then getting that leg down and getting yourself into a position to protect those extra runs is vital.
Yeah, 2 for 6 for Andani, and wickets also for Bhardwaj and Mittal Patel, as you can see there, after 6 overs. Yeah, I've got my own feelings about it. I think it's not so much the level of cricket. I think there is a big factor in it, as Andani gets a little bit leg stumpish here, but he does have protection. Well cleaned up there. For me, it's actually the outfield and the likelihood you're going to get a bad bounce. I think that sometimes if you get that leg horizontal on the ground, that long barrier method, as it's called, On a field like Kartama, I think it's a good method to use as long as you've got time and you're not necessarily wanting to over-attack for a run-out.
Yeah.
I think that on this field and fields like Bulgaria, like we'll be in a couple of weeks, and some other fields where it's a bit more bumpy, if it's a bit bumpy, the long barrier is useful. If it's very bumpy, well, then you can get yourself into trouble with long barrier as well, because it can actually bounce over the barrier. And this one is a good example, but that's really well pulled back. And they'll keep it to 1. Well, they're wasting all their direct hits here. They're going to get a second. I think they're going to get a second. In fact, they could get a third, as it's going to go away. Any advances? We have 2. Do we have 3? We have 3. Any call for 4? All right, just the triple. As this one, there was a good throw and a bad throw. The result was overthrows both times, and 3 scored. This is... It comes back. I think he's home here. Yeah, he's home. But then, half an appeal. Alert thinking to go...
Yeah.
That hits the keeper and bounces away from all the backup fielders.
See, I think it's so unfortunate when the ball hits the stumps like that, but it's good from the batters. They're really on the ball, ready to take that second run.
Can't legislate for every outcome.
Oh,
Well, this
that's
one
gone
skewed up in the air, but it will be taken. And so, once again, we see maybe that's high cricket IQ, because they give an extra run, 2 extra runs, but what they have done is got a wicket next ball. And that is Agil Varghese that takes the catch. Just wasn't balanced. He was reaching. And in the end, a pretty good catch. He was wrestling the sun, but it is pulled down by Akil. And that results in another wicket. And now Friendship in a bit of trouble here at 68 for 5.
Yeah, the captain's really disappointed. As you can see, as he's walking off, he's really disappointed. And the captain's captain and the Wild Panthers captain, Azhar, has come out on top in that battle. He just pushed that as far wide as he possibly could. Didn't give the batsman the opportunity to get fully behind it, and it's come off the toe.
I mean, Azhar Andani, what a day he's having. Now, he's got 4 for 14 off 2.4 overs today. And for someone that, he'd call himself a part-timer, he's really delivering for Wild Panthers when they've needed someone. This one's up in the block hole. Mohamed Zakir Hussain gets off the mark. Just keep an eye on this run rate required. It's crept out past to a ball, like I said. That's around the 12.5 mark now. So it's a big ask of the bottom order for Friendship CC, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but what we saw in the first innings, that they were going around 9 and over for most of the innings. And then I can't remember which over it was, but they had a big over in the middle, probably about the 7th or 8th, which took it to where it was, and that's a wide. That's correct call.
Yeah, that's a pretty good block by the keeper as well. Keeps the legs together, which is normally a pretty good strategy if you're not quite sure what's going on. But yeah, Andani, he's been so important for them with the bat and the ball. I mean, you pretty much lock him in for the player of the match at the moment after his 45 in the first innings. And this is driven away, and it will get into a gap. The outfielder will clean it up, though. They think about a second on a slight fumble, but it never really gets away from the fielder. So Moten will get a single there. Moten, he did leak those runs in the 10th over. Like we said, did come up with a few wickets as well, as 4 wickets tumbled in the last over, but I think he's taking responsibility himself to go after these runs. He's 14 off 6.
Yeah.
Zakir Hussain, though, this time. That'll be a dot that'll finish the 7th over. The call goes the way of the Panthers. And Andani, he finishes with 3 for 13. The score after 7 is 71 for 5. Coming up tomorrow will be our chance to see what the Coimbra Knights can do. They need to get results going their way against Werash. That'll be pretty tough. Werash undefeated in the series. Then Friendship and Punjab in the afternoon session. Certainly should be an interesting conclusion to the Group B matches. And then we will go into quarterfinals on Friday. Join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. I'll be here. And Corey, I'm sure, in the morning, he'll be here bright and early to take you through match 37. But Michael, right now, we've got a bit of a contest on our hands. 40 off 18. It's a lot of runs, but we know someone like Moten, he can hit the ball a long way as well.
Yeah, and it was in the last, it was, what was it, 7th and 8th of the first innings. It went for a total of 38 runs,
Yeah.
and that can change everything. They need, it's vital now. They don't want to leave it too late, but if they can have a decent 8th over, it could make this a very interesting finish.
And it was the Doos that went for a magical 7th for 20. There was no one expected. Well, this one's top edge, and I think it's going to get away from the fielders, and I think he won't stop it either. We had an opportunity there, I thought, to swing at the ball, Dhaval Patel, but he can't get enough hand on it, and he almost boots it out of his fielder's hands. And you see here, he has the opportunity. It bounces in, and he just air swings at it, doesn't he? So that's not a great sign. And then poor Hardik Patel picks it up and almost has it booted out of his hand. It's a badly needed boundary, though, for Friendship CC to start the 8th over. Austin Nassim getting a bowl now. This is probably a wide. That's too short. And Nassim we saw with the gloves as their wicketkeeper earlier, but now he's been used as a bowler. Now they've got Sunil Patel back behind the stumps. That was a bit of a tennis ball bounce, and Moten rightly saying, well, how am I supposed to hit that?
Yeah, I know they were looking for something a little bit different in that first game, so which is why they've brought him out from behind the stumps, because they know he can chuck a ball down. So, but that's 2 wides in a row, which is not what they need right now.
Good running as well. I think that's alert running from Zakir Hussain. Yes, he's backing up. He's doing all the right things there. As soon as it was fumbled by the keeper, he was off.
That chain around his neck, not bothering him, obviously.
Opu in the chat wants to know next match top update, please. Well, you're going to have to wait a while for that one. This is short against miscued. And this time it's going to be 4. So it just gets over the keeper. It's a mistimed shot from Zakir. And we'll have a look at where this bounces. I mean, my impression was it was just inside. And in fact, it will be 4 runs. So, or maybe this is the over where Friendship CC storm back into contention. Certainly has been expensive so far for Nassim. And it's only... Just getting started. He's now gone for 11 off just 2 balls. That run rate, remember, it was up to 12.5 required. Now it's back down below 11.
Yeah, this is important now. They're feeling like this is on.
Game of momentum swings, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you felt that, while Andani was bowling, it was all going Wild Panthers. Well, strike 2 on Nassim. You just can't get this right.
It's all a bit nervy. It's all a bit nervy now for the Wild Panthers. He's had a rough start to this over, and he's obviously...
It's the 3rd time. I don't think I've ever seen 3 pullouts. And look, at the moment, Tyrone saying enough's enough. I don't know if it's a bit of byplay. Friendship CC, a bit of gameplay. 4th time lucky, and it will be lucky. Well, have a look at this. He's going to say, now you see me, now you don't. Time to make the batter disappear. Well, a bit of naughty from Nassim, who ran in 4 times. And the 4th time he gets to deliver the ball, and it removes Hussain. Edges him for 4. And then after some deliberation, the next ball crashes into the stumps, and it is 82 for 6. Well, how do you describe that, Michael Boosley?
Well, he seems to have a lot to say for himself, Nassim, so it'll be interesting to see how this game pans out for him. But he hasn't started so well, but with 2 boundaries and 2 wides, and that's one way to come back from it, I suppose.
Just gives him a high eyebrows, and off he goes. So this has been a game of momentum swings, like I said, at the start of the over. As they had 11 off the first 2 balls, but the 3rd legal ball crashes into the stumps. Phil G saying in the chat, you can't see me. Well, we couldn't see too much of that one. He heard the death rattle behind him. This one is going to be another 4. Well, this is where I'd be probably tempted to give it back. Not easy when the new batter, Mohamed Al Amin, does get 4 carreras. And Friendship CC. This game, it's got that golden ball feel about it, as it's toing and froing. 86 now on the board.
That would be fantastic. I'd love to be on comms for that. There's one thing I've never been on comms for.
Never had a golden ball. Well, once you go there, kind of everything in life seems a bit more dull.
Still 2
proportionately.
Still 2 to come from this, and there's 15 from the
15.
over.
3 boundaries, 3 wides in the over, and the wicket, and the celebration.
Lots going on out there.
So
Lots
much going
of
on.
chat.
This has been the sort of a day where there's been some moments that have seemed a bit pedestrian. This isn't one of them. Rare dot ball. That's a swing and a miss. Nassim follows through around 19 yards. And so we'll go to the last ball, the over. Well, Corey Fangirl back in the chat. Well, unfortunately, Corey stepped out for the moment. And I have got Michael Boosley with me. Said, just want to appreciate the commentators for their dedication and entertaining all of us for the whole day. Well done, Vinny and company. Keep it up. Love it. Well, thank you, Fangirl. I think... maybe there's a name change on the card for Corey Fangirl. Because where's Corey when he needs you? Last ball of the over. This will be a no ball. Has to be, right? Because the first one went over his head. Has to be a no ball. Remember, there was a wide. Second ball of the over. Wow, they've missed this. That's all I can say.
Square leg.
Maybe he said it wasn't over. So maybe when it went past the batter, it wasn't above the shoulder. See, Tyrone. Yeah, see, that's an error. And that, I hope that gets picked up. because that could make a difference at the moment. Yep,
It
there we
has.
go. I knew they wouldn't miss it. So we'll go back. It'll be a free hit now to finish the 8th, and doesn't really get anything. And we'll come back to it. There's all sorts of things going on. He's going to take a great catch. It won't count. And so it will just be...
We had someone appealing as well for the catch.
I wonder if he thought that was a catch or he's just showing off. That over had everything. It had 3 boundaries, had 2 bounces, one that was unreachable. It had a wicket. It had a now you see me, now you don't, kind of a shaking hand celebration. Naseem also takes a classic catch that will be scrubbed from the history books at the end of the 8th over. It's 88 for 6. They're now with 23 required of the last 2. It's game on.
Yeah, so we are now getting into the business end. Just 12 balls left, and this is game on.
There's a new chatter, and I wish Corey was here for this. Rose Vinny Fangirl has appeared in the chat now, saying, Vinny baby, hey. Well, hey, Rose. I'm just going to remain pretty neutral to you right now, but it's great to have you joining us. I'm always happy to have new viewers in the chat. Let us know where you're from and any other information you got as we head into over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. It's going to start with the Sky delivery. He's been called off here, and it's been taken. Well, that is a pretty good catch in the end. That's Manjit Singh, who decided that was his, and it was always heading for him. So they needed everything to go right, you feel, from this point, Friendship CC, and it's going to be Alamin that's going to have to go. He did whack a boundary, but he goes soon after for just 5. Good catch held by Manjit. He's tried hard in this series for the Panthers, and that leaves Friendship 88 for 7.
Yeah, he gets himself into position nice and early. You don't see him shuffling around at the last minute, wondering where the ball's going to land. He's composed. He gets his hands out early, takes that nice and calmly. A great catch under extreme pressure at this point of the game.
Yeah, it really was. Because if he drops that, not only is it a wicket miss, but also probably would have gotten 2 to their runs they save as well. 88 for 7. And now a dot ball. And Moten just can't get up the business end at the moment. Well, a lot of people saying that Rose Vinny Fangirl has a profile picture of a man, but I think it's MS Stoney. That is the profile picture. So maybe just a fan. So, yep, welcoming all fans. Hello to Amy as well, who's watching from Australia. Amy, I'm sure, keeping a close eye on Tyrone as well. Still be edge, and it's going to get past the keeper. Well, this probably would have been a wide, but then again, it could have been caught. And then again, it could have been a boundary, but it wasn't. So I don't even know who's lucky and who's unlucky in that play.
I think the batter's unlucky. I think that's if that's a wide, he gets another crack at that. As it is, he's the ball down, and he's just that one run.
Yeah, he's unlucky there, but maybe lucky to survive. That flew pretty close to the gloves of Sunil Patel. Now another swing and a miss.
This is good bowling. He's got his lines. He's pushing as far wide as he possibly can. He's getting on a good length and making it extraordinarily difficult for the batsman at this stage. We're running out of balls.
Yeah, need to get a boundary, or probably 2 off these last 2 balls. Not a good ball. Inside edge, and they will get the boundary. It's a knee-high full toss, and it was served with snails because this is a French cut. And it's going to run away for 4. It's the boundary they needed, and it takes the target down under 20.
I think he's quite lucky to get away with that not being a no ball, to be fair. That's, I mean, obviously come off the bottom edge, so it'd be interesting to see. Here's the side-on angle.
He does walk at it a bit, doesn't he? I mean, it's hard to tell because it does take a significant deflection. My instinct was probably just okay, but we have seen those given.
Yeah.
This is last ball of the over coming up. And 18 off 7 now. Another one from Moten would really break the game wide open. He tries, and how much has he got? Well, he's got plenty of this. Maximo, we go to the last as Moten coming good. Well, he's got back the runs he leaked, plus interest. He moves to 28 off only 10 balls, and with 1 over remaining, there's only 12 required. It's 99 for 7.
This is a massive 6. If there was any chance of them getting over the line, that was it. That was vitally important that they hit a boundary. It's not just a boundary, it's 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge. We said they needed 1 boundary, maybe 2. They get 2. They get 4 and 6 pick-up sticks, and we go to the last, although will be Ashkur Rahman, who is facing up the start of the 10th. Well, I've got the tingle now.
This is
12
great.
off 6, that's probably the most, 12 and 13 are the most common last over totals that turn out to be golden balls. But what I will say here is Friendship CC, they're on a knife's edge because they have lost 7 wickets, and if we do get to a golden ball, Of course, the batting team will have one more delivery to get 2 or more. And look who it is. They have brought back Naseem, who went for 17 in his last over. Well, he can't afford to do that again. And it starts with a run, and the keeper misses. And this is huge because basically it gives back the strike to Moten. And normally these, if they hit, they're going to be out. And that was a chance to get rid of Mohamed Abdul Moteen, but he's going to have a chance now to win the match for Friendship CC.
Good running. Really good running. I mean, obviously he would have been out if he's hit the stumps directly, but that's a really important single.
Brings up the 100. He's coming off a 4 and a 6, and he's facing Hustler Naseem, and he gets this one, but not so good. It's a top edge in the air. They've got to come back for 2 here, and it's fumbled, so they will get 2. And so that's really important. Not only the extra run, but also it'll mean that Moten is back on strike as he moves to 30.
This is going to the wire. The bowler is susceptible to the odd wide. He may drift. He may lose his composure. This is going to be interesting.
9 off 4. Short again. Now you've got to run hard. And I don't see you getting 2 here. They were going to go anyway. They take a big risk, and he's going to be run out here. Well, that's a big moment in the match, and Moten, he was just super greedy to get the strike back, but I felt that one was just a bit too suicidal, as he's going to have to go for 31, and 8th wicket falls, and Friendship, maybe that's the moment that they drift away from this game, but still, it was well done by Manjeet Singh. He's been one of the shining lights in the field. Bounce throw back to the keeper, Sunil Patel, who gathers, so 1 and run out, and that makes it 103 for 8.
Yeah, good fielding, really good fielding, but I think you're absolutely right. It's just bit greedy, quite unnecessary. You can't be losing wickets. The next person coming in is going to have so much pressure on him. Won't have seen any of these balls. And to be fair as well, if he'd have left that, that's a wide.
Yeah, true. And look, the other thing is there's a way to manoeuvre the strike back. I know it's a lot to think about in a short amount of time, but you know, maybe if he runs and that end's held safe by his partner Ashika Rahman, then maybe they can induce a throw to the other end. That's high level stuff. But basically here, it's a run out, and that's going to bring a new batter to the crease, and it's going to be Inamal Shamim who comes out at number 10. I was going to say though, if there are people wanting to do more Vinny Fangirl accounts, Corey's got one, I've got one. So if I was to get another one now, then I would be the leader. Just saying. Last 3 balls, 8 required. Shamim, well, he gets something on this, and it'll just be 1. So I'd say the set batsman will get a chance, but he's only faced 3 balls. Ashika Rahman will be facing up now, as they'll need 7 off 2. One thing I will say now, they can tie the game with 1 swing of the bat, but it'd have to be a good one for Rahman.
Oh, I'm all nerves.
We're going to last ball regardless. Yeah. We are going to the last ball, last game of the day. 6 to tie now. 7 will win it. It's a wide. Well, they're all crucial. And look, I can understand what he's doing there, because if he can sneak this inside the wide line, then you kind of make it impossible to win in regulation. But it does create another run. Rahman, let's see what he's made of.
Yeah, he's been really pushing it to as far wide as he possibly can. He's got away with a couple, but not that one.
Asking your number 9 to go large, and he swings and misses. So now, that makes the golden ball pretty difficult if this is a legal delivery, because 5 will tie it, 6 will win it. And we are going down to the last ball of the day. It's the close game I think that today needed. It had so many twists and turns.
Yeah, I think the thing with Rahman, he's not moving his feet. He's sort of standing his ground and swinging the bat, and the ball's been bowled. That was far to the wide line. And here we go.
Last ball, 6 to win. It's a good one from Naseem. And so Wild Panthers, they may get a run out here, as this one I think hits the stumps direct. And it will be 1 and run out. So somehow they've done it, Wild Panthers. Well, Naseem, he's kissing the ground. He went through the full gamut of emotions in match 36. This one ends up just hitting the stumps direct. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. A very thrilling end to the day. The final score will be Wild Panthers 110, Friendship 106. Just 4 runs separate these 2 teams.
Yeah. And
once again, I think that although he did some really good things, Mohamed Abdul Moteen, he'll be kicking himself a couple of those wides that he leaked in the last over. And although he fought valiantly with his 31 top scoring for the Friendship CC, fortunately for them, it's the Panthers that do get a win in their last group game.
Yeah, and we've seen how important the captain for the Wild Panthers is to that side. If he doesn't perform, they don't win. If he performs, they're very difficult to beat. And I think we'll find as we move forward, hopefully the Friendship CC will learn a bit from this game, understand where they need to control, what they need to control, especially with the bat, as they threw away a few wickets that they didn't need to. And if they'd retain those wickets, I think they've won the game.
Yeah, well, Toby, he's everywhere. He's out there with the Wild Panthers, getting some great footage. I'm sure that'll appear on our social media at European Cricket. But early on, it was the Doos and Ashful Rupu that went out there and had Diksha Patel searching for the ball. He couldn't find it. Bhardwaj, he's normally pretty reliable. He didn't allow one in the first over, a boundary that is. Well, this one is one that did get hit out of the ground. Still, he was pretty tight. And this one was one to remember, wasn't it? It was the team catch. It was some Patel on Patel action. Well, don't blur that out. We're going to keep that in. And then we saw no fine leg, bit of funky business, bit of sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket, as Rico would say. Saw some good striking. This game just had so many seesawing moments. Ultimately, it would be the Panthers that get over the line, and they can thank the captain, Azhar Andani, for his individual performance. I love that the camera then pans away to whatever he's doing. But, well, Michael, you'd have to say that we saw plenty of thrills and spills and a few runs given away by both sides in this match.
That's very true. Yeah, watching some of these highlights, you know, there's some important moments, and what it boils down to is who can retain their composure at the end of the game. And what we saw in that is that the Wild Panthers, with their bowling innings, they were able to retain their composure in that last over, whereas the Friendship CC threw it away a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of throws, here's some overthrows. You want one? We'll give you another one, because this one deflects away from all the backup fielders. They were forming an orderly queue, but none of them were in line. And that was a rare three. I say 3 times a charm. It wasn't too charming, I think, what Andani was spitting out to his fielders. And this one was taken. It was Marghese, and it was Naseem. He really gave us a bit of everything. Bit of now you see me, now you don't. But it was the ball that wasn't being seen. The next ball, as it went for 4. And then we had this moment where eventually somebody remembered that was the second bouncer of the over. So they had to come back, bowl a free hit. It was caught spectacularly but unnecessarily by Arslan Naseem. Then we went to the last couple of overs, and still it was the big finish we needed. Went all the way to the last ball, Michael. And then that one, when they needed a boundary, they didn't just get one, they got 2, and it was a dozen required off the last over.
Yeah, and that was such an important part of the innings. And just at the last, they tried to push for that second run. They were never going to make it, and that was massive.
This is where you probably, because they were running out of wickets and because you were batting with a tail ender, you probably had to just eat it, go for one, and hope that he can get you back on strike to win the game. As it was, they ran out of time. They ran out of batters. Just 4 runs separating these two teams in match 36. It's the Wild Panthers, pretty in purple. They'll finish their group stage with a win. We won't see them tomorrow. We'll be hoping, from their supporters' point of view, that we see them on quarterfinal Friday. As tomorrow we'll see the Knights back in action. Well, it's going to be Panda o'clock. Set your watches, as they'll be taking on Werrush in the first half of the day. Then Friendship CC, they'll be back out on the park, and they were pretty good this afternoon, but they didn't get all the points. They had to split them with the Panthers. They'll be taking on Punjab CC, who looked a bit short of a gallop. I think maybe they have a bit of fatigue that's popping into their game as they're playing their first European Cricket Series. They join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Let's have a look at this scorecard. And Rupu, he did the job early, didn't he? 25 off 14, 2 fours, 2 maximos, 15 for Azhar Duzman, but he was caught by a dramatic rebound catch. Patel on Patel action, like I said, and Abdul Motin, well, he just couldn't get him over the line, though his 31 was pretty important in getting them close.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a cracking couple of games, to be fair. We've had a really good battle between these two teams, and making sure that we've got all to play for over the next few days.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bowling figures. Andani's had a day out. He took 5 wickets in the day, as he took 3 for 13. Super important from him. 2 for 27 for Mittal Patel. A wicket for Arslan Naseem, as well as 1 for Bhardwaj early doors. But Andani, pick of the bowlers, not only in this match, but probably of the day, you'd have to say, for his performance. He's been rolling out those cutters, and it's been pretty effective, as this one ends up 110 to 106. A really entertaining finish to the day. Thanks again to all of our wonderful viewers. And it's been great to have your company. Have a little peek at the table. You see that we've got 3 of a kind in the middle of the table, but the Panthers, they won't get any more points. What that means is the Coimbra Knights tomorrow, they need to win both of their games. But if they can win both of their games, then they will definitely finish in the 4. So if that's the equation, the Knights, they're still alive, but only just.
You've got to think that that's going to be a tough ask, but, you know, it has been quite a close tournament as a whole. The whole thing, the teams are very close together. So depending on how the teams face up in the morning, there's every chance that they can still get through. But
here's the thing, though, Oerish, they're sitting pretty on the top of the table. They've got a bit of insurance, I suppose, whereas the Knights, effectively tomorrow is their start of their finals. Because if they don't win both matches tomorrow, we'll be saying goodbye to them. So they know that. And I think that with the player movements, that'll be a very interesting encounter to see some ex-teammates going against each other on both sides, actually.
Which is also suggests that they're going to actually try and they're not going to be holding back.
That's exactly
on that as well.
That's exactly what I think as well. So that's definitely worth tuning in early for. Like I say, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Thanks to everybody that's helped me today. To Corey. Of course, Corey's been around the ground just kind of observing some of what's happening at European cricket. To Toby, though, big thanks to Toby for his work, not only in social media, but joining us for a very interesting 10 overs. To you as well, Michael Boostley. It's been great to have you joining me in the commentary box for the first time in this series. So we do appreciate your insights. And again, just a reminder, you can follow us on European Cricket on social media, at European Cricket Network, on TikTok. If you're watching this video on YouTube, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already and like the channel as well. And yeah, for sure, it'll be a really interesting day tomorrow, the last day of group matches before we head into quarterfinals Friday. And like we saw then, this group is very much still alive.
Yeah, it's been a great couple of weeks. We know it's going to get better over the next couple of days. So if you're watching, just make sure you're tuning in for the next few days because it's going to be some sensational cricket.
Yeah, it was day of first as well. Bruno Diesel Cavalieri with his Portuguese language commentary debut as well. I thought that was really cool as well to hear some Portuguese. And why not? Because we are in Portugal. Thanks to everyone at the ground as well, the Blue crew, everyone that's helped us with the lunches and with help around the ground, to the umpires, officials, everyone, especially the viewers though, to you guys. We couldn't do it without you, and we really appreciate that you've tuned in today. And I know we didn't really have that close contest, but we did get the close one in the end. Well, Michael, we're going to knock off, and I can see the little sandwiches coming out, and they're not too far away from me. So I'm ready. Hopefully you're ready for some more action tomorrow when we return tomorrow. It'll be day 10, the last day of Group B action. Join us then. But until then, stay safe, stay happy from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Corey Ruckers and here with Michael Boostley. Hope you have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. Hasta mañana.